Fallen Dwarf, the continuation. If you have not listened to Fallen Dwarf 1 through 3, search for it on YouTube or via the channel page. Book 4, Ocean Star, written by J.T. Williams. Copyright J.T. Williams 2023. Dedication. Oceans are vast, unknown, and endless, a source of inspiration like none other. Never stop embarking on a new adventure. Chapter 1. Journey to Erin. Turgon had been enjoying a bit of relaxation since the events concerning the necromancer. For once, he wasn't frequently getting reports of potential enemy movements, nor had he dealt with any emergencies or dark beings moving about. Truly, even the occurrences of the Jinn went down substantially. While Silra had been working with Garivia as well as Selinra to further teach the new monks within the Dwarven Order of Purging and other less than exciting things in Turgon's opinion, he has spent most of his days either assisting Rornikor with setting up the new brewery or hearing about the random things that Gorky needed for the Dwarven halls. In this case, Gorky had grabbed his attention right after he woke up. We really need to go to this place called Erin. I hear they have wonderful carpets like nowhere else. Carpets that can fly. Turgon had just packed his pipe and was sitting on the steps of Ikinidor. Carpets that fly? You been eating shrooms again? Gorky took a seat next to him, pulling out a small vial and chugging it without saying anything. What was that? Turgon asked. A bit of herbal juice. Helps my skin glow quite a bit better and makes it to where my beard is much brighter. Turgon had realized that the dwarf had recently went to growing his beard out. It was a very stark red color and stood out even more, considering it was a different color than the rest of his hair. I would ask you more of such things, but flying carpets. Of course I know they have them, but I doubt they'll let some random dwarves know or see those, right? Turgon asked. Yes, it's a bit strange, but they have a lot of other things too. Erin is the closest to the old Dwemhar cities that you can get to. They say all manners of magic and strange creations are there, and even the Sultan. I'm sure he would be more than happy to be able to meet with another in this region. He is one of the few we have not heard from, and I think an audience with the Sultan would be great. Turgon puffed his pipe, thinking about how Silra had randomly mentioned Erin as well. The city was on the southern coast of the Vindus Sea, an old place much older than many of the other settlements. What its true origins were and who had built it, he really didn't know, only that the Sultan, Amhe, ruled. That said, they did not make war with anyone. They kept to themselves, kept away from all greater dealings of the world. But Silra's reasoning for going to such a place was quite a bit different. He had found the map in the ancient dwarven city. The markings indicated it was made back when the Vindus Sea was not a sea but a lake. Most importantly, there was a marking on the map somewhere north of Seer. Erin, of course, was where many supplies came in from the Seer Islands, and Silra was thinking they could go and attempt to find a captain willing to take them north. It was an odd thought, but he knew it was a possible route. Spice traders of all kinds typically moved between Seer, Erin, and around the desert of Lost Sands to Fadabrin. Now, he had Gorky questioning the same thing, but for quite a different reason. So, you're obsessed with these flying carpets? What? You want to get one so you can fly around and crash into something? How many times has it been in the past 2 weeks that you've been going a bit crazy on mushrooms? Only 3 times. The 4th time I was drunk, Gorky said. Turgon nodded. Exactly my point. No flying carpets, even if they exist. But I do have reason to go there, and forming an alliance with the Sultan might be useful. Not to mention that Silra, our resident and wonderful priest, as you call him, has mentioned going a bit further. I think it might be useful for us 3 to take a small journey, if you can give up your herbal mixtures, shrooms, and drinking so much. Gorky clapped his hands many times. Oh yes, for a chance to go on a real adventure? To be like the great Turgon, Silra, Balinor, and others? You can count me in, King. Gorky quickly popped up and hurried back inside Ikinidor. Turgon sighed, rubbing his head as he looked up to see Rornikor coming in from his early morning walk. The Hammersong looked beat, sweat rolled down his face. He acknowledged Turgon before moving to a water trough to refill his bag. "The sun gets you a bit more today?" Turgon asked. "Yes," he said, out of breath. "It's quite hot. I do swear that there must be a sun god and they must be angry. I think they see the extra fat on my body and wish to turn me into bacon to appease some other god. A cruel joke, no doubt." Turgon stood up, laughing. "Perhaps that is so. It seems my morning has turned into a new but simple quest. I'm going to journey with Silra and Gorky to Erin. Any chance of you wishing to join us?" "Sounds boring. You can go with our flamboyant little decorator and the priest. I've got ale to tend to. I actually acquired a few more ingredients I was looking for," he said. Reaching into one of his pouches, he pulled out what looked like several blueberries. "Okay, a fruit?" Turgon asked. "No," Rornikor told him, rolling them about his hand before putting them back in his pouch. "They're a type of herb. They say it gives a particular spice to the ale. I've been brewing darker and darker brews. I'd like to do something to give it a bit of acidity. And here I thought only the Hammersong were good for fighting, but here you are, mixing things up like an apothecary." Rornikor laughed. "Don't worry yourself, I can still fight. But we've been doing good with keeping things secure. Patrols haven't spotted anything, and now with so many monks running around." He rolled his eyes. "Still a weird thing to see when it comes to dwarves. Most signs of shadow creatures and others have fled. I was kind of thinking you might get into some kind smithing or woodworking, do more kingly hobby things." Turgon shook his head. "Kingly hobby things?" He laughed. "Seems a bit boring. Sounds like much more royalty like to go and attempt to make allies with the Sultan of Erin. Then, of course, Silra has been bringing it up over and over of looking for some island north of Seir. It's a quick trip to get to Seir, and I assume if I can just find a captain crazy enough to take a few dwarves on a wild treasure chase, I might be able to actually dissuade Silra from continually looking for this random spot he saw on a map back in the dwarven city our friend Balinor came from." Rornikor tapped him on the shoulder. "Well, I'll work on ale. You can go sailing around the Vendas Sea. You know I will keep things good here." Turgon did know that. He smiled as Rornikor went on inside. "What have I gotten myself into and all I wanted to do was smoke my pipe? Oh well, I'd rather have more allies than not if the inevitable does happen. No peace is ever kept from simply waiting for the enemy to make the first move." Turgon had gotten to the point that he was sending out spies to keep watch on the roads further than typical patrols. He wanted to know what the Grand Protectorate was doing, and beyond that, the kingdoms of men. He still was very untrusting of others, though he was hoping for the most part things could be peaceful. He had known war for quite a long while, and he didn't care to return to it. Treasure hunting for nothing, getting a few new rugs and a quaint sailing journey across the Vendas Sea seemed kind of interesting. He went inside to find Silra sitting on the table, talking to two red-headed girls that had come in with the recent groups of refugees. "Yes," he said, "what you hear is true. Our good king was completely surrounded by the undead. I jumped to his aid, grabbing one of the dead orcs by the throat. He made a motion grabbing at air, to which both of the girls smiled at. I grabbed the neck," he said, shaking his hands in front of him. "I choked its ethereal life from its body. The necromantic power failed. I then pulled our king to his feet. It was a close engagement. People have the wrong idea of priests," Silra went on. "They see us all as sensitive and all talking about the gods, but I like to get my hands dirty." At this point, Silra had not realized that Turgon was standing behind him. "Hands dirty? Yes, that sounds exactly like what you do. Constantly getting your hands and other parts dirty." Silra smiled. "Our king is here." "And we're going to take an abrupt trip," Turgon said. "Perhaps if you're done with the two refugees, They can get back to living a normal life away from such a chaste priest. Remember your vows, after all. Silra stared at him, blinking slowly 3 times. Of course, the priest said. I would not want to anger the gods, would I? The 2 girls went on their way, and Silra shook his head at Turgon. I was just trying to have a bit of fun, he said. And if some guy like you was talking to your daughter, would you be just fine with him trying to have a bit of fun? If that was the case, I would take him out to a decent field and tell him to admire flowers before calling down a rain of fire upon him. Turgon tapped his own head. Try to remember that. It might help you continue to be a good priest. But you know I'm not a good priest. We've more than covered that. Turgon nodded. Of course, but there's always hope for change, dear priest. Always hope. He smiled. Listen, between you and Gorky, it seems a journey to Erin is a good idea. Furthermore, seeing as that everything has been working out around here in the surrounding region, and you and your daughter and Garivia have been doing so well to reject the energy of the goddess into the lands, I feel we can go explore your little Vinda Sea adventure. See what happens, see how I'm right, and it's actually nothing. Just because it's a spot in the middle of the Vinda Sea that no doubt many ships have went over, does not mean there's not something there, Silra said. That's exactly it. If it is there, it is under the water, and you're not quite capable of going under the water unless you have forgotten this? Silra lifted his hands up. I'm telling you, there's more to it than that. Besides, if we're going to Erin, I can converse with some of the priests there. I'm sure they have knowledge. They have their own priesthood. Really strange people that we probably don't want to mess with, but I'm going to go poke. They might have information that we don't have access to. I believe they're called the Sanguine. Or maybe it was the Violets. I really don't remember. Turgon shook his head. We could very well have use for that information, but we aren't going to be looking for it. That's your thing if it comes up. But I get what you're saying, and I would like to speak with the Sultan myself, see what kind of person he is, and see if perhaps an alliance of some kind can be formed. Such a thing could be useful. And of Gorky, Silra said, making a circle with his finger. Why are you so annoyed by Gorky? Have you met him? He goes crazy over what potential things he can decorate with. You made him steward of the hall. Turgon shrugged. Seemed like a decent idea. He has done much to accentuate everything. When we got here, this place was nothing but basically a ruined cave, and now it seems to be rivaling Haradar in some of its decorations. We've got fine candles, tables, chairs, and even some rugs. He's made sure we've had a constant stream of spices for meat, and he's even helped acquire some of the herbs and other materials needed for Rornikor's brewing. I do think you need to give him a little bit of credit. Silra laughed. I give him credit for being a bit strange. I've never seen a dwarf so into what he's into. Meanwhile, he can throw 4 to 5 axes in 2 to 3 seconds and strike the center of the target. Even saw him stack 3 axes on top of each other. Indeed, but I'm sure you can protect him too, so you can have more stories to tell the girls and others that you try to coerce and seduce within the halls. Turgon laughed. He sighed. I will gather my things. Let my daughter know I'll be leaving. We are leaving today. As soon as we can get moving. We've got quite a ride to Erin. I've never been there, but at least it's on a map unlike other places we've gone to. Turgon had gotten accustomed to living in the desert as it was. Having spent so much of his life in the mountains and woods further north, it was quite a transition. He still carried his axe just like he always had, but instead of the much heavier armor, he wore layers, much like the other people of the desert. He had traded his boots with heavy metal on top of them for much softer boot, something easier and a bit more breathable. In some ways he was disgusted with himself as he looked, but many things had changed, and this was another change for the better. Turgon waited for the others outside of Ikinidor. Recently constructed, a large barn for housing multiple camels was a new sight just outside the doors of the main hall. Here, too, merchants of all kinds had set up in the valley that led from here down towards the original oasis. Thankfully, More and more people had begun coming here, as it was becoming more and more well known that this place was guarded by the dwarves, and it seemed that Turgon's little abode was becoming quite popular to those with nowhere to go. Still, security remained tight among all portions of both the main area of Ikinidor and the outer oasis. Rornakor kept a strong grip on all things going on. About a week ago, a group of brigands had come in and tried to steal from supplies in the oasis. It didn't take them long to realize that attempting theft while a hammersong was sitting and having a drink was a very bad idea. When Turgon had asked Rornakor of where they had gone, Rornakor simply replied, "To the Hawks." It was a form of justice that was absolute, and something that Turgon did not mind. Anyone who threatens any within his hall or the surrounding area will be dealt with, be it with more careful application of punishment by Turgon or by Rornakor. Turgon was fairly sure that most people prefer to deal directly with the king himself. Turgon wasn't waiting very long before both Silra and Gorki came out. While Gorki had a large backpack, he also had half a dozen small throwing axes on his chest. Silra, in comparison, just simply had his dark blue robes and staff. "Are we all ready?" Turgon asked. "Yes, King, I am ready for whatever happens," he said, tapping the axes on his chest. "No doubt we're just going on a small adventure," Silra said. "I don't suspect you will be joining us if we go across the ocean." Silra looked over to Turgon, and Turgon just stared back with a slight smile. "Well, I'm sure whatever you find, Gorki, we can set up to be shipped directly back here." "Yes, I was thinking so. Besides, I should get out of the hall a bit, see a bit more. I've never even been on the ocean." Turgon pointed to the 3 camels that had been pulled aside for them. "Well, there's no guarantee we will be going to the ocean. At the very least, you can see it, but we're going to be very careful on the use of our resources, for finding a captain to just take us randomly around the islands of Seer will probably require a fair bit of coin, which, thankfully," he tapped into his robes, "I do have." The 3 of them mounted their camels and began the journey through the narrow valley and out, heading east from the oasis and moving up the road that, if they were to stay on it, would take them all the way to the city of Man, known as Vwerik. They were making a steady pace with no interruptions or other travelers coming to or fro. The sky was blue and clear as far they could see, and not a single cloud veiled the sky. The winds, however, had changed, and sweeping from the west to the east, sands blew across the road. Turgon moved his hood to shield his eye a bit and kept constant look slightly to the right. The rocky ground rising up into the hills and the mountains beyond were a great place for thieves to hide. He looked back to Silra and Gorki, who were doing basically the same. But so far, there had been no such troubles for the trio. They continued on, coming to a break in the road and a small village. Here, the villagers came out to greet them while offering a variety of pomegranates and other fruits. The camels drank, taking a slight rest as women in veils came out, offering many different fine perfumes and other herbal tonics. Both Gorki and Turgon were rather interested for completely different reasons. But any advances made by Silra stopped when a large and burly man in an oddly covered orange tunic came out and crossed his arms, staring at him. "I do think I'm done talking to the locals," Silra told Turgon. Gorki was done too. However, he had bought several small bags of herbs, to which Turgon had no idea what they were. fine samples," he said. "What is your intent with those?" Silra asked as they moved away from the village. "Well," he said, closing one eye and winking with the other, "it's one thing to buy the perfumes that they've already made, but it's quite a different idea to make my own. Have you smelt some of the people that come through our happy hall?" "Isn't that just a dwarven thing?" Silra asked. "I do believe you're saying that dwarves smell," Turgon asked. "Is that correct?" "Not so much," Silra said, clearly backtracking his words a bit. "But we get a lot of others, a lot of random bad smells we are looking to avoid." Well, as often as you are exploring random places with particularly strange smells, if you understand my gist, I would think you'd be used to that. Silra shook his head. You do know I actually talk to people in normal conversations, not just from a place of wanting to explore deeper things with them. Well, Turgon said, lifting his hand up and looking back at him. It wasn't me that was found naked on the table a few weeks back, drunk, and otherwise having been entertained in the past hour or so before, I'm sure. I just think you're jealous, Silra said back. Turgon laughed. Far from it. Most women are not worth the trouble, and the others are more difficult to hide than a mithril vein under a gold mine. That was clearly a dwarven joke, Silra said, unamused. You are traveling with dwarves, Gorky laughed. From the village, they moved on the road and went directly west. Oddly, Turgon had heard from one of the villagers the name Ahme's Road. Ahme was Sultan of Erin, and Turgon assumed that since they were on a road that was named after the Sultan, at some point they would run into the Sultan's men or women guarding this region. Though, from all he had heard of Erin, he didn't expect a hostile response. Besides, who was going to consider 2 dwarves and a random priest of man to be a hostile? They made good time, and as the sun was beginning to set in the distance, they crested the dune. High over other portions of the road, they could clearly see the Vindus Sea. But it wasn't the glistening sea that caught their eyes, but the actual sight of Erin in the distance. Erin had dozens of tall, sparkling towers of white, and glowing crystals dotted the city that they could see even from afar. Furthermore, Turgon could see a large port, and on the outskirts of the port were massive towers, each holding large crystals as well. This is not a normal place for a city of men, nor was it a city of elves. Erin was definitely something completely its own. As darkness fell, they reached the gates and were stopped much like Turgon expected. A man dressed with a bright white turban approached. At his hip was a curved scimitar, and opposite of that on his other side was a silver wand. Welcome to Erin, friend from afar. Do you come seeking pleasure or work? I come for... Silra began. Turgon turned, holding his hand up before looking back to the guard. For work, and also to see of what fine supplies we may be able to find for our own home back further east. We have never been to Erin. The guard looked to Silra, and then nodded and smiled at Turgon. Very well. I do recommend staying at the Central Garden District. It'd be rather obvious to you considering we are in a desert, and please understand that any visitor to the city of Erin is considered to be a friend until proven otherwise. The Sultan decrees it as such, and we follow as the Sultan commands. The guard backed up, opening the path to the camels through the main city gates. The gates themselves were massive, much larger than any of the city of man, and much more finely made and ornate. Smooth white limestone met with silver twists, lacing up the 2 columns holding up the blue doors. On the doors themselves was the image of 5 pointed stars and a downward-facing crescent moon. They went through, and a cobblestone road led between smooth stone buildings, with intermittent towers dotting the streets with great glowing crystals that illuminated the path. Here, there were no torches in the traditional sense, and as they moved down the city street, the streets bustling with all manner of folk, from those with the turbans like the guard before to others, even elves, they didn't make much mind of Turgon and the others. As they crossed a series of several bridges flowing with clear streams, they came to a rather regal area with gold along pointed gates and walls. Here was a lush garden, and nestled within the garden were many more buildings, including what was clearly an inn, with the sheer number of camels and even a few horses that were there. This would be their stop for the night. Dismounting from the camels and tying them off, Turgon paid the stable keeper and looked out and down the road nearby. From here he could see down to the port and dozens of ships that were there. I do hope that Silra can be dissuaded before we have to go and pay in gold to find us a ship. I guess we will see, And furthermore, I will see what it takes for me to get an audience with the Sultan, Turgon said. Oh, I love this place so much, Gorky said. Do you see the towers? Do you see the towers, Turgon, king person? Turgon looked at Gorky rather confused. I get your reason for maybe not calling me king here, since we are kind of here unexpected to anyone of nobility or the Sultan. It's okay, just call me Turgon. Okay, good, Gorky said. But do you see? Could you imagine one of these massive stone towers inside our mountain? Silra looked at the tower and then looked at Gorky. Except that you forget that we are under a mountain. Therefore, a tower will not fit in the mountain, especially these towers, which are at least 4 to 5 times taller than the ceiling of our mountain. I didn't mean the full tower, just the glowy bit on top, the sparkly stuff, he said. It's called crystal, Silra said. Would you fine ladies like to go on into the inn, or are we going to continue to debate the size of the tower and the glowy crystal stuff? Turgon asked. Silra walked ahead of Turgon directly into the inn as Gorky laughed. This inn in Erin was not quite the insane place of other inns that Turgon had been to. While it had the typical 2 barkeeps, a bar, and tables surrounding the bar itself, he didn't expect to see a strange crystal fireplace. It was beautiful, just very unexpected. Here, there were all sorts of people, and clearly many from the port itself. Turgon went to one of the 2 innkeepers, while one was a large man wearing a turban with a rather exquisite mustache, basically what must have been the Erin equivalent of a grand dwarven beard. The mustache itself curled many times and was finely pulled. Opposite of this one, a woman that Turgon could only assume was the wife of the man with the mustache. She had long, flowing black hair and wore a fine golden necklace. You tend to the barrel, the woman said to the man. I will tend to them. The woman came to Turgon and nodded. Not often do we get dwarves here, she said. I am Adia. Welcome to the Silver Flower Inn. Will you be coming and staying for drinks, or will you be staying the night? First, we'd like to get a room, and then of course wouldn't mind a drink and perhaps some food. Of course, she said. A room is 30 gold pieces per night. And would you like a red curry or a blue curry? Turgon pulled out his coin purse and counted out 30 gold pieces, and then looked to Silra and Gorky. Know anything about curries? I hear they're from the island of Seir, Silra said. But beyond that, I know nothing other than they're spicy, typically. Adia laughed. Well, you can get them on the island of Seir, but most curries come originally from our shores. That said, you'll find there are many spice traders that frequent here and the surrounding areas of Erin. They are truly a gift to our city and others. If you like extremely spicy, I'd go for the red, however. A milder taste? The blue. Blue, Turgon said for himself. Gorky nodded. I think blue as well. Silra laughed. Well, I guess I will take the red, since we have a bunch of cowards in the eating area, he said. Adia nodded. I'll get that for you. And ale? She asked. Of course, Turgon said. They took their places at the bar, and very quickly servings of curry and fresh ale was before them. While Turgon immediately recognized the nuance of spice and sweet, flavorful curry, Silra took a few bites and was sweating profusely. You okay over there, bad priest? By the pits of Vanku, this is hot. I have just the thing, fresh from the camels a few hours ago. Silra choked. From the camels? Adia laughed, placing a cup before him. She took out another container and poured him a cup of milk. It's always amusing when those not used to the spice think they're particularly important and better than their friends. You will see pride does not get you very far here in Erin. And lack of pride will save your mouth from burning, not to mention other burning sensations. Turgon chuckled. Serves you right, he said. Silra sipped the milk and just stared. Gorky, Turgon asked. Good. Yes, quite good. I would almost say better than bacon, but that would be such a sin. Do not worry. We have a priest here with us that can assist you in working through your sins. Not Silra, but I'm sure there's a decent priest somewhere around here. Silra had worked through his first ale and was on his second. Well, if there's any good priests or priestesses, particularly priestesses, I should definitely teach them the ways of the bad priest. Mind yourself, Turgon told him. We are visitors, and this is not our city. We must be respectful. While both Silra and Gorky went up to the room, Silra feeling a bit sick from his rather spicy curry, and Gorky simply being tired, Turgon had remained downstairs. He took a seat next to the fireplace and was admiring the crystals when a man in a large black tunic came into the inn. Turgon watched as it seemed this man was rather accustomed to the inn itself and took a place at the bar. Adia didn't even ask him what he wanted, but simply poured him an ale and then a single shot of some type of clear liquor. Then she pulled out a rolled cigar and set it on the table before him. Licorice liqueur, Edanos, just like my mother gave you when you first came here. Is there anything else I can get you? No, thank you, Adia. I and my crew just got into port, he winked. We brought you a fresh supply of spices. Me? I'm just wanting to unwind. Chapter 2. Sea Captain. Turgon continued to sip his ale while staring at the fire, but now keeping an eye on the strange individual he knew only as Edanos. As Adia attended him, clearly knowing him from the obvious attention to preferences and what he typically liked, the inn itself was becoming much quieter. The hour had gotten late, and while there were a few patrons that had come in and out, and a trio of elves that had gotten a room, and without saying much else vanished upstairs to it, Edanos was now on his third shot of liquor and his fourth ale. Adia's husband, as now Turgon was confirmed with, kissed her and said he was going home. Now, as the crystal fire continued to burn for Turgon, he had become lost in thought staring at it. Perhaps it was the ale, perhaps it was the ambience of the place. He did not know, but he was startled suddenly. Apologies, Edanos said, holding his mug in hand as he took a step forward and pointed to the seat. I was just wondering if this seat was taken, Edanos asked. Turgon shook his head. No, go ahead. My apologies, I was deep in thought. Edanos stretched, popping his back to the left and the right, before sitting down and crossing his legs as he leaned back and took a deep breath. For a few moments, nothing was said. Turgon would change that. I take it you're from here, Turgon began. This is my first time in Erin. So far, it is a wondrous city. Edanos sipped his ale, adjusting the saber that he had made a point to reveal as they began to speak. Erin is one of many wonderful cities, my favorite for spice deliveries, but I bounce between southern regions like Fadabrin, over to Kinor, and occasionally to the Far East Shadowlands, but normally I'm running supplies anywhere within Vindus up into the glacial seas. But up there tends to be quite a bit more problems that come up versus down here. We just have to deal with smaller game pirates. Turgon nodded. The glacial seas. I've always heard a lot about them. Treacherous. Takes a rather skilled captain to navigate them. Edanos stroked a necklace at his chest. He seemed suddenly in thought, and then blinked several times, looking down at his mug. It was clear to Turgon that Edanos had drank quite a bit of alcohol, and the effects were wearing on him. That they are. Takes quite a crew to sail up there, especially when you're running spices like me. Though I seem to have a home port up that way, too. He coughed. Island of Corson, ever heard of it? No, I haven't. Edanos nodded. My first mate has family up there. I figured with you being a dwarf and all you might know of Corson. Turgon shook his head. No, us dwarves are a bit odd, I'll say. Sometimes we know our own kind, and other times we try to avoid them. I'd have to imagine any dwarf staying that far north away from the grander cities has a reason. Don't we all? He laughed. Avoiding people is a good thing. Keeps you out of trouble for the most part, especially when you're drinking as much as I am. He finished his drink, setting it on the table before them. Edanos laid back in the chair. Still, he continued, It's good to get to Erin. Crew likes it too, though they've been much more quick to jump to the port tavern. Not quite a place for me. Lots of drunkards getting loud and such. I'm sure you know the type. Turgon shrugged. I'm not sure if I know the type, but I can say that dwarves have their own way of getting rowdy when drinking or when not. Dwarves are kind of rowdy by nature. Edanos leaned in, offering his hand out. Edanos, captain of the Truest Bliss, spice trader, and probably other things. My apologies for not actually introducing myself. Blame the rum. Turgon leaned in and shook his hand. The grip was firm, and not like many of the other men Turgon had met over the years. Turgon, dwarf from the east. Edanos looked at him. Dwarf from the east. Well, if I have not heard a vague description of oneself, I have now. How far east? Shadowlands? Haradar? Micronach? East, Turgon said. Edanos laughed. Fair and smart for not telling all your secrets at once. Me? I have nothing to hide, but if I piss off the wrong people, I can skip to my ship and outrun most of them. But I do think I should return to it for the night. Since you're moving through Erin, it's your first time. I leave port tomorrow night. If you need a ride back east or wherever else you need to go, I'm sure we can arrange something. Ironic, I might need a captain. Interesting. Very well, I'll keep that in mind. If need arises for a captain of the ship called the Truest Bliss, I'll see to finding it. Edanos stood up, a bit wobbly. Very good, he said. Good night. Turgon watched as the captain made his way wobbly towards the door and out of the inn. Adia, polishing up several other glasses, whistled, Do you need another dwarf? Turgon lifted his glass, seeing nothing but suds. Just one more, then I've got to get some rest. Turgon had slept well. Though it was a partial pass-out, he made it to his bed as simple as it was. At least that was what he thought the night before. Waking up, he found both Silra and Gurki already awake, sitting on their beds. Turgon himself had not quite made it to a bed per se, but instead had found the rug on the floor between two beds as an appropriate place to sleep. And you talk about me being a bad priest, Silra teased. Turgon went to push up off the floor. His head was pounding more than he'd expected. He looked around the room a bit confused, seeing that there were a total of 4 beds, so it wasn't like he didn't have a choice. As he thought back, he barely remembered even coming in there. Shut it, he said. Good king, Gurki said. I wanted to tell you that I took the privilege of heading to the palace and getting you an audience with the Sultan. Turgon jerked to look towards Gurki. You did what? He asked. I said we were emissaries from the eastern mountains. He knew of our kingdom already and called it by name. It seems that the Sultan is very interested in the dwarf under the mountain, the new king, as he called you. Turgon sat up fully and looked at Silra. Don't look at me, Silra said. He did it before I even woke up. But it works. We can get an audience with the Sultan. Perhaps I can speak to the ones I need to speak to. So who is it that you need to actually speak to, you said, priest? Turgon asked. They're called the Sanguine. Sounds like a rather fancy name for Red Priest or something of that nature. Or so, Gurki told me. In his short trip to the palace, he even learned there was once a great library on the northern shore of the Desert of Lost Sands. While there are cities to the further west, it's no doubt that Erin might have that secret, and maybe these priests know of it? I don't know. The Sanguine are an order of priests that are beyond my own level of priesthood, he said. And you think you can just simply go to the Sultan and request to speak to them? Silra put up a parchment, the etching he had made of the location, and what was at the time the map was made, the Vindus Lake. I'm hoping something like this will help, Silra said. Erin has always been known to be a city of mystery and intrigue. I believe that the Sultan himself probably has something to do with that, and therefore I'm hoping that the Sultan himself will be able to help us. Anything interesting for you, King? Gurki asked. We know you stayed down there for quite a while. Met a sea captain that goes to the glacial seas, Edanos of the Truest Bliss. He had to think about it for a moment. His mind was still a bit hazy from the alcohol. Perfect, Silra said. Perhaps that's the captain that can take us into what was once the Vindus Lake, Silra said matter-of-factly. It works out. Turgon had made it to his feet and went for the pitcher of water that one of the two of them had gotten from downstairs. He took a drink and adjusted his tunic, seeing as he had not even taken it off the night before. "And what of you, Gorky? Do you intend to look for your carpets and other fine items while we attend to the Sultan?" "Oh, no. I'm going with y'all to have an audience with the Sultan. After all, we are emissaries." Turgon had just caught what Gorky said. "Wait, the Sultan doesn't know that the king himself is coming, just the emissaries?" Turgon asked. "Well, you are very direct on if you wanted to be known as the king or not, so I figured this was the safest bet," Gorky said. "He'll know if you choose to let him know." Turgon nodded. "You are the steward of the hall, and I'm not sure how it's going to be handled with you trying to be some type of diplomatic dwarf, but we will get you into some role." He looked to Gorky. "Thank you for getting us an audience with the Sultan. A surprise, but a welcome surprise." As they went downstairs and left the inn, Turgon realized it was still early morning. While the sun was up, it was not quite over the walls, which meant that Gorky had gone to the Sultan at some time before dawn. At least Turgon guessed. Considering that Gorky had already been to the palace, Gorky led them through the garden district into another section of polished limestone road. It was clear they had left the outer portions of the city and even the inner garden and were now in a much more regal place. There was a large walkway, many times larger than any other of the city streets, that led between obelisks capped in bright gold with crystals floating at the very tip of the obelisk. These continued almost like columns in a hall, leading them all away towards a massive structure with large domes capping the very top of 3 towers that formed up the palace. Here, more of the white turbaned guards with their scimitars and silver wands guarded this area. Turgon couldn't help but notice that there were many fine carpets directly outside the wall, and it came to mind that perhaps these were the flying carpets that Gorky had mentioned, but he didn't want to encourage the dwarf, so he didn't point it out. "Turgon, Silra, and Gorky," the guard at the gate said. "Yes, we have a meeting with the Sultan," Gorky said. "Very well, welcome friends. The Sultan will be seeing you in the main hall. Proceed on directly down this path and up the stairs. Do not get off the path or go anywhere you are not allowed to go, which means go directly to the hall. There were some recent envoys of the Grand Protectorate that didn't listen to such words, and well, can we say, they would not be allowed back here, of those that survived." Gorky nodded. "Of course," he said. They proceeded forward through the gateway and followed a path with many fountains and more of the obelisks. Turgon thought to what the guard had said, and realized it was the first outward almost joking of violence that he had heard since he had been here. In fact, the city of Erin did not seem like a fortress or traditional castle like the race of men. While the palace was massive and ornate, even the walls of the city with patrolling guards, just as one would expect, did not give an outwardly military feel to it. Everything about Erin was smoothed and ornate, an elegant place perhaps for a time far beyond the time they found themselves in. They proceeded up the many stairs coming now to the great doors of the palace itself. The doors were wide open, while there were guards, seeing as Turgon and the others had already went through the main gate and were expected. It didn't surprise Turgon at all that they were simply allowed to walk in. As they passed through the doorway into an atrium of sorts, they were met with many incense burners and the fragrant smell of myrrh. Turgon only knew this particular smell because of one of Garivia's blessings she had done not too long ago back in Ikinor. However, as they proceeded from this atrium directly into a large and open hall, Turgon looked up to see massive hanging crystals. They were light orange in color, but their light felt strange upon his skin. He looked down to see some of the sand-blasted portions of his arms suddenly feel soothed. "Did anyone else feel that?" Silra asked. Turgon nodded, and then happened to notice someone approaching from up a few steps before them. He assumed, of course, that it was some random servant or other one. What he didn't expect was who it actually was. As they came up the stairs, the figure had nearly reached them. He stopped just short of Turgon and the others and put his hands together, bowing slightly. The man was dressed in white robes and had a large turban with a blue jewel set at his forehead. He was barefoot, but at once Turgon noticed he had gold circlets with diamonds on his ankles. A bit odd, but okay. "Emissaries of the Dwarf King, I am Amhi. I had wondered when some from that new kingdom on the edges of our land would come this way." He looked at Turgon, "but I did not expect King Turgon himself to come." Turgon looked over to Gorky, but Amy broke any feelings of oddness immediately. Amy laughed. "Oh, it was not your good dwarf Gorky who told me of such, and I could sense he was quite worried. As the Sanguine have told me, there are many dwarves trying to prove their worth, and none do so as much as Gorky. I have heard many stories of the dwarves and their journey, and most importantly, of their king and his failed conquest. But I will tell you what I love the most about the story of King Turgon. You rose again, to perhaps become something better. That is why I welcome you to Erin, welcome you to my home. But I do know that is not why you have come here, and I do hope that we may be of mutual assistance to one another. Now, seeing as it is early, and I have certain traditions I like to partake in, will you join me not out here in the hall, but on the balcony?" The Sultan pointed towards the corner of the hall, beyond the throne where Turgon expected to meet the Sultan of Erin. So far, things had been much less formal for sure. Turgon bowed slightly. "Of course, Sultan, we shall follow you." Amhi shook his head. "We are of equals, you and I, Sultan and King. You can call me simply Amhi, as can your companions. Now, do you like to smoke?" Amy led them to a balcony directly off to the right of the grand throne. Turgon was rather surprised by it in general, seeing as it is made of a pure white stone that was unlike anything else in Erin. As he led them to the balcony, Turgon looked out at a grand expanse of the rolling sands of the Desert of Lost Sands. It was a much different view than he had experienced before, when he'd seen it either looking out from the oasis or when they were journeying through the desert. Here there were no seats in the traditional sense, but many cushions and large pillows. The three of them took seats as the Sultan picked up a pipe attached to a strange device emitting smoke. It was an odd contraption with water that bubbled. The Sultan took a few puffs and passed it over to Turgon, who drew in the strange smoke. It was nothing like a pipe, no burn of tobacco, just a strange calming effect. In a way, he felt dizzy and didn't like it, but as he passed it on to Silra and Gorky, he simply worked to take deep breaths and relax, looking out from the balcony over the dunes. "So I take it the undead scourge that was beginning to come about in the mountains to the east has been dealt with?" the Sultan asked. Turgon nodded. "It has been." Sultan nodded. "That is one less worry in a growing sea of worries. We've heard many whispers across the lands, but more importantly, we understand that the Jinn are becoming increasingly aggressive in the deserts. There's energy that has been sensed moving directly across the desert, and I had thought it was coming from one of the cities of the Dreen that inhabit the western coast, but as I understand it so far, it is not. It is further, out at sea. I do question, are you aware of such things as the Star Shrines?" Turgon looked to Silra, who simply shook his head, and back to the Sultan. "I am not, nor is my priest." The Star Shrines once dotted the borders of the Old World, and by Old World I mean before the Great Floods, well before. The Star Shrines were an extension of the Void Gates that protected the realms from that of the Void itself. The Star Shrines were not aligned to any god or goddess or creed. They were something else entirely. Perhaps you saw in the harbor the great obelisk and towers with the crystals atop them. Those are similar to what I speak of, but it is difficult for me to explain. The star shrines are neither a part of this realm or not a part of this realm. They exist in a place more secret. Like an alternate realm? Silra asked. No, like in a slight shade or flash of our realm, not completely outside of it, but not in it either. It is like, as I have had it explained to me, the place one goes when they become invisible, much like the Rusies, or, to get a bit darker, the vampires are able to move into the shadows. That is where they exist, much like the Jinn and the space in our reality that they exist. What I believe to be happening, and why the deserts have surged with Jinn and other dark creatures and entities, is that the void has opened a tear in the veil between realms. Not large enough to be a place of absolute reckoning like a void gate. We do not need the Grand Dwemhar to defend us, he laughed. But I think just a bit of power, he said, moving his hand like a wave in front of Turgon. A bit of power is flowing from that world into ours. I believe it has energized the Jinn, and the only way I know of stopping it, as best the Sanguine can tell me at least, is that called a star shrine. Turgon was listening to all the words the Sultan was saying, but wasn't sure what to say back. Sultan, I can be in need of any assistance, or perhaps Silra. I'm okay with it, but I don't know anything about star shrines. What you describe seems rather powerful and old. I don't believe I'm the dwarf to help with such things. Gorky, the Sultan said, bringing his hand up to his chin. You have come to look for fine rugs and oils and other oddities of Rin, am I correct? Yes, Gorky said. As I told you this morning, or more so told one of your attendants, we've come to look for such things as well as to seek an audience with you. The Sultan looked at Turgon. And you have come not looking for the oddities, but to have conversation with me, and how our two kingdoms may see to relations, correct? Turgon nodded. Yes. So that just leaves Silra, the priest in blue robes. What interest do you have? For the Sanguine are seers and see beyond that which we see. The Sanguine and their temple have been here longer than the foundations of Rin. I have only been ruling this place for just over 5 seasons. A short time it was my father who ruled before, but kept the secrets of our people just that. I'm a young sultan, and I do hope to see Rin continue to be a place of knowledge and mystery, he said with a slight smile. So tell me, Silra priest, why did you come? Turgon already assumed there was so much questioning and understanding that the Sanguine were something outside of Rin completely, that the Sultan already knew. Silra pulled out the parchment of the map and set it before the Sultan. I heard of the Sanguine, Silra began, and while I did not know if I would be able to speak with them, we found this in an ancient city of the dwarves. I am hoping that it will make some sense to them. Amy reached over and picked up the parchment. A small grin from the corner of his mouth preceded him nodding and passing the parchment back to Silra. You have seen an ancient map, no doubt, for lists the Vindus Sea as the Vindus Lake, which means it was before the flooding of the glacial seas, perhaps before the flooding of the southern seas. While the Sanguine will not have a direct audience with any of you, they have extremely strict rules on such things, and as I understand it, I am fortunate to be able to have audience with. I will happily take this to them, if you will allow it, Silra. Silra nodded. Of course, I don't know what else to make of it. The sands of fate continue to blow upon Rin. I've always felt it since I was a small child, dreaming dreams of terror for lack of a better description, that Rin would be the focus of many events. I have seen fires and blackness rolling over the deserts from the south and from the east, and I do my best to halt such events, for in those times, it seems, Rin itself falls away. You look for a place that should be clear, that is noted as being north of the islands of Seir, yet as I'm sure the more literal of those you've shown it to, Silra. Point out that such an important place marked on the map as it was, as you felt the need to write down, would be a clear sign of something. That sounds about right, Turgon said. I told him that if it was a marking of any ruin, it was long gone, or something beneath the waters that we cannot swim to go to it. I think it would take longer than a minute or two to get to. The Sultan nodded. Plus, that is the passage towards the glacial seas, and the current in and out there is quite strong. No, I will take it to the Sanguine, and perhaps they can give some kind of information. He looked to Gorky. I do invite you to look through our marketplace as you wish. Seek out and note things that interest you and let me know. Consider it a gift to the kingdom under the mountain of King Turgon from Amhe of Erin. I do believe we will work with each other much more, going forward. While their introduction had been abrupt, and their meeting direct and shorter than Turgon expected, the Sultan allowed them to remain where they were as he went on his own to the Sanguine. This was, of course, after he'd encouraged Gorky to go about the marketplace. I will send you with an attendant. He will write down what you feel is needed, and will be simple, Amy said. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Silra and Turgon continued to sit on the balcony as the sun rose ever higher and time passed. A bit odd he knew exactly what we were here for and needed help from us, Silra said. Don't you think? Well, Turgon began, considering what you've told me, and now the Sultan himself has told me of the Sanguine, it doesn't surprise me. Though I do believe that Garivia would be rather interested to know of whatever these star shrines are. Perhaps they are increasing the power of the jinn that are there in the deserts. That does make sense. Silra nodded. At least that does. It's odd, being here in Erin, a place that I'd always heard about when I first started my studies, but never believed that I could actually be here, much less in the presence of the Sultan sitting here smoking. Silra had continued smoking, as of course the Sultan had encouraged, but Turgon could only handle 1 or 2 puffs, and Silra had already taken quite a bit more. Well, depending on what the Sultan returns with will depend on what we can do. Perhaps there is nothing at all to be done. Perhaps the map you found is simply an old treasure map. You do know how dwarves are about treasure. And treasure is a relatively interesting term for you to make or say. I say make or say because treasure means different things to different people. Amy had returned, and suddenly beside them, much to Silra's otherwise inebriated state, a surprise. Did you speak with the Sanguine? Turgon asked. I did, and they have said that though the passage is turbulent, what you seek, what we seek, can be found there. So this star shrine? Turgon asked. No, not a star shrine, but something else. Something they would only tell me is extremely valuable to the futures of both Erin and the Dwarf King Turgon. Though, as it is now, my fleet and good captains are about and not able to ferry you for at least a few days. You're welcome to stay here, and I would be happy to have you as guests. I thank you for that. But if the sands of fate have brought us together as it seems, and you stated, I'd rather pursue what is needed by the Sanguine and by you yourself, Amy. I did meet a sea captain last night that may just well be the person for this. He tends to go through the glacial seas, and we all know how nefarious the glacial seas are. Perhaps he'd be the perfect person. Ah, the Sultan began. The glacial seas and their sea captains, the turbulence of the waters of the far icy north, is directly correspondent to the powers that dwell there hidden and waiting. The songs of the Stormborn continue to be sung without an echoing answer. In time, perhaps the secrets of the glacial seas will be fully revealed, but I'd know few captains who would go there routinely. If you know of someone that will, perhaps they are the perfect person for such a task. I have been told to give you only this, he said, offering up a strange multi-pronged silver object. What is this? Turgon asked, taking it from him. The device had a large white pearl surrounded by spikes of silver. If you know much of lore, you will have known about the trigates of the Rusies, which require a special key. I am told this is a rather useful key, as it would be. I will be honest, I have never seen such a device, nor did I know that Sanguine had it. Much like most when it comes to Sanguine, there are many mysteries that continue to be just that. But they assured me that one such as yourself and the companions which you keep and will keep will know what to do at the moment it is needed." Turgon bowed slightly, putting the device, the strange key as the Sultan called it, into one of his pockets. "And a second word of warning," Ami said. "I've been told to tell you to be aware a ship that breathes ice, fire, and lightning. It is a treacherous vessel, one filled with sadness and despair, but one that should be a threat to you and the task at hand. I say again, as the Sanguine told me, be aware." As Turgon and Silra left Amhe's palace, they happened to run into Gorky coming back from his time at the market. While Turgon did not actually see the list that Amy's assistant tucked away as they passed, Turgon could see that it was rather long and exhausted. "All done," Gorky said. "Find some carpets?" Turgon asked. "Carpets? Oh yes, lots of carpets. Some nice vases, scented oils, lanterns, and even 3 crystals. Silra rubbed his head. "Well, relations between the Dwarves of Ikinidor and Amhi of Erin were short and were good until our little friend here decided to go on a market extravaganza." "I tell you, priest," Gorky said, "I don't much care for short jokes. Just remember, I've got axes." "Short axes," Silra said back. "Okay, that's enough," Turgon said. "Since we have some of our answers, I guess it's best to go seek out Edanos and see if he's willing to take us. Otherwise, we could be here a few days." "Well, we can't quite be doing that. We need to get this over with so I can get back home. The deliveries will be there, and I really don't trust Rornikor to not throw it all out." "Well, you are more than welcome then to just go on back. It'd be fine with me and Turgon, and we understand." "It doesn't work like that," Gorky said. "If there's a chance we can go to sea, I'm going to go to sea. And that is that." "Well, if you want to go to sea, then we need to get going. Come on," Turgon said. Chapter 3. Truest Bliss. They made their way from palace grounds back towards the central garden district and took the pathway that led down towards the harbor. Along the edges of the harbor were the massive towers with the glowing crystals, a truly wondrous sight as the stars were beginning to shine high above. Turgon took a breath, admiring the way the orange and reds of the falling sun married with the starlit sky. It was not at all dwarven to appreciate such beauty, at least in the traditional values of dwarves, but he didn't care one bit. At first, Turgon thought it might be difficult where to tell exactly Edanos and his crew might be, but as they came around the corner, he could hear the boisterous sounds of the oh-so-typical tavern. From afar, he could see multiple mixed crews of likely many different fishing vessels and trading ships in general. Still, as they approached, he could see a very clear sign of a lobster jumping with a mug of ale at claw. It was a sign, of course. A rather lifelike and well-done sign, unlike the tavern itself, which was a mishmash of different wood, pallets, and what seemed to be parts of the bowels of ships. While Turgon had this opinion, it was very clear that Gorky had quite another. "Oh, my dwarf?" "I'm not sure what that was supposed to be," Silra said. "Were you surprised by the way it looked, or you were asking a question?" "A bit of both," Gorky said. "Do you see the character of this place? I was amazed by everything with Erin. But this is nice. The perfect blend of absolute chaos and sensibility. I think we need one of these, dear king." About that time, 3 men came flying backward, striking the ground outside the tavern. A burly dwarf came forward, holding 2 tankards of ale and drinking both. "You both lost! Get on out of here!" "Oh, drunk dwarves, we do have those at home," Turgon said. About that time, Turgon spotted Edanos going to the burly dwarf and pulling him from the tavern. "Quite enough. Time to get you to the ship." Turgon walked towards Edanos, who caught sight of them and smiled, waiting. "Good Turgon of the East. Seems you want to tell me bye?" Turgon smiled, shaking Edanos' hand again. Turgon turned to Silra and Gorky and then motioned to Edanos. "This is who I met back at the inn. Edanos, I'd like to introduce Silra and Gorky, associates of mine." "Well, associates, how proper. but I do wonder what association and associates have to do with my drunken crew." He said that last bit with a bit of a sulky look, seeing many drunken forms slowly making their way following the burly dwarf down towards a ship, one of the largest ships there, considering most others were smaller fishing vessels. "I have need to go to a spot north of Seer, near the mouth and passage from where the Vinda Sea and the glacial seas meet. I'll pay what is needed if you can ferry us there and then back to Erin." Edano scratched his chin. "Well, I was supposed to go to Corson with a small delivery of spices. That dwarf up there gets angry when I don't bring him his spices. But for an even price of 100 gold pieces per head, I will take you. Keep in mind, I will charge extra for damage to my ship or crew, or any foul play from any of your associates. Is that fair?" Turgon looked at Silra. "Hear that? You could cost me more money?" Turgon and Edano shook hands again. "Agreed," Turgon said. Turgon was quick to pull out the gold pieces, but Edano shook his head. "We can do it on the ship. I see you have the gold, which is more than what most of these people around here trying to swindle me have. I'd like to get moving before they end up calling the guards to deal with the drunkenness. My resident dwarf aboard the Truest Bliss loves to embark upon mass drinking games. While he normally wins, it does cause quite a chaos, and even though I'm known upon the seas, I don't really like too much attention." Edanos led them to the docks, and right away they boarded the Truest Bliss. It was a magnificent ship, not ornate or anything of grandiose nature, but seemed to be in good repair with a crew of what appears to be mixed ethnicities. Turgon realized that several were half-elves, others were of the race of men, and there seemed to be one dwarf alone. The burly drunk was laying against the aft of the vessel as Edanos went up to the helm. He signaled for them to join him. "Turgon, associates, I'd like to introduce you to my friend Rortho. Rortho is normally at the helm a lot of the time. Currently, he is far too drunk." Turgon looked at the dwarf, seeing if perhaps he recognized him from any of his previous interactions with dwarves from other cities. But he did not, even when the dwarf began to drool and slump over to the side. "I always heard drunks could hold their liquor a bit better than that," Silra said. "I mean, I've seen many a drunk dwarves, but he looks really drunk." Edanos laughed. "Well, he was drinking elvish liquor. Elves have a problem with liquor. They don't tend to get drunk as fast, so they make their own. As much as Rortho would like to be good at drinking all things, but it's just simply not something he can claim. But he is a good helmsman, a good second mate, and a good pretty much whatever. So if he gets like this in port, I'm okay with it." Edanos took sudden attention to his crew. Many of them are intoxicated, but nowhere near the amount as Rortho. "Make ready for sail, cast-off lines." The crew, though a bit slower, did exactly as their captain commanded, and soon they were moving away from the docks. While Silra and Gurki mixed with the crew a bit, and at some point went below deck and began playing some type of dice game as Turgon had seen, he remained atop with Edanos, and of course the snoring Rortho. They made from the harbor of Erin and were cutting across the southern end of the Vinda Sea. Turgon had been to sea before, but not in some time, and he'd forgotten how many stars were above them, especially when moving across the ocean. "For where the sea and salt wind blows, under sun and moon, where lone fisher roves, I tell of stars and of icy winds and rain, I hold fast my lines. No matter where my ship goes, from old Ravlinar to the Amrin Isles, I see white seabirds fly many miles. I watch the whales off stalwart bow, and still gazing I wipe sweat from brow. Seek not the shores of any one place, weep not the loss of loved one's embrace, for they all meet you in time on horizon bright, where all sea captains' souls drift at end of life. Drink well, my friends, toast to the falling stars. The ocean is deep, no matter where you are. Find a home upon tossing waves, eternal rest within ocean graves." "What was that?" Turgon asked. A song of the Strantavedi, an ancient sea people and descended from the Dwemhar. I learned much of studying the Strantavedi. It's part of the reason I spend so much time in the glacial seas. Turgon stood at the helm with Edanos. I've only ever heard stories of the glacial seas and not the greatest ones. I understand those waters to be haunted. And then after my meeting with the Sultan today, I understand that there is significant power hidden beneath the waters. Edanos stared at him, raising a single brow and tapping the wheel of the ship. Oh, a dwarf from the east that spoke with the Sultan. Very, very peculiar. Turgon thought for a moment and looked at the captain. Fair. I am King Turgon. I recently acquired a dwarven kingdom to the east of the Desert of Lost Sand. The meeting between I and the Sultan was to establish relationships, but also the reason for me needing for you to take us north of Seir. A king? Well then. Edanos laughed. Quite the guest. If you don't have a ship of your own, I'm going to assume that the Dwarven Empire doesn't necessarily condone these actions. I've felt that I've been better to do things outside the Dwarven Empire. I'm sure you might know how some of that goes. Edanos nodded. I have very little dealings with dwarves up in the glacial seas, but I've crossed paths with them near the Great Bay of the North, but overall I don't ask too many questions. But I will ask if you know exactly where you are north of Seir. Turgon sighed. My friend Silra has the exact map, but it's an old map. How old? Back when the Vindus Sea was called the Vindus Lake. Edanos seemed a bit shocked, shaking his head. Okay, that would be old. I'll have to take a look at the map itself, and then we can try to see if we can figure out an exact location. It's just in the open water? Yes, Turgon nodded. A bit deeper than perhaps you're used to hearing. There are djinn and dark energies moving across the desert. Part of my greater task in life now is to end that darkness. After my meeting with the Sultan, I realized there were something called star shrines, something that works with something else called void gates. I know of void gates, Edanos laughed. I may be a simple man of the sea moving spices from here and there, but of all my readings I do know of the void gates, the Dwemhar who fought to protect our realms along the Rusis. Though I can't say I've come across many Rusis these days, not to mention Dwemhar. The void gates were shut and sealed as I understand it. Well, this isn't a void gate, but perhaps these shrines have something to do with allowing the dark energy to come over the deserts from the west, somewhere beyond the Dreen cities? The Dreen, yes. Related to the Strantavedi in some ways, they are a bastardized version. They keep to themselves, rarely leave their cities or their coastline. I ran into them a handful of times when going around the Western Capes, but generally they do not bother others. Those moments of silence between the two of them as a wind kicked up, there was a flash of lightning in the far west. It is interesting to meet someone like you, Turgon, Edanos said. Generally speaking, I do what I do, make my gold, drink with the crew, and enjoy life. I'm always searching for that chance meeting that changes my life and propels us towards a certain fate. We all have a particular fate. Do you believe that? Turgon nodded. I do, even if we don't quite know what it is, even when we're trying to live it. Edanos laughed. Exactly. That's how I see things for myself. A greater fate. He paused for a moment. The sacred fate. Conversation died off for a moment, and Turgon looked at the captain. Are you religious? Edanos laughed. I have respect for the gods and goddesses, but I would not call myself religious. My fate, I believe, is a bit more complicated. Before the short term, he said, a change in his tone and the almost forced smile. I'm going to be helping King Turgon to find his spot in the ocean for whatever reason he needs it, and then perhaps we'll see. Turgon nodded. Don't you have to get those spices to that dwarf, though? Oh, yes, I do. But for the time being, I'm committed to seeing this through whatever it is. I'll always take a chance for a little bit more adventure than I expected." While Turgon had assumed he would join the others below deck, it was Edanos who insisted that instead he would sleep in the captain's quarters. Furthermore, it didn't surprise him too much, and Edanos waved him on, telling him, "Go ahead, go on in and take to the bed on the left side. It's low enough that you would be comfortable." Turgon entered the captain's quarters of the Truest Bliss and found at first the desk directly ahead of him. Beyond that was one bed, but to the left against the wall there was another bed. It was much simpler and actually had stacks of parchment on it. He didn't mind moving the parchment, but he was tired, making a point to try to find somewhere suitable for them in the corner as the ship lurched to the left and right. His stomach sort of felt soured, but as he lay down he was able to close his eyes, and the overall tiredness of the day overtook him. Chapter 4. The Lighthouse Keeper. Turgon had no idea if the captain had come to sleep, but when he awoke the captain was gone, and he could see out of a small window that there was light. He made his way, groggily putting on his boots, and headed above deck. Up there he found the crew busy cleaning and tying off different ropes. The sails were lowered, and they were moving around an island. "Island of Seer," Silra said. "Heard there is to be great games in the arena there. Good fighting, betting. I wouldn't mind throwing a few coins towards the games." "Do you know, dear priest," Edanos said, "that those games involve the killing of actual people, and they are not simply games as you call them?" "I had heard of such, but most of the gladiators, as I understood it, were volunteers." There was a large and strong, bellowing laugh. It was the burly dwarf from before, Rortho. "Volunteers? Little man, far from volunteers, slaves of my race, your king's race." At that point, Turgon went to this dwarf, who smiled. "Good king, I've already heard of your presence here." "I'm sure that confuses you a bit, considering I'm not a king of Haradar or Micronach." Rortho shook his head. "It really doesn't make a difference to me. I sail where the good captain wishes and does what the good captain wishes. I'm just as home aboard this vessel as I would be in a dwarven hall, though it does surprise me that you operate outside the rule of the Dwarven Empire. As I understood it all, the great kings had agreed to live as one empire, each ruling their own high city, but ready to respond if needed." "Responding as needed is how dwarves have always been," Turgon said. "The race of men has encroached upon our territory and took our sacred spots. I did try to take back control myself, but in the end, I felt that that was a conquest I should continue." "Yeah, that's because you lost," Silra said. "We only lose the conquest of our mind if we seek out an end that is unjust and wrong," Edanos said. "I would wager a fair bet that you have a new conquest and you have not lost at all." Turgon nodded. Turgon had wondered why the sail had been taken down, but soon a vessel flying a flag of a single red star on a black field approached to their side. He looked out, seeing the docks of Seer, and realized that a similar flag was flying. When the ship came alongside, the captain walked over to the edge, helping him throw security lines so the two vessels would stay next to each other. Then, as best Turgon could assume, they were going over basics of supplies and ships and whatnot. An officer came over, looking at Turgon but not paying him much mind. Edanos took him below deck and back up. As quickly as the strange investigation as Turgon saw it had begun, it was over. The vessel from Seer departed, and Edanos ordered the crew to hoist the sails, and they began off again, moving around the east side of the island. Turgon realized that Edanos was already holding Silra's map, which he tucked away. "Was there an issue with Seer? Were they questioning what you were doing?" Turgon asked. Edanos shook his head. "Looking for slaves that are taxed. That was all. Slavery is a very profitable business in a vessel such as mine. Being sleek and able to move across the ocean at a rapid pace, they do frequently take the carrying of slaves to try to get around such taxes. Seer simply takes its own little cut. We wouldn't have been breaking the law unless we were running." Turgon was questioning it, and so he had to ask, "Do you run slaves?" Rortho chuckled. "Do we run slaves?" We do like finding slavers, I can say that. Edanos shook his head. No, I've been unfortunately in that place myself, though I was very young. I have a particular hate of slavers, and in certain circumstance will deal with them, but it's a rare occurrence. Slaves are typically owned by the extremely wealthy, and the extremely wealthy do not take to cut across the ocean for no reason. But no, I do not condone slavery or the taking of slaves. I believe we all deserve to be free, no matter what others say and what gold they have to talk of. As quickly as they were upon the islands of Seir, Edanos saw Seir passing over the horizon. They were still headed on the northern track, and Edanos pulled out the map several times, using his own hand compass to try to guide while conversing in private with Rortho a few times. It was then they began to see smoke, though faint, on the horizon. Edanos, who was no longer at the helm at the moment, signaled for Rortho to head towards what only looked like smoldering debris. The crew had weapons drawn, crude swords and some simple spears. A few had bows as they came across many broken timbers. At first, it looked as if the ship had run aground on a narrow reef, but upon closer inspection Turgon could see it. What bodies remained from the attack were obvious, for they had arrows and stab marks in their bodies. The wood of the ship was still smoldering, but it was when Edanos leaned over the deck and then jumped into the water himself that Turgon took particular notice. Without order from the captain, Rortho lowered the sails and dropped anchor. He then called for crew members to stand by the helms as he went to the side railing. Turgon, Silra, and Gorki joined them. Edanos went to one of the bodies, pulling something off the body, and began swimming back towards the ship. He just began the climb up when Rortho picked him up by his coat and pulled him aboard. The captain was out of breath, looking at the bracelet he had taken from the body and striking the deck of the Truest Bliss multiple times. "What do you think it is?" Silra asked Turgon. Turgon shook his head and looked as Edanos glanced around and then looked at Rortho, his eyes welling with tears as he looked away from everyone, shaking his head as if to shake off the feelings within him. It was them. They finally got him. Turgon had no idea who Edanos was speaking of. "We will continue to do our work," Rortho said. "I don't care if they keep burning every ship. We will keep at it, Captain." Edanos looked around, headed towards his quarters. "Pull anchor, catch these winds, and keep us going on a northwestern track. Keep eyes out. Turgon, can I see you in my quarters?" As Rortho tended to the ship in the captain's absence, Turgon joined the captain below deck in the captain's quarters. As Turgon entered, he found the captain sitting at the desk rubbing his head and pouring himself a glass of dark rum. Turgon said nothing, taking a seat at the desk as the captain twirled about the bracelet. "You asked a question just a bit ago about slaves. I'll have you know that there are many captains that think as I do, independent of creed or country, who've always operated on our own creed. I may have told you a small lie," the captain said. Turgon questioned of what Edanos' lie could have been. "I have not seen Dwemhar, no one has. Most think they're all dead, and I lean towards that with all of my traveling and what not. But occasionally I do see Rusis. This Rus is he." The captain paused. "He was with me when I was very young. We are both slaves and escaped together. We made a promise to one another that if we got our own ships, we would work together to free other slaves. They got him." Edanos tossed the small bracelet towards Turgon across the table. "It may not seem like much," Edanos said, "but that was on his gauntlet, Rusi's prize gauntlets. It increases their abilities with their innate magic. That gauntlet and him were inseparable." Edanos slammed his fist on the desk. "And now he's at the bottom of the sea, as is his ship and is his crew." The captain chugged the rum and poured himself more before Turgon reached over and took hold of the bottle. "Take it from one leader to another that will not bring back your friend or help your cause." The captain's eyes were red, tears were falling down his face, and he sniffled. He chugged what remained of the rum and then straightened his black jacket, fastening some of the silver buttons that he had apparently undone coming into his quarters. "Look at your map. We should be there within the next hour or so. Not sure what you hope to find there, but we will see. While I have no idea of the end of this quest, I'm thankful that I took it and brought you all, or I never would have known of my friend. Never would have been able to take that which was so important to him." Idanos took back the bracelet and slid it into a drawer in his desk. "We'll see to what's necessary right now. The sea always takes its dead. It's where we all end up in the end. The sea." The crew was hard at work, and though Silra and Gorky stood off to themselves, Turgon stood opposite of Rortho, and both were behind the captain, who was at the helm. The captain took a look at Silra's map a few more times, then looked at his compass. He made a motion, turning the wheel and then whistling. The crew jumped to act, lowering sails and dropping anchor. "Okay, my good friend Turgon King, dwarf from the east. We have hit the spot on the map as best I can guess it. Now, I guess we look to your priest," he said, glancing at Silra. Silra went to the railings off the side, looking first over the left side and then on the right. Then he went to the aft the ship and then to the bow, looking over constantly. At this point, the crew turned to having a small meal, going below deck as the captain paced back and forth. Gorky simply stood holding his chin, and Turgon wondered what the priest would do next. But he didn't have to wonder for long, for then Silra brought out his staff and began to cast a strange light, slowly walking along the railing of the vessel from one side up to the front, around the other side up to the helm, and then back around. He then closed his eyes and walked to the middle of the ship before opening and staring straight off. "Well, we're waiting," Turgon said. At this point, the entire crew of the Truest Bliss, as well as Turgon and Gorky, were staring at the priest. "Okay, sorry, I don't know." For a moment, the priest looked down and then glanced over at Turgon. "Wait, you have that?" He began pointing over and over at Turgon. "That dang." Turgon pulled out the strange pearl device with the silver spikes coming off it. As Silra went to take the device from Turgon, it was Idanos who came up to Turgon at the same time. "Oh, one of those." Turgon looked at him. "You know what this is?" "I've read of it. It's a key." "That is what the Sultan said of it too," Turgon said. "Do you know how to use it?" "That, dear dwarf, is just a sign of how lucky you are to have ran into me that night at the inn. That is a Strantavedi star key, a rather interesting thing for you to have and for the Sultan to have, considering what we mentioned of star shrines." "It was given to me by the Sanguine. Do you know of them?" Idanos shook his head. "Nothing more than common knowledge, but that, good dwarf, we will have to come at night. Lucky for all of you, we can make port on land not too far away. It's a simple little city, at least a place to stretch our legs a bit while we wait. I estimate a good 4 hours before sundown with about an hour travel, so unless you want to sit here and not do anything." "I wouldn't mind getting a drink again," someone from the crew said. "Besides," Idanos said, "if it's as I read it, it will have to be at the peak of night when we do this. The device itself shall lead us to what we're looking for. Star keys are meant for finding hidden places. I've never heard of one that is at sea, but I'll be pleasantly surprised by it when I see it," he said. "Sounds good, Captain. Take us to where you wish." "Then through Frulak it is." They guided the Truest Bliss into the port of the city. Turgon knew this region in general as the Highland region. It was bordered to the northwest by the Cava Mountains, once a strong point of the Rusis Empire, but no more. As they came up to dock, the crew cast off lines and tied off the ship. Before long, Idanos, Rortho, Turgon, Gorky, and Silra joined most of the crew when they were leaving the ship. Turgon was following Idanos' lead, seeing as the captain had been here many, many times. Just like before, most of the crew went to a nearby tavern, and the air was filled with simple sea shanties and drunken carrying on. The captain, however, was taking him to a bit of a different place. At first, it looked like they were leaving the city. They were headed west, taking a main road that led towards a gateway, but instead of going out the gateway and into the unknown, They took a sharp turn left and headed towards an old lighthouse. I like to stop here from time to time. They've got a good tea, and they've always said that sea captains from the glacial seas and the Vindas seas frequented this place. I even heard that one time it was the head of a resistance fleet during the Elf and Orc Wars. What exactly were they resisting? Turgon asked. The captain laughed. Being ruled when they didn't want to be. I guess you could call it a pirate fleet, but they neither wished to help the elves or the orcs in those wars. They simply wanted to be left alone. And I understand that, Rortho said. Edanos knocked on the door. It was only a few moments before it was answered. But it was not answered by some adult or older person at all, but yet a child. Captain, Captain, the little girl said. Captain, Captain, indeed, Edanos said. Have you been guarding my lighthouse, or have you let some nasty orc take it? The girl drew out a small sword, raising it up. Of course I've been guarding it, you told me to. Turgon figured the girl cannot be over 6 winters old. On one hand, it was strange to see an obvious child of the race of men be holding a sword at this age, but in dwarven society it wouldn't be so strange. Is your dad here? Edanos asked. Yes, he saw your ship coming. He's already got the tea going. The little girl opened the door, and Turgon and the others went in. In Turgon's honest opinion, he had thought that this was just another tavern or inn, maybe more of a club for captains or other higher-ups. But no, it was more of a simple sitting area with a roaring fire and a balcony that went out around the lighthouse. Turgon noticed, too, there were large bookshelves with many books. Silra was very quick to begin perusing the volumes. Make yourselves at home. Father will be out shortly, the little girl said. As Turgon looked around at the seating area, both Rortho and Gorki took seats, but he went out towards the balcony. While he had been at sea for many, many hours, it was a different smell here as the ocean winds blew in over the land. Looking out, he could see the churn of the tide, waters sweeping in and out. I've been coming here for many years. I remember when their daughter was born, Edanos said. She seemed rather feisty. Yes, Edanos laughed. You don't want to mess with her. She's a strong little girl, but she's had to be. Her mother died shortly after she was born, and it's only been her father raising her, and she's a handful. Loss of the mother is never an easy thing. It does not matter if you're young or old, Turgon said. She's handled it well, as best as one could expect of the child. It was at that moment that another figure came up from behind them, startling Turgon. He turned to see a man with long gray hair, but a shaven face. He was holding 2 mugs of tea and offered them both out. Edanos of the Truest Bliss, I saw you coming. I was watching for whales, and what did I see? You. Edanos took the tea and motioned for Turgon to do the same. Well, I don't have something as valuable as whale blubber. We're waiting it out till nighttime. Figured we would come by. Well, you know you're always welcome, Edanos, and who is this? The man asked, looking at Turgon. A friend of mine, Turgon of the East, Edanos said, a slight mocking tone to his voice. Turgon of the East. I am Grudal, keeper of lighthouse and brewer of teas. If you ask Edanos, I think you would be okay with the lighthouse going out and simply the tea to keep flowing. Edanos laughed. Well, it wouldn't be the first dark port I've went into. If I had to pick between the lighthouse and the tea, he smiled, I would absolutely pick this tea. Turgon took a sip and immediately realized it had a slightly minty flavor, a strong, almost licorice mouthful. It was a strange tea, but there was a very soothing quality to the brew. How is it? Edanos asked. Not quite like tea I've had before. It seems like a syrupy mouthful. It is kind of strange, but good, he said. Grudal nodded. If you've been spending days upon days in the glacial seas, where the icy wraths blow upon your throat as you sleep, such a tea is quite a treat. So, waiting for night? Grudal asked. Edanos nodded. You ever heard of star shrines? I know you have a bit of knowledge of things not so common. We're looking for information if you have any." Grudal walked up to the railing, crossing his arms as he stood slightly between Turgon and Edanos. He turned around, leaning against the railing, pulling his gray hair and twisting his finger as he stared upwards. Star shrines. Most usages of stars are tied to the goddess Etha, yet in all the statues of Etha and worship places, I've never heard of the term star shrine. Is it of the gods in the north or something else? Turgon shrugged. I'd probably lean toward something else, perhaps older? Dwemhar? Or what is it you call them? Turgon asked. Strantavedi, Edanos said, but of all my knowledge of the Strantavedi, I have never heard of star shrines. Grudal motioned for them to follow him back inside. Here, not only was Rortho, Gurki, and now Silra sitting and drinking tea while eating some type of sweet cake that Grudal's daughter had provided, they all seemed to be enjoying their time together. Grudal went over to the bookshelf, moving through several old volumes at the top of the shelf and pulling down a red leather book. Edanos leaned to see what the book was that Grudal had read, and then jumped with a glance to Grudal. Is that something of the Dreen? I know, Grudal said. Turgon realized that Edanos seemed very perturbed, but very mention of the Dreen. The Dreen have no mention of star shrines, as you have called them, Grudal said, but they do mention a variance flow, something they describe as cosmic wind. Cosmic wind? Edanos said. Do they mean some type of ethereal wind coming across the oceans? This is made mention of and makes sense to what you said, Turgon. Turgon nodded as Grudal continued. He flipped a few pages of the text and scanned with his finger. I'm not sure on the origins of this wind, but it is an energy field that gets tapped into by all forms of magic. While there are points across the realm where it is greater, certain shrines and mountains, for example, this is different. This is a power that is neither good nor evil, of light or dark, and can be used by any user of magic if they can simply tap into it. This is the energy that flows in the fairy fountains and allows fairies to heal wounds, while it's also the energy for an elemental caster such as the Rusis to be able to summon their magic. But I just can't seem to find a reference to star shrines. I just find this example of energy flow across the realm. He shut the book. So no mention of star shrines in a Dreen book. I guess they didn't steal back from the Dwemhar, Edanos said. Perhaps not, and I well know your disdain for the Dreen. Whatever it is that the star shrines are and what they control, perhaps this cosmic energy, as I can only translate it as energy from the stars, will have something to do with it. I am sorry I was not more helpful. Edanos shook his head. No, you've been more hospitable, and you have attempted to try to help us figure some of this out. In the words of one of my first masters, I'm sure a solution will present itself. While Grudal's attempt to help them had not gotten very far, Turgon sat down with the others and listened to them go back and forth about random stories. Half of Silra's, Turgon assumed, were made up, but Rortho seemed to have a tale of his own. Yes, I did start Hammersong training in Haradar. They try to drown you first off. I'm not even playing a game when I say the very first night as a student at Haradar, they try to drown you in the ocean. I swear, it was annoying. Then, if you can survive being pushed further and further into the frigid bay of the north, they then wait until you're shivering cold and then offered this. He made a motion with his hands in front of him. Elixir, that will soothe all your ailments and warm you up. I told that hooded dwarf to screw off, until it didn't. So you failed out of Hammersong training? Silra asked. I didn't fail, I quit. It wasn't for me, nothing of a Hammersong. I'd much rather be on the high seas and not acting as an agent of Haradar. Well, there seems to be some level of freedom in it, Turgon said. There's a Hammersong back where we come from. He's pretty good with not leaving, and Haradar seems to be okay with it. Rortho sighed. Well, I can tell Haradar what they can do with what they wanted me to do. They expected me to join the High Guard. Like I said, no High Guard, I'll stick to the high seas. The dwarf laughed, taking another mug of the tea. Night had fallen. As Grudel and his daughter served up a simple fruit pie and more tea, Turgon excused himself back outside. The moon was rising high above, and as night passed, he continued to stare out at sea. Staring, he understood a little bit of how captains such as Edanos have such a love for the ocean and stars. Being a dwarf, from a very young age he had been taught to love stone and mine, go deep within the earth. To toss soil and rock, to delve deeper and deeper, but it was something else to be refreshed, to look about across the open seas, to see the mirroring of a starlit sky and the rhythmic beating of water upon a rocky shore. Edanos came out some time later, holding a cigar. As he lit his cigar on a nearby torch, Turgon packed his pipe and ignited it with a speck of dwarven dust. "You know, I've always wondered what would happen if you took some of that dwarven dust and put it in some type of weapon, something that could force the power of it behind some projectile." Turgon puffed of his pipe. "I recently met some dwarves with weapons such as that." He inhaled. "They used it to find invisible assassins to an explosive perfection." Edanos laughed. Yes, I could see how a projectile shot into an invisible person might actually negate any type of invisibility. He laughed a bit more. "The Truest Bliss has had weaponry before, but as of late, we've taken off the heavier weapons. Thankfully, the passages have been relatively safe, and any fights have been on land. But the modification that Rabbit's been working on is a bit more complex. He's been working with the shipwright in Erin. Eventually, hopefully soon, possibly needing to be soon due to the attack on my old friend, we'll get the ship retrofitted. For now, we just have to hope we don't run into needing that weaponry." Turgon and Edanos finished smoking and went back inside. At this time, Gorky was snoring, fast asleep. Grudal was reading an Erindum book. Rortho, however, was pacing by the door. "Crew's gonna be getting a bit drunker at this stage. I've already told them to make ready to ship. Figured that I'd let y'all continue your smoking and not disturb you." "Always a good dwarf," Edanos said. Grudel's daughter was fast asleep, but Grudel was still awake. He brought a wrapped package of sweet rolls and gave them to Edanos. "For your travels, and if you do happen to figure out what star shrines are, please come and tell me. I'd like to add them to my own book of information and lore." Edanos smiled. "Of course I'll do that." Chapter 5. Beneath. They departed the lighthouse and headed back to harbor, where the crew of the Truest Bliss, while somewhat intoxicated, were busy making the ship ready. Several crew members were scrubbing the deck, and as Edanos came aboard, a call went out to prepare for sail. Across the harbor, no other ships were moving. While there were few crab fishers off to the side of the dock, most were asleep at this hour. It made sense to Turgon, and he was relatively happy that there weren't others out watching and possibly reporting on what they were doing. Not that anyone expected anything of them, but Turgon didn't want any other problems. "Tie off those lines, Captain is ready to go," Rortho shouted. The crew worked, a bit sluggish compared to normal, but still they worked at this late hour. Edanos had a very loyal crew to be up and doing the captain's bidding, but Turgon assumed he took care of them as much as he could. They were headed back out to the spot on the map. Edanos made a point to extinguish all the lanterns on the ship. "I'd rather not take any chances," he said. "The remains of the vessel we saw earlier today were not much different than my own vessel. That ship had been destroyed beyond what I would expect. The char marks, indicative of some new weapon, I guess. Anyway, we just have to be watchful." The Truest Bliss cut across the water while they had fair winds and a bright moon above. Turgon felt a strange anxiousness. Soon, that anxiousness seemed to spread as the captain began looking behind them and to their sides. "What is it?" Rortho asked. "I sense something. Captain's feelings aren't too great." At this word, Rortho perked up, looking around. It was then, he pointed, tapping the captain on the shoulder. "Down sail, silence," he shouted. The crew went to work, lowering sails and doing so in a much more hushed manner. Something was going on. At this point, Silra and Gorky had to come to the helm as the captain kept a focused gaze on the horizon. Turgon saw it, a black outline with specks of fire from the very torches the Truest Bliss had extinguished. "Is it one?" Rortho asked. "Yes," Idanos said. "Good King Turgon, I give you a slave ship. They're massive. They're owned by people with more gold than they need. Not to mention there are those aboard who do not wish to be there, and of such my mention of a weapon that our good dwarf here Rortho is developing is much more needed right now than it ever has been." Rortho growled. "Yes, our weapon would work well against that ship, especially the enhancements to the bolts. Soon, when we get back to Rin, we will not leave port until it's aboard our deck." The ship was cutting directly in front of them, not changing course or otherwise showing any sign that the Truest Bliss had been seen. But Turgon's heart was beating hard in his chest. The ship continued to sail by, seemingly vanishing just as quickly as it appeared. The captain looked over to Rortho and then nodded his head. The crew worked to lift the sails and they were moving again. "Almost there," Idanos told him. "Hopefully, that device, the key, will work." It was just then there was a spark on the water in front of them. It flashed several times and began to buzz directly on the base of the ship. "Kill it! Kill it now!" Idanos shouted. The crew began to work, attempting to slap at whatever it was flying just at the waterline of the ship, making a complete circle around it from bow to stern. While the crew did their best in the end, it was Silra, sending a careful blast from his staff, and took down whatever it was that was circling them. "Damn fairies!" Idanos said. "Fairies?" Turgon asked. "The slavers use them to report on the movement of other ships and other desirable locations that maybe these slavers want. Once they've marked it with their bodies, it is said that the slavers themselves have a map that updates in some weird form of magic, that which is around the ships. We killed this one. We're safe, but we must be weary." The crew was applauding Silra, who more than enjoyed the praise, and to that Turgon didn't really care. At least they were all getting along. It was only a few minutes later when once again Idanos lowered the sails and dropped anchor. They were at the spot again. Idanos motioned for Turgon and Silra to use the key, and Turgon did, lifting it up as even before he had fully removed it from his pocket, it began to glow. He held the device up in his hand, and upon the moonlight fully striking it, it began to glow and spin, the metallic pieces oscillating. Then it lifted from his hand, floating off the deck of the ship and over the water itself. The water began to churn, and then a brilliant bright blue flash before a glowing portal appeared directly on the surface of the water. "Huh, I guess that marking on the map was important," Silra said. "Well, you can tell me I was right," he said to Turgon. Idanos walked to the edge of the ship and looked at Turgon and raised his brow. "It's a portal. The key worked." "Now what?" Gorky asked. "Now we go in," Turgon said. "Okay, have fun. I'll watch the ship," Idanos said in a nervous tone. "What's wrong, Captain?" Turgon teased. "You don't want to go on a little adventure into a portal?" "Maybe someday. When there aren't slave ships nearby. I'll keep the ship good. Make your way." "Perhaps we should give him a rowboat," Rortho suggests. "I was about to say that, maybe," Idanos laughed. The crew prepared a small boat off the side of the Truest Bliss, and Turgon, Gorky, and Silra got into the small boat and were lowered down to the ocean. While the initial appearance of the portal was bright and flashy, it was now a very subdued color, only a slight glow in the water. As the crew of the Truest Bliss looked on, Turgon and Silra paddled directly towards the portal itself. In a few moments they slipped in, everything became bright, and they found themselves suddenly upon a lake and in a completely new place. *****. Turgon looked up to see nothing but a strange floating fog high above them. But then he realized it was not a fog, but seemingly there beneath the surface of the water, but not water, a true realm in between realms, or so it seemed. Before them, they could see nothing in all directions except a faded gray sky, all except for a lone sliver of white rock head. Almost instinctively, they began paddling towards this strange monolith. "Are you sure that's where we're supposed to be going?" Gorky asked. "We never know for sure where we're supposed to be going," Turgon said, "but given that it's the only thing we see, it seems that's a good guess." Both Turgon and Silra kept paddling in the water, but as they did so, the water suddenly began to shift, becoming as sand, and suddenly the ship was moored on an island that was not there a moment before, at least so it seemed. "Oh, I'm starting to think that I definitely should have stayed back and continued buying things in Erin," Gorky said. "Is that a bit of fear I hear creeping into your dwarven mouth?" Silra asked. Turgon had already disembarked, unslinging his axe and looking around. "Not so much," Gorky said, now leaving the boat as well. "But that was a bit strange." "In my experience," Turgon said, "you should pretty much expect strange." Turgon looked ahead now, and while he still saw the white monolith ahead, the white sand that had suddenly brought them out of the water ended to just a few paces away from the boat, and then there were green fields as far as he could see to the base of a forest of trees with orange leaves. "Come on," he said. Turgon led them forward, unsure of where he was leading them, only knowing that the focus point of wherever they had ended up was the white monolith. One thing that Turgon noticed was that as they moved through the grass, there was no sound to their feet moving across the blades. There was no wind here. There was nothing. Though they were in an open expanse, it seemed like they were in a small tunnel. When they spoke, it was hushed, almost as if they had wandered into a strange dream. They were nearly to the trees with the orange leaves when a figure appeared before them. The figure was nothing but twisting fogs and glowing white eyes. "Present passage," the figure said. "Present passage?" Silra said. "I don't know," Turgon said. "Present passage, present passage," the figure said again. "We have golden pieces," he said, offering a handful of coins to the figure. "That is not complete. That is ore-hammered, refined. That is worthless. Present passage." "Maybe it means something not with money, something else valuable," Gorky suggested. I think I might have it." Silra stepped forward. Lowering his staff, he channeled energy through the staff into the tip, creating a soft light. "Passage granted. Low-level enchanted being." Turgon looked at Silra. "Good work, low-level enchanted being. While passage is granted, access to higher archive is sealed. Access to middle archive is sealed. Lower archive, base knowledge, is accessible." Turgon bowed slightly. "Thank you." The figure floated before Turgon and Gorky. Passage not granted. Only passage to low-level enchanted being. "I guess that settles it," Silra said. "This low-level enchanted being gets passage. You can wait for me. For once my undervaluedness is rewarded." Silra laughed, heading into the forest of orange-leaved trees, and vanished. Turgon and Gorky stood waiting for Silra to return. The strange figure remained with them, seemingly making sure they did not leave or try to enter the forest. While at first Turgon thought it was some simple spell to prevent access, he realized, though, that whatever this being was, it was sentient. "What is this place?" he asked. "Temple of Beyond, once founded by Dwemhar, secondary founding by Strantavedi, depository of knowledge, protected and sealed, guarded, ethereal sentient, phase 4000, formation, glowing fog, feminine." Turgon nodded, understanding that while this entity had some form of intelligence, it seemed more of an established spell regarding him of some kind. While the place had been Dwemhar at one time, it was now Strantavedi, the exact people that Edanos had mentioned. *****. Silra had been gone a while Gorky had taken to picking at his nails. Turgon was laying on his back, staring upwards. He realized after staring for some time he could actually see the Truest Bliss sitting on the surface above. They were truly in that realm between realms they were trying to understand, and though he was technically underwater, he wasn't in the water at all. Turgon's life continued to be strange. As he continued to stare upwards, partially falling asleep and wondering if Silra was book-struck in the library and gotten lost, he realized that the surface above was changing. There were sudden flashes, blasts of lightning, and then nothing. The Truest Bliss was gone. He jumped up, looking and trying to find the ship, or maybe that the ship drifted off but did not see it. However, he saw something else, another ship. While Turgon had worried of what had transpired on the surface while they were here, Silra suddenly emerged from the woods holding, of all things, a book. Now that is a tower! It's got books of all kinds, everything you could want, but we came here for one thing, and it was obvious when I got there. He presented a book to them, showing what could only be described as a massive tome. It was a dark blue book with a bright silver star, with a golden inlay of jewels in each tip of the star's points. It's written in a strange dialect, but I simply pressed my finger upon the page and I was able to actually understand it. I think this should have been something under much more powerful spells of secrecy, he said, looking at the guardian of the place. No offense, he said. This place was sealed. The way was lost. If you're able to access this repository, I only must assure that you have some ability before allowing access to such a place. If the need has become evident and the way provided, I cannot refuse as per the protocol I was established with here. Go far, Silra. Seek that which has been disturbed in your world and bring balance. At once, not only did the White Tower, the forest with orange leaves, the green grass, and the sands vanish, but the three of them were back in the boat with Silra clutching the book. The current was funneling them back towards where the portal had opened up. What's in the book? Turgon asked. More markings, out in the ocean west of the Desert of Lost Sands. I've only just begun to read, but it talks exactly of what we were told, Star Shrines. What is the book actually titled? Gorky asked. Shri, Silra said. Shri? Book of Shri, he confirmed. I've never heard of that name before. Odd name, Gorky said. Turgon looked up, knowing that the ship waiting for them was not the Truest Bliss. We've got a few new problems, he said, pointing up. Something happened with the Truest Bliss, and that's not our ship. As they entered the portal, beginning to float upwards, lifting out of the realm between realms, Turgon took hold of his axe with both hands and signaled to Gorky. The dwarf took two of his throwing axes and held them at the ready as they emerged back on the top of the surface of the water. The ship before them was massive, many times taller than the Truest Bliss. Turgon looked around to not find any destruction or signs of the captain, the crew, or anything. Silra lifted his staff, creating a ward as multiple sparks suddenly summoned atop the deck of the ship. A large figure appeared in the bleak light. Good early morning to you all, the voice said. It seems the vessel that dropped you off decided that they wanted to leave. But we're nice. We waited. It seems you found something of particular value, and particular value is a value to me. I'd say you just set your weapons down. Why don't you just sail the fuck off? Gorky shouted. We've got our own ship. Down, Silra said in a hushed tone. Silence, Gorky, Turgon said. I see no other ship, the figure said. What has happened to the Truest Bliss? Turgon shouted up. As I said, we contested their ground here and they fled. Quite a sad show and not even really a fight. But it is of no matter. You will come aboard. We will relieve you of anything that you have, and if you like, we can put you right back where you were, in your little boat. The ship was far too large to fight, especially being the fact they were in a rowboat with melee weapons, and one priest with perhaps enough ability to take down one or two of those that were above them. This was a slaver ship, and beyond slaves it was obvious that even in the dark light they could see bolts pointing down at them. "We'll come aboard," Turgon said. Chapter 6. Upon an Ocean Dark. It was just a few moments, and there were metal claws thrust into the edges of the rowboat, and they were hoisted up to the deck. Immediately, they were forced to ground at sword point, their belongings searched for just a moment before the large man that was speaking ripped the book out of Silra's hand. "Interesting. Very interesting," he said. Turgon looked around and realized the crew's members were all wearing black hoods. He saw others, chained men and women all along the edges of the railings. Stranger, he saw several children held in cages up and around the mast, high above. Beneath them were braziers with glowing coals and red-hot spears. Turgon didn't know what happened aboard this ship, and he didn't really want to. "I welcome you to my happy vessel. I am one of few of those that actually do the work myself. My name? It is Matuk. Matuk is a simple understanding of a name. I don't hold some high title and tell others to go out and get me my prizes, no. I take a much more direct approach. This ship is my home, my place of enjoyment and happiness. I have invited you aboard the ship, and I am rather happy that you accepted. May I know your name?" "Turgon, and that is Silra, and—" Matuk interrupted. "I do not care for the other two. I can tell the one is of some priestly caste, the other is a small dwarf. No, I have this lovely book, and I'm very interested." He began to open the book, and in the pale light of the early morning, Turgon could tell his eyes widened. "See something you like? Well, it seems I have what I need. And I am a wonderful person in general. Don't listen to the crew. Don't listen to the prizes and caged animals around us. They are nothing." Matuk began to slowly and strangely walk off the deck, a slight dance to his step as he spun about holding the book up to his chest. "I'm going to see her for now. Since you've been so gracious giving me such a treasure, I'd like to offer you a small token of appreciation and simply take you there. I'm very well aware of the Truest Bliss and that Captain Idanos. You are not of his crew. You are someone else. Someone I believe could be friends with me. We can work together, you and I, Turgon. But I will not put you in a weird place, for I know that your surroundings and seeing all these caged animals is strange." Turgon was listening to what Matuk said, but there were no animals in cages, simply people and children above. "I would ask that you be a good, wise dwarf, and not judge too much on what you see. You might not understand this concept with dwarves having much in value when it comes to gold and jewels, but I have value in blood. You see, blood is very important, be it your bloodline and royalty, which some have, the blood on your hands and who you have hurt, which others have, and I've actually not hurt anyone. I simply deal in living blood, a simple yet complex thought. The value is unlimited. While a gold coin is worth a gold coin and a diamond is worth a diamond, and everyone can attribute different values. I could take one person, and they are not worth anything to someone else. They could care less if I cut their throat and throw them to the fish. But to another person, to perhaps the mother or father of someone else, taking a child off the street and then offering them back. Yes, that is quite valuable. Even more valuable if the child is special, like my children. My little birds, they're so wonderful," he said, lifting his hands up to the caged children above. "They're great little birds. Happy, happy, happy." Matuk knelt down to Turgon's level. This was the first time that Turgon had been so close to Matuk, and he could tell that Matuk was indeed a giant, especially by the race of men's standard. The man was definitely not an elf or dwarf or any other of the race or mixed races. He was one of the ones that Captain Idanos had told him about. He was a slaver and a wealthy person in general. This was no doubt who murdered Captain Idanos's long-term friend and brother. "So, can I take you to see her, or shall I return you to your boat in the water below?" "Captain! Got sight too approaching from the north!" Turgon looked up over the railings, seeing two smaller vessels rapidly approaching the slaver ship. "Raise sails! Get us moving! Masters, encourage our birds to sing!" At this point, Turgon, Silra, and Gorki were left with only one guard watching them. While Matuk had taken the book, Turgon happened to see the outline of the Truest Bliss coming with the rising sun. Beside it, another vessel, one that Turgon did not know. The ones that Matuk had deemed the masters were strange men not wearing the same black robes as everyone else, but gray ones. They went to the large spears, the ones kept in the hot braziers, and lifted them up to the children in the cages. But they didn't have to touch the children, didn't have to hurt them in any form. The birds, as Matuk had called them, instantly did what they knew they should do. The children began summoning fire and lightning, casting directly across the water, sending elemental magic streaking towards the Truest Bliss and the other ship. "They're Roosi's," Silra said. "The children! They're Roosi's children!" As the children began casting their spells at the Truest Bliss and the other ship, the two ships broke off from one another, the Truest Bliss heading in a westerly direction as the other ship went east. But aboard the Truest Bliss was a great glowing orb, a ward. Someone on the ship with Captain Edanos was using magic, and Turgon had no idea who that could be. But it was not the Truest Bliss that was of particular concern to the slavers. The ship that was unknown to Turgon was cutting right, and there was a great glowing fire atop the deck of that ship. A moment later, a flaming bolt flew in the early morning sun, striking the deck of the slaver ship. "Sing my birds! Sing my birds!" The Roos's children began casting at the direction of the other ship, as now the Truest Bliss cut back, making to run alongside the slaver ship. Turgon looked to Silra. "I think our ship is coming," he said. "Gorki, in for some circus tricks with those axes?" The guard watching tightened his grip on his sword and pointed. "No funny strange things, dwarf." Silra took his staff in both hands, striking the ground near the man, sending him toppling backwards. "You didn't say anything about the priest," he said. Gorki began throwing axe after axe, striking the random black-hooded guards across the ship. At the same time, Turgon was running for the edge, seeing the mast of the Truest Bliss just curve around the aft of the slaver ship. "Birdies! There is but a ship to close. We must get it away. Send it to the bottom," Matuk shouted. At that moment, Turgon and Matuk's eyes crossed. Matuk was at the helm, and his eyes widened as he realized that his supposed new friend in Turgon was leaving the ship. "You want to be counted among the lot of Captain Edanos and the others. I will remember this. I will remember this." "Gorki, jump down! Jump to the Truest Bliss!" Gorki ran for the edge, two guards coming to stop him, both catching axes directly in their foreheads. They stumbled about as Gorki jumped between them directly into the mast the Truest Bliss, sliding down and slamming into the deck. Silra was the next as Turgon signaled for him to hurry. Silra ran, jumping onto one of the ropes and sliding down. Now multiple guards were coming towards Turgon. The first jabbed with a spear, which he parried up with his axe, sliding the spear back and striking the face of another close guard. A fourth and fifth guard came at him, and he grabbed the one by the throat, shoving him into the railing before bringing his axe around, driving his head into his chest. As Turgon turned, jumping from the railing, he heard Matuk shout one last time. "I see how you treat those who wish to be friends. I'll make sure I do not treat you as I did this time." Turgon grabbed onto a rope, sliding into the center mast of the Truest Bliss, and then rolling off onto the deck. It was then he saw who was aboard the deck using magic. It was none other than Grudel from the lighthouse. The man with his long silver hair held a great staff of twisted seashells, focusing the ward up and over the slaver ship. "All aboard, Captain!" Rortho shouted. "Let's make for safe harbor!" Captain Edanos wheeled away from the slaver ship as Roos's attacks struck the ward that Grudal was casting. As they broke away from the slaver ship, Grudal summoned up water directly around the slaver ship itself, pushing it further away as the Truest Bliss escaped, just in time. In some bit of favor, the winds shifted around them, and fate seemed to give them the advantage as he saw the mast of Thew's slaver ship catch fire from the constant barrage of attacks of the other ship that helped the Truest Bliss. Turgon's ribs were sore. He wondered if he had broken one, but it was rather obvious that Gorky had a greater injury. He had at minimum dislocated his shoulder and possibly broken his other arm. The crew was tending to him, as was Silra. Rortho pulled Turgon to his feet. "I don't think you quite have your sea legs yet. You're not too great at jumping onto moving ships." "Well, it was my first time. I'll work on it." Rortho laughed. Turgon looked up at Captain Idanos, making it up to the helm. "My apologies," Idanos said. "While we had taken down the one ferry, it was not fast enough. They came shortly after you vanished. But I wasn't going to leave you." He pointed to the other ship traveling with them. "Flagship of the Highland Navy, the Dismal Rain." The moment I saw what had happened, I knew I had to try to chase it away, yet lacking my weaponry, I had to call in a favor from an old friend. Thankfully, the Highland Navy doesn't take well to slavers either. "They have Rusies on that ship," Turgon said. Idanos nodded. "I saw. Did you happen to see anything else?" "They were all children. All of the Rusies on that ship that were in the cages were children. He calls them his birdies, Matuk, the slaver. He's sick." "Well, at least you got what you came for." Silra at that point had been talking to Grudal, and both Grudal and Silra approached. "It seems our enemy has taken something of particular importance," Grudal said. "It seems they did find a way to find what we call star shrines, a Strantavedi text. I think it is most important that we do everything we can to get it back." The captain took them to the harbor, and it was there, meeting up with the other ship, that both Captain Edinos and the captain of the other vessel shook hands, and gold was exchanged. "So not a pure gesture of anti-piracy?" Turgon asked. "Well, fighting powers is dangerous. I tossed him what you gave me for passage, and that was enough." Turgon went to pull out his coin purse, but Edinos said, "No, we've got more to do. That I know for sure. If you want, you can get some rest here, and then we're going to get headed back to Erin. I can try to contact some of my friends and try to keep a lookout for the slaver ship, and perhaps find where it berths. If they have something of such value, it is my duty as a captain of the seas to protect the Strantavedi culture." "Looks like you're not going to get rid of me quite so fast," the captain laughed. Turgon figured at best that they would rest for the day. Not to mention, Captain Idanos was sure his crew was rather tired after such an ordeal, and Turgon was rather surprised to hear that while there had been some amount of exchange of violence upon the arrival of the slaver ship, there was no loss of life and no injuries. It did seem, however, that outside of a dislocated arm and a broken arm, Gorky was doing okay. What neither Turgon or Silra or Gorky knew was that Grudal was seemingly some kind of wizard. As everyone else was still sleeping, and now the evening sun was setting, Turgon woke to join both Idanos and Grudal in the sitting room of the lighthouse. They were both enjoying tea and sweet biscuits with a dab of honey. "Can I get you some tea?" Grudal asked. "No," Turgon said, shaking his hand out. "I'm okay, but I must say it was rather surprising to see you have some command of magic." Grudal smiled. "A rare and old ability of mine. At one time I thought I wanted to be a wondrous wizard, be like the stories and take people on adventures, particularly when they otherwise wouldn't. That always made me laugh. But I took a different adventure. I fell in love. And now, my focus is my little girl. But, on occasion to help a friend, I'm always willing." Turgon smiled. "Well, thank you. I'm not sure what would have happened had we stayed with the slaver." "What was he saying?" Idanos asked. "He was trying to convince me to be some type of partner in his business, and he offered to take me to Seer, or put me back in the rowboat." "So it may be as you believe," Grudal said, "that somewhere in Seer the slavers hide." "What do you think he can do with that book?" Turgon asked. "That's the question I don't know the answer to," Idanos said. He was simply able to read a Strantavedi text? No. Silra told me that at first he couldn't understand the language at all, but he said he put his finger upon the page and it became readable. I assume something similar for Matuk. The slavers have always been resourceful, Grudel said, raising his brow and looking towards Adanos. I do think your plan to weaponize the Truest Bliss once again is a good one, but you need to be careful. I will be as much as you know me to be. Grudal lifted his tea mug, which is why I reiterated for you to be careful. Again, we didn't get much time with the book, but Silra said that he'd seen markings west of the coast of the Desert of Lost Sands in the region where the Dreen are. If I had to take a guess, I would assume that the slaver would go there. Adanos finished his tea and set it down. He stood up. Get the others ready. I'll get my crew and ship ready. We'll make for Erin and go from there. Perhaps, with your connection to the Sultan, you can explain what we have discovered, and he can watch the Western Passage with his own fleet. I think we need to be prepared for grander action, and I assume since you've come this far, Turgon, you're going to want to at least see at the end. Turgon nodded. Of course, the Dwarves of Ikinidor will see it done. They bid farewell to the lighthouse wizard, as Silra was calling him now. While they had now gotten their own supply of sweet cakes from Grudal, they hurried down to the harbor where the Truest Bliss was waiting for them. As the sun began to descend, they set off across the ocean. They were taking a slightly different passage, wanting to avoid the same trouble as before they headed to the southwest, passing around Seir. As the morning sun came up, they caught good tides and strong winds, and before even midday they had made it back to the port of Erin. Here Turgon and Adanos walked ahead of Gorki and Silra. Rortho is going to get to retrofitting his device on the Truest Bliss. It'll take us a few days, I'm sure, but hopefully by then we'll learn something. Of course, I will speak with the Sultan, and then we're going to head back to Ikinidor for now. I'll return in approximately 5 days with a little bit of an augmentation to your crew, and perhaps a bit more knowledge between what maybe I can find out with my priestess, you can find out with your connections, and whatever the Sultan can learn of. Adanos once again offered his hand to Turgon, and Turgon accepted, shaking it. I'm always on the lookout for good allies, but I do believe you may grace that careful barrier of friend. Turgon smiled. Good sailing with you, Captain. We'll see each other again shortly. The captain turned to return to his ship, leaving Gorki, Silra, and Turgon at the entrance to the garden district. Make ready the camels. I will speak to the Sultan myself, and then join you at the inn where we have come from before. Very well, Silra said. We'll wait for you. Turgon made his way to the palace and was quickly ushered directly up to the Sultan's throne room. Before long, Ami came out holding a stalk of grapes and plopping them in his mouth as he walked towards Turgon. My good Dwarven King, I am happy that you've come back. Have you learned the secrets of the star shrines and found what you sought in the waters of the Vindus Sea? I have, and things have become a bit more complicated. A slaver has taken a book of the Strantavedi. While we only got some time with the book, it was connected to something off the coast of the Desert of Lost Sands. It's tied to what you spoke of, the star shrines. But this slaver has Roos's children held captive. He has them like caged animals. I don't know what end he is going for, but now Captain Adanos of the Truest Bliss prepares his vessel to intercept the slaver ship and attempt to get back the book, and I'm sure save the children along with the other slaves. The Sultan motioned for Turgon to follow him as he went out to the smoking balcony. Amy set the remains of the grapes on a plate with other rinds and discarded nuts. He took a deep puff from his smoking device and then sighed. My neighbors on the western shore, the Dreen, they are just that, neighbors. They are not friends, though I have not had any issues in my small amount of rulership, and neither did my father or grandfather go to war with them. I hear what you say of the slaver, but I'm more concerned of how he might draw the Dreen into some type of conflict in this region, especially with the already dark energy flowing of the deserts and the powers of the jinn growing. You had said when you came here that part of your purpose was to purify the desert of these dark energies, and one thing has led to another. Here we are with the unification of the sea captain Edanos, the name known to me, and I do hold respect for the man, with the slavers who, while independent, did you happen to catch the name of this slaver? He called himself Matuk, Turgon said. The Sultan nodded. Matuk, I will send out my own spies and seek to see if we can figure out more of this Matuk and his ship. While my fleets have been busy patrolling due to piracy in the Vindus Sea, I can send a small group to investigate the Western Passage. No doubt that is what the captain wished for, therefore, as I try to understand what is transpiring, information will be a massive key for us. I do say we should be careful. It is one thing to anger the darkness of the desert, and another to awaken the anger of the seas, and combine that with the lunacy and desire for power that seems to grab hold of the race of men, combined with the power that the Dreen hold in their use of blood magic. He paused. That is concerning. The Dwarves of Ikinidor, all of us, my friends, we will do what we can to see this the end, for I feel with what we started, we cannot simply step away. The Sultan smiled and nodded deeply. I would not think you would. But do not take the blame for the evils of others of the world. You did not start this. But you, like I, like the city of Erin, my people, and now even this sea captain, Edanos, we have all been tied into this, and we will see it to its end. I, too, will converse with the Sanguine to see what guidance they can give. Do not worry, Turgon of Ikinidor, King. You are not alone. With that, Turgon departed the Sultan and headed towards the inn. He felt a strange confidence, as much as he felt a great unknowing growing within him. While he did not know exactly what their path would be, he felt like he had more friends than he started with, and that made him smile. He reached the inn and found both Silra and Gorky waiting for him. Adia was just about to check if they needed another drink. It seemed to which Turgon raised his hand. Thank you, Adia, but we will be on our way. We must be prepared. Silra and Gorky joined him as they began towards the southern gates of the city with their camels in tow. What are we preparing for? Gorky asked. Well, this isn't over. It can't be. But you did get to go on the seas, Turgon said. That is all you required of the journey. I did. See why it might be better for you just to stay at the Dwarven Hall? Silra asked. Oh, I do. Gorky nodded his head. But now I've been picked up by slavers, gone into an underwater realm that made almost no sense, and learned about the plight of the world or something. I kind of like it. Might be stuck with me longer. They reached the southern gates and climbed up onto the camels, making their way east and back towards their mountain home. The sun did not feel quite as hot upon Turgon now, but he didn't know if that was because he was getting more used to it, or perhaps he was a bit dehydrated. He had not been drinking that much water. As the sun now began its descent, they had been taking the road south for some time. The moon rose, the stars shined above, and they had reached their home once again. Gorky went on in as Silra and Turgon stood after taking the camels to their place. Perhaps I shouldn't have made that etching? Silra asked. Turgon shook his head, looking at him. Turgon put his arm around Silra. No, it's good you did. There was already a growing evil, and now we at least know more of it. But what we didn't know were the evils of this world that were ever prevalent. We will prepare, converse with Garivia, seek the wisdom that we have access to, and I fully intend to take a small force back to join Adonis and his crew. We gotta get that book back. It doesn't belong with that slaver. Okay, Silra said. When I went into the tower, they said I was a good person, and I really couldn't think much of it. I'd never considered myself good, and never hid that fact from you or anyone else for that matter. I'm a bad priest, but some ancient powers said I'm not all so bad. I was trusted with the book, and I already lost it. Turgon shook his head. You were trusted with the book. It was taken from you, and your friends are going to help you get it back. And the gods will not be able to help those that get in our way. Author's note, September 2022. Greetings. So, veteran readers from Stormborn Saga will no doubt recognize Captain Idanos and his dwarf friend's second mate, but who or what else might be revealed in the next installment of Fallen Dwarf? As the adventure continues, do you have any ideas for places or characters you'd like to see? Shoot me an email and maybe you might see your idea come to life. I've already written the next 2 Fallen Dwarf stories, but it's a rather open-ended adventure, and there are always adventures to be had where one doesn't quite expect them. Happy reading. Jeremy. Lightstar, Book 5 of the Fallen Dwarf series. There is a safety in a fictional world. Those who understand this can live 1,000 lives within a book and die just as many times. Live, die, and embrace the ride. Chapter 1. Preparations. Turgon had never quite seen Ikinidor quite alive as this moment right now. Though he had spoken to a few, it was after his conversation with Garivia and her rather surprise on her face that spurred the greater action of the dwarven hold. "And you have seen these children?" Garivia asked. "I have. They have been strung up like animals, like little birds in a cage," Turgon said, stirring the bowl of his pipe. The priestess lit his pipe with her staff and then stared directly at him with her bright green eyes. "Slavery is hard in all of its fashions, be it slaves for physical pain and labor or slaves for pleasure. But to take a child and enslave them is something else entirely. The man or woman that would crack the whip on the back of a young one like this deserves their eyes to be ripped from the sockets of their head, their tongues to be split with the black beetle of the southern deserts, and to be flayed in the peak sun as salt is sprinkled upon their wounds." Turgon puffed his pipe, thinking of her words. While he didn't know much of the black beetle of the southern deserts, he surely understood the others. "Have you had anything in your visions?" he asked. "I have seen gathering darkness moving across the western deserts, blending with the salty air of the seas off the far coast where cities of crystal rise up into the sky." He nodded. "I have heard stories of the Dreen, a naval-centered race, descendants of the sea peoples of other lands. I have heard some of whom you speak. I will go dwell on such salts, do my best to pierce beyond what I've seen thus far. I will send out our dwarven priests to keep greater watch our borders. But all of Ikinidor must be roused if we are to prepare." Turgon thought of that conversation that had happened only a few hours ago, and the mobilization within Ikinidor that had spurred on from there. While he had a short conversation with Rornikor, it didn't take long at all, that word was quickly spreading. Gorki, oddly, was the first that was ready to go again, having already gathered untold supplies. His bag was sitting at the front gate, even as others went to and fro throughout the hold. "I do have to get ready for the shipments, but I can't do it," Turgon heard Gorki say to another dwarf. "So you want to stack all of the new wine on the right side of the inner storehouse?" the dwarf asked. "No, left side for wine, right side for oils." Turgon raised his eyebrow at Gorki, who simply shook his head as the other dwarf departed. "I've got to get ready, my king, but I will not miss out. Even though Silra has already tried to convince me, I told him to deal with his own issues." "Indeed," Turgon said. "Where did our good priest go?" "I believe he was looking for his daughter, said she had gone to the oasis." Balinor had come from the forge and was loading weapons by hand into a cart set outside the main gate. "So tell me, Dwarf King, what is it you found north of the island of Seir and the Vindus Sea?" he asked. A book of the Russus people." Balinor nodded. "I have a deep respect for the old civilization they built up in the Kiva Mountains, but I cannot say I've heard specifically of them having books of any importance. That said, I do question your urge to jump in and risk much at this point." Turgon looked at him, a bit confused. We can't leave those children to their fates. The other option is for us to simply ignore that it exists. I know? Do you question if I know? The truth is that regardless if we do something for them or we do something for another, there will always be others that we cannot reach. I do not say anything against the wishes of you, King, but I have seen good intentions do nothing but spawn suffering. Balinor began to tie down several long axes he had laid in the cart. Turgon wasn't quite sure what to say to the dwarf, and it seemed that to him Balinor was not done talking anyway. Balinor sighed. Please do not mistake my resistance to this idea as a sign of callousness or a desire for anyone to suffer. The dwarves in my age did not tend to do what was needed at all times. It is why the trouble and chaos came to us so harshly, I believe. Oh, just beg caution, though to be careful of what allies and what enemies we make. Our seat of power here is rather new, and with a move like this the threat of others coming after us is quite high. It is just one slaver, and the sea captain that I am working with has dealt with them before. I just simply want to offer our help. Slave trading, while rare in my time, is no doubt a very lucrative trade. That is my concern. Those with opulence amount of gold tend to have friends that have the same. With gold in large number, you can simply wish and desire an army and create one. Where when there is one ship, there can be many, and where a good intending, breathing king threatens you. You can find those that can quite easily go through defenses, no matter how tight, to end the life of those that come against those that want to remain in power. Then perhaps we should tend an increase in our defenses, Turgon said, confident nod Balinor. As you wish, my king. As stacks and stacks of weapons were continually placed on the cart, Turgon got confirmation from Garivia that a handful of monks was to go with them. They have taken vows of silence. They will serve unceasingly to assure that the will of the goddess is brought forth. The 4 dwarves were standing tall with their staffs against their chest. These were not dwarves that Turgon knew, but it seemed that they had taken to the oddly not dwarfish stance of religion rather strongly. They were garbed in simple black robes, and while it had only been a little while that they were training with Garivia, he had no doubt that a true test was in order. So they cannot speak? Turgon asked. They do not need to. While they retain their vow of silence, they will be inundated with energy. They will follow you as you wish. Make sure you have for stores for many days of food. I cannot guarantee what access you will have to rest. The monks nodded, seemingly headed off to the storeroom to gather what they needed. While they retain vows of silence, they may very well fast as well. It is a practice of control that truly engages the spiritual mind. You may find they offer up their food if needed. Turgon nodded. And you? See any more of the Dreen or what we set off to do? I see naught of the Dreen, Garivia said, but more the place where Silra found the book. A repository of Rusi's knowledge is a rather rare finding. While many know of the Dwemhar and their ability to transcend space and time, to explore the deeper recesses of the mind, the Rusis' ability to delve into the natural world was but one of their many qualities. Truly, the existence of a realm between realms, a place where they could hide that which they didn't wish others to have, is rather peculiar. I can say this. I sense something upon the slaver ship. I cannot tell you what it is, who it is around, or anything of it other than your path, and coming upon that ship was no mistake. As it is, the king of Ikinidor steps in the right direction. The djinn of the desert of all sands blend with the energies of the western seas, and in such your journey will serve 2 purposes. 1, to uphold that which you swore to do, to purge the darkness from the lands. But of the other, I do believe that it would not be you that seeks true glory and the grand reveal in the end, but it will be by your strength that such glory is possible. What Garivia had left, and Turgon was watching the sun set over the mountains, he soon found himself staring at Silra and Selinra walking together coming back from the oasis. King Turgon, Selinra said, It seems my father is gone, about get himself in trouble again." "Oh?" Turgon asked. "Did he now?" Silra shrugged. "I just told her what had happened, what we need to do." "You lost an ancient Rusis book, hardly a simple occasion," Selinra joked. "It's not like I just misplaced it, and why are you giving me a hard time about this?" "Oh, I don't know. Perhaps it's that whole parenting thing you've done when you tell me to keep up with things that are important to me, not displace things, not be captured by slavers within the Vindus Sea. Yes, that's definitely one that I brought up to you. Be careful around fire, be careful playing around deep water, and absolutely beyond all of that, don't get captured by slavers in the Vindus Sea. Oh, how stupid am I to forget the lesson I taught you about that." Selinra smiled, looking at Turgon. "I've already told my father I'm going to be going with y'all. If there is any other treasures or books or seals that will be unveiled to bring about the apocalypse, I think I will hold on to them. You know, with that little bit there, you remind me a bit of your mother." "I no doubt got her best qualities then when dealing with you," she laughed again. "Oh, do have you that new ale?" Turgon wasn't sure what she was speaking of until he saw Dablinor coming up behind them. "Right, I do. I went looking for you but couldn't find you," the dwarf said. "A new ale?" Turgon asked. "Made with moonseed. Gives it a nice minty flavor. The brew itself is a dark caramelly sappiness. A rather nice flavor, to be honest. I still got to rest it quite a bit longer, but is already quite good." It seemed that even though Dablinor was all about brewing new brews for Ikinidor itself, he seemed to have a special relationship already with Selinra. "That's good. I'll have a bit of a taste." "A bit of a taste? You're too young for this," Silra said. "Dwarven children start drinking at only 5 years of age," Dablinor said. "If you're going to have your daughter around dwarves, you're going to have to understand that there may be some slight changes than what you're used to. What are you going to do if she wants to work in the forge? Tie her up?" She took the small tankard that Dablinor had brought and looked at her father. She took a deep sip. "Quite good. A bit caramely. Taste of a strange molasses. But I definitely get that tingle of mint. I would say I did not expect that to go good with the description you gave, but it works." "Well, I'll be doing quite a bit more work on it, but I know we're on the right path." "My young daughter, I will say you do not get your penance for alcohol from your mother." "Well, they say children get their best qualities from their parents. Don't worry, father. Is it impossible for me to be a bad priest like you? For I'm a priestess." Selinra tapped her dad on the shoulder and then smirked before heading into Ikinidor. "Dwarven children are no less headstrong, I assure you," Turgon said. "Headstrong? I wouldn't even call her headstrong. She has the snap of her mother's intelligence with my foolhardiness. What could possibly go wrong?" "I told her of the children and the task ahead. She, of course, is going, though I have half a mind to tell her no. Though I do not require anyone to go about this quest to help out Edinos. I can't guarantee anything of it, as you know." Silra nodded. "Of course. But this world will not get any easier for her, and quite frankly, if I get killed, she'd be more pissed. So I'd rather us just take care of what we need to take care of. I dare say that Garivia has taught her more than I know as a priest, which is rather sad." Turgon laughed. "I doubt she's had as many a drunken night that you did. That probably helps." Silra nodded, looking towards the ground and then shaking his head. "What is it?" Turgon asked. "It's just that in some ways she is right. I shouldn't have lost that book, and I know it. We had no choice in the moment. There was nothing that could have went differently outside of us not being captured. We were fortunate that we all escaped relatively uninjured. Perhaps there's a greater point to our return here and the need for this quest." At about that time, Guri, the Rusis, had made his way outside. Turgon had yet to speak with him, but seeing that he came with both a staff and a bag packed, was rather clear what the Rusis' intentions were. How many? How many children?" Turgon shook his head as Silra excused himself, entering Ikinidor? I can't say for sure. At least a dozen, maybe more. A dozen Rusi's children. Did you see parents? Anyone older? Turgon said. Unfortunately not. It was all children, and I don't even know where so many children would come from. I've never heard of such. Turgon could tell that Guri was using every bit of energy he had to not let tears fall from his eyes. It must have been a small village, something hiding away. It had to have been something like that. There wouldn't be that many children just sprinkled out across. Rusis are better at hiding than that. And the children fought for this slaver? Turgon motioned with his hand and showing the ship in an imaginary way, motioning before making motions as he spoke. The ship itself was a large ship, but the children were dotted in cages up in the masts. It was dark. I couldn't see for sure, but it seemed that perhaps there were wires or some other contraption to keep the children from not following orders as directed. Again, it was short time we were on the ship. Who shall be the captain? How will we chase after the ship? It is a sea captain from the glacial seas, Adonis, and the ship the Truest Bliss. Have you heard of him? Adonis of the Truest Bliss. I have heard of him by rumor only. If you say a sea captain of the glacial seas, he may be one of the ones that believe themselves to be Stormborn. A rather dangerous proposition for any sea captain if they understand the fate of the Stormborn. I'm not entirely sure, but you've heard of the Stormborn? Guri nodded. Spending so much time near the glacial seas, it is not an unknown to me. But there are not many Stormborn there is but one, and the legend has it that they will awaken just in the time the world needs them. Their deeds will echo across time and space. If he believes himself to be Stormborn, as the stories and rumors go, he will tie himself to this cause, no matter the risk. But is this the Stormborn's purpose? To help Rusi's children or otherwise do other things? The Stormborn must be worthy of that which is promised to them. There are many descendants of the ancient sea peoples, but who should be given the title of Stormborn is still a grand question. But I tell you, it isn't some title that grants some royal power or extensive treasure, regardless of if he is Stormborn or not. It is not something that would cause a man to go about seeking riches or power in that way. For that would never be granted in such a way. I dare say a true captain or even a Stormborn would be selfless. Basically, Guri said, nodding as he said it would be a most honorable man that would go about such a task. But a slaver would no doubt have significant funds in which to protect their investments, both the ship itself and the children he stole. It was about that time that Turgon caught sight of something in the sky, a strange glimmer, and then a rustling of sand on the upper portions of Ikinidor. Then, and a rather sudden appearance, a man on a flying carpet landed just beside the gate. While at first, many guards snapped to attention and came towards, the man did not make any threatening move, but simply bowed to Turgon and Guri. I'm from Erin. I've been told to seek out Rornikor of Ikinidor. Welcome to Ikinidor, man of Erin. Though I know of who you speak of, who are you? The man bowed deeply before bringing his hands up and nodding to Turgon. I am Luke. I come ahead of a grand order and many gifts from our Sultan. But with no disrespect, but it is Turgon I must speak with only in greeting, for it is Rornikor who Aimhi has told me to seek. While Guri headed away from Turgon so Turgon could deal with Luke, the man from Erin looked around the grand halls with a slight smile and a quick step. I had heard there was nothing but ruins here. It is rather nice to see such a quaint place. Had I known we were expecting a visitor, I might have prepared a bit better. You caught us in a moment of preparation for travel and not for hosting guests. Men of Erin do not need such extra preparation. I am here for work, a secret task given to me, he said. A secret task? Turgon said, stopping him. I work for the Sultan. I assure you I'm not a spy, anything of the sort, though that is what a spy would say. And if you're wondering how I know specifically of Rornikor, it is who the Sazangween have called about for me to seek. You'd understand the importance of that. I only know of the Sanguine only what I've heard of them, nothing else. The sanguine know more than any of us mere mortal men and dwarves, so for them seek out our Sultan, and for him to send me means that my tax is ordained." "What task would that be?" Turgon asked. "To work on a small gift from our Sultan to the King of Ikinidor." Turgon was already going to speak with Rornikor, considering that it seemed that once again he would be leaving for a time. The Hammersong had a course in keeping Ikinidor in a good state of governance, but outside of a very quick rundown of the events as they still were, it was only the second time he had spoken to him, and the first time with any length he assumed. He found Rornikor in what can only describe as a newly minted map room, while to call it a map room was kind of an insult, for not only did it have maps and candles and many random texts and books, it had a rather nice collection of animal skulls on a far wall, an odd form of decoration. Rornikor himself was seated at the large table, using a pen and inkwell to draw out some form of organizational chart. "You still working on things at this hour? I mean, outside of our preparations to depart?" "Well, someone has to keep things rolling here. Patrols are one thing. Now, as I understand it, Gorky has a large shipment of supplies coming in. Plus, it seems our good king is going to be heading out again. My work is truly never done." Rornikor had yet to even look up, as it seemed that he was at least 10 ales into the night and still working. "Well, you're welcome to come with us," Turgon said. "No, I seem to have somehow managed to sprain both of my legs," he said, tapping at his knees. "A sad fate, but I was working with the guard trying to lift to keep myself from becoming too sedentary, and well, who would know that I would actually get injured?" Rornikor looked up at this point and realized that Turgon was standing there with Luke. "Interesting. A man of Erin." "This is Luke," Turgon said. "He has been sent to seek you out directly." Luke bowed. "As it is, your king will be busy, but I've been sent by my Sultan to speak with you privately about a special gift for the king. We shall let him return to what he needs to take care of, as I can solidify what I need from you. I believe we must speak to you in regard to a strange dream." Turgon cocked his head, looking at Rornikor. Rornikor nodded, a bit befuddled by Luke's apparent peculiar knowledge of his slumbering thoughts. "I'm intrigued," Rornikor said. "Go on, my good king. I will speak with Luke. I assure you, if he's interested in my dream, it's a rather interesting proposal, I guess." Turgon laughs. "I'm not sure I want to know." As Turgon backed out of the map room and headed back to the main hall, he wasn't sure what to make of Luke at all. It seemed that their alliance with Aladdin in general was off to a strong start. They would leave at morning. There was no sense in attempting to head out tonight, for as guarded as the roads were not Ikinidor, it would not be as wise to await the better light. There had been reports of traps getting sprung on the far western parts of the oasis. While the dwarven monks were able to reset the traps, the pure fact that lightmancy was needed at all was a sign of the dangers they were facing. Thankfully, in Turgon's opinion, the Jinn of the Desert of Lost Sands had not yet chosen to outright strike them. That said, they were gathering power of the Western Ocean was yet to be fully understood. Turgon had retreated to his hideaway, and though his personal supply had been deeply protected by Rornikor, it seemed, the Hammersong had made a point to bring a few extra barrels to him and his king's isolated place of relaxation. As Turgon sat alone, sipping his ale, he heard slow and tired stomps of the Hammersong approaching. Though it wasn't as fast as normal, and as the Hammersong appeared in the doorway, he shook his head. "Curse these damn legs, sometimes I feel so stupid." "That might mean you actually are," Turgon joked. "Ah, screw you," Rornikor said, obviously inebriated. "Well, that's a rather rude thing to say to your king," Turgon joked again. "Fine, my king. With all due respect, screw you." The two of them laughed as Rornikor made it to a chair and fumbled about looking for a mug. Turgon made a point to get a mug and fill it before handing it off. "That Dablanor, that dwarf can brew many great things. He's working on a moon ale of some kind. I found that the priest's daughter can nearly drink some dwarves under the table, as they would say. Are you done with Luke? Oh, yes. I can't tell you too much, but I will tell you that construction will begin immediately. In fact, it might begin by the time he gets back to Rin. Construction? Aye, construction. As Rornakor lifted his mug up slightly, his eyes heavy from the many drinks he'd already had before, the dwarf simply smiled as suds began to build up in his beard, and he missed his mouth with most of the drink. In a few more moments, Rornakor had passed out. Turgon simply chuckled to himself and made a point grab the mug before it fell from Rornakor's hand. The visions of the children in the cages prompted him. It was something he did not expect. Turgon had seen the horrors of war, the scars battled across the land. Though he had seen dead children, it was something else entirely to see a child with the looks of these children on that slaver ship. He had no doubt that many of them likely wished for death. He thought of Matuk, the grandiose and pompous attitude, seeking seemingly to make some business deal versus understanding the life cost. But people like this did not care of the human cost, and that Turgon knew. Chapter 2. Return in Chaos. Turgon only slept for a few hours, but sleep he did manage to get was marred with visions of flashing fire, a raging ocean, and a grand storm. As he made his way to the great hall and sought out a bit of tea, he'd no more than took a few sips before Silra, Selinra, and Gurki came out from the outside. "We've got everything ready," Silra said. "Guri made a point speak to with Garivia. Apparently he needed something " "How did he take the word of the Roos's children?" Selinra asked. "About as well as I would expect," Turgon said. "Well, as it is, this would be a rather bad time to mention a small little fact," Silra said. "Oh?" Turgon asked. "It seems we had the same dream, my king," Gurki said. Turgon looked at each of them and back to Silra. Dream? It seems even the Roosis dreamed of stormy seas, flashes of fire and light. Did you? Turgon nodded. Something like that. Is that why the Roosis went to speak with Garivia? Turgon had just finished his tea when the others were talking amongst themselves as Guri and Garivia emerged together. Now, Guri's simple staff seemed to have dimly glowing stones at its tip. The Roosi shifted his staff between his hands and laid in the crook of his left arm as he reached out to grab a single apple off the table. Garivia took out a small bottle from her robes and took out a small stopper, dousing one of her fingers in oil. "You've all seemingly dreamed a similar dream, though I cannot say if it is prophecy or not. It is an omen," she said. "Turgon, did you dream as they did, of turbulence forms?" "I did." She went directly to him, placing her finger upon his brow. "Goddess protect you," she said. Garivia then moved to each of the others, blessing them in a similar way. It was clear that Garivia had already done this for Guri. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Turgon was at the head of their group as they began to out from Ikinidor on the rather long road to Rin. It was of course a route of strange familiarity. While Silra and Selinra were just behind Turgon and Guri and Gurki behind them. The Dwarf King looked out at the roads ahead in the rising sun, beginning to streak the mountain peaks to his right. He thought to the many twisting events that had brought all of them together, and all the happenings that led them to where they all were now. Of course, his own path he knew rather well. A fallen king who had made a friend in a seaside tavern and wayward priest who went off to save his daughter. Then, of course, a rather simple story of Gurki. But then there are, of course, Guri. The Roosis were a mysterious race to the dwarf. The term lost race wasn't quite the correct one, but at the same time was the most appropriate. Personally, he couldn't imagine being able to throw fire or ice from just his fingertips. As he thought about this more, he actually had the thought of wondering if the rest of the Roosis' body can feel pain from extreme ice or cold, or if the Roosis could simply cast some form of fire spell and lift something extremely hot. As his own mind bounced between random thoughts of this and other nature, he could hear someone slapping themselves. He looked back to see Gorky smacking at his own face. "You know, if you hit a bit harder, you might be able to give us all a little bit of a break from your strangeness," Silra said. "It's gnats! Biting gnats! Do you all not feel this?" Guri rode up beside Gorky with a flick of his wrist, sent an electrifying bolt through the air, bouncing between multiple invisible specters. "You gross. Now I'm covered in dead gnats." "At least they're not biting anymore," Guri laughed. As Gorky brushed off the many dead gnats the Rusis had caused to fall on him, Selinra noticeably was reading a book as she rode. "All the reading, my old master would have loved you," Silra said. "Why? Because I actually take the time to read random things? Exactly what kind of priest were you?" "One of a kind," Silra said, a slight upbeat laugh followed by a grandiose movement of his hands towards himself. I could simply absorb knowledge by thinking about books. I find this significantly easier when both of my hands are rather occupied with rather strong drinks. I can give the appearance that I have worked through multiple books while actually, not reading a single one." Turgon looked back at Silra and shook his head before staring back ahead. "It's amazing that you even know how to cast basic spells, Father," Selinra said. "Well, I've always found the simpler the spell, the most likely you'll need to use it." "Well, that is a rather easy way to look at it, and I'd have to agree for the most part," Guri said. "And so to what exactly do the Rusis have to train at? Did you have to study different incantations, or can a infant Rusis cast a fireball without any further thought?" Great Guri laughed. "Well, Rusis abilities don't tend to begin showing up until around 10 winters have passed. While all Rusis are able to cast basic flames, frost, lightning, and whatnot, there'll always be the one element that just feels right. It has taken me years to get my casting to an ability that only does not tire me out significantly, but also make it to where casting a blast of ice feels almost no different than sending a curling bolt of lightning out." "Can you feel lightning striking someone in your own hand?" Gorky asked. "It depends on if I'm casting it constantly. If a bolt hits someone that I intend to continually cast into, I can feel the vibrations of their body. If my eyes were closed, I could make out the way the lightning was twisting around the physical form. Likewise, if I was casting ice and I was beginning to freeze a person's tissue, with my eyes closed, I'd be able to see their form." "I have to ask," Silra said, "if you were burning someone, could you see their body melting?" Guri chuckled. "No. Fire's a bit different, especially at close range. Generally, and I haven't done this but once, casting fire close at range is one of the few spells that I can outright feel. If I do so, the heat itself can be quite extreme. It takes a lot of fire to melt through tissue and bone." Turgon looked back. "It doesn't take that much iron to go through bone. I find it rather simple." "That's some good dwarven magic," Gorky said. Turgon and his companions began to take the western road, not stopping at the village as they had done before, but instead choosing to take advantage of significant cloud cover rolling over them. Before too long, they could see the spires of Erin far ahead, and the haze of fog rolling over the sand dunes. They had just made it to the gates of the city when it began to rain. "Dwarves Ikinidor, welcome back to Erin." It was the same guards that were there when Turgon, Silra, and Gorky had come through before. "Quite the weather we have," Turgon said, as the rain began to pour harder. The little spot of the gateway where they were conversing back and forth was only the cover from deluge coming down. "Happens about once a month. It will rain for hours and hours, and then it will be so thick with heat, you'll feel like you can open your mouth and bite it." The guard said, "We'll be headed to the inn if you need to write that down." "Noted, though I would say that typical guests of the Sultan are able to stay at the palace." "I do not wish overstep my bounds. We will stay at the inn, much like to have a bit more curry." Turgon led the others down the road, riding a bit faster than they had the time before, trying to get out of the rain. They came to the inn, and this tied their horses at a stall nearby. The group headed into the inn and were rather happy to see the familiar face of the couple running the place. "Returning so soon?" Adia asked. "I need a bit more of that curry, I think," Turgon said. "For all of you?" Adia asked. "I'll take the blue," Guri interjected. "Guri, I haven't seen you in years." Turgon realized that the Rusis clearly had been here before. "It has been a while. I've been rather busy and not able to get back." "And now you're hanging out with dwarves. What was it the last time? Pirates for a time, right?" "Not pirates, more so smugglers. There is quite a difference, you know." "I'll get the curry. Make yourselves at home." Turgon looked around and was rather surprised to see the place empty. Thunder rolled, trembling the ground beneath their feet. As Silra and Selindra took seats over near the fire, Gorky began admiring some of the strange skulls on the wall as Turgon and Guri leaned over the bar. "Erin is one of my favorite cities," Guri said. "Honestly, I'm rather surprised to be back here. I didn't think I'd make it back." "Really? Seems like a place I might stay if I had the option." "Well, that does make sense. It is my favorite spot to get curry. For a time, they had a good elvish wine, but..." He leaned over the bar, looking left and right. "I assume they're out." "I was rather surprised by it. There was some mention of decent in curry in Syr." "Syr does have good curries. In particular, a place near the harbor, a really great view sunset. But Syr is another place I haven't been to in some time." Adia brought out the curries, serving each of them, were as opposed to having everyone come to the bar. "After you eat, I got a new chia. It's a blend, fresh vanilla from Far Eastern Islands, blended cinnamon. They say they roast the tea twice." "I don't think I had a spiced tea before. Always heard of it. I've never had it," Gorky said. "How about ale?" Selindra asked. "Really? I'm literally standing right next to you," Silra said. "I don't really think you need to be drinking." Gorky laughed. "She's basically part dwarven as it is now. She needs a good drink. It will help her focus. If I know anything of you, Silra, you probably said something like that for yourself." "Well, dwarf, I've made my share of rather bad decisions. I'd like my daughter make better ones." "Also, have we seen my life for the past few months?" Silra shrugged. "Well, that's fair. We should never be a crutch, just be a much better priestess than me." "Well, you may be a bad priest, but I'm pretty sure that she'll be a much better priestess than you just by default," Turgon said. The curry was comforting. Sweet spice with the bite of the sauce mixed well with the flavor of jasmine thick upon the rice. The rain was still pouring outside, and there was fresh hot tea was offered to each of them. He leaned against the doorway, staring out as darker and darker clouds rolled off the ocean. "Are the storms normally this severe?" he asked, looking over at Adia as she worked behind the bar. "Yes, but we had one just a few days before you came before. It is strange to have yet another." "Weather disturbances," Guri said. "I've read about them before, and while it may seem a trivial thing to point out, changes in weather can be signs of other things as well." Gorky was napping as Selindra continued to read, and Silra simply stared into the fire. Guri took out a pipe and began smoking as Turgon sipped his tea. "I saw the fleets move out just a few days ago," Adia told them. "It was a noticeable amount of sailors that went this time, and most of the talk that I have heard has been that Erin is preparing for war." "Erin has always been known for its peace," Guri said. "I can only imagine any type of sign of prolonged fighting or an actual war would not only be a last resort, but could spell trouble for many, many more than expected. The Dreen occupy the western coastlands, and I've always heard that the Dreen are simply looking for a reason to fight." "You know much else of them?" Turgon asked. "It is said that one of their cities is made of pure crystal. That would be odd by default, but it seems that they are practitioners too of blood magic, much like the Shadowlands. Though I've never had any personal dealings with Dreen, I've always heard that unless you're one of them, you will have a rather cold reception upon any meeting. The rain kept up, and become so severe, it became difficult even to stand in the doorway of the inn. While typically, Adia would only keep a simple cloth covering the doorway, she made a point to close the wooden door and latch it. "I wonder how turbulent the seas are," she said. "My husband headed to Seir in order to acquire a few bottles from a winemaker there. It's normally rather a quick journey, but I'm sure these storms will hold him up." "I was hoping to get to the Sultan. I feel strange coming to Erin and not immediately going to him. But I swear that wind has gotten stronger," Turgon said. Adia was sweeping the floor. "Well, I can assure you that your presence is already known to the Sultan, but no one in their right mind would be out in this storm." The ground trembled again, and there was a sudden drop in the feeling of the room. The air suddenly seemed as if it was sucked out of Turgon's lungs. He looked over at the others who seemed deeply unsettled. The ground trembled again, and then continuously. The shelves above the bar began to rattle and shake, dust fell from the ceiling, and the wind suddenly blew open the door. Turgon and Guri attempted to push it back closed as the ground trembled yet again, more violently this time, causing a crack to fissure up from up above of the doorway over their heads. Chunks of stone fell down, and more was going to fall, but both Silra and Selinra had their staffs at hand, blocking it from striking Turgon and Guri. The winds gusted again as the ground at last stopped trembling. "Earthquake," Guri said. "Earthquake in Erin?" Adia asked. "That has never happened." The inside of the inn was covered in debris as Turgon motioned for everyone to come out. He looked out across Erin and could see that multiple buildings had collapsed. All across the streets there was shouting and crying. Guards rushed to and fro, attempting to pull people up and out of rubble. Just next to the inn, a tower had collapsed, crushing several hovels and destroying another shop. Turgon immediately sludged through the thick mud around the buildings, going for an exposed arm up underneath the timber. Silra was at his side, using his staff to cast at the timber itself, slowly lifting it. Gurki and Guri had ran across the street, taking note of an unstable building and pulling out all the occupants from the lowest level. Suddenly, a great horn sounded. At first, it was a long tone, then several, repeated over and over. "They sound the alarm, but I don't know these tones," Adia said. Dozens and dozens of people began running up the lower-level streets. Then a voice shouted high above them. "All citizens, higher ground! Take higher ground! All temples are open!" As Turgon continued to help beaten and bloodied people from the rubble, he could see the high guard of Erin in their white garb and silver swords coming from the palace. The ground suddenly quaked again as flashes of lightning tore across the sky. Then, there were several flashes of light across high crystals spread out across the city. Suddenly, pillars arose from the edges of the street, and it seemed that light from the crystals high above sparked and illuminated the crystals. Suddenly, from the edges of the city, shimmering veil began to rise up, like a partial wall of sorts. More people were coming from the southern harbor district in the group he happened to see of all people Adonis. But he could not signal the sea captain, and the captain, along with what seemed to be some of his men, took a different path going deeper into the city. But of those that came from the harbor, he heard talk. "The oceans went back out. It is vanished." There was a strange whistle in the air, a rush of wind, a solemn roar thick in the air. The ground trembled yet again. "Aftershocks," Guri said. "But what of the port? Why are people saying there's no water?" Gurki asked. Turgon had never seen what he was gazing upon, but as he looked out at the strange shimmering veil that acted like a wall on the far edge of the eastern side of the city, he saw a break in the clouds, and the sun was shining, and then a kaleidoscope of colors as sea foam and ocean struck with a shuddering strike. A tsunami had stricken the eastern coast, and the only reason that Erin had not taken damage was the powers within the city itself. The water has struck, the surf rising up against shield and causing the entire air to suddenly smell strongly of the ocean. "I have only read of these in books," Silra said. "The giant waves?" Selinra asked. "I guess you really have read some." "In my moments of sobriety, yes, I have read. Shocking," he shrugged. "I know. It must have been the earthquake." There were dozens upon dozens of injured. Likely some were even dead, though Turgon did not see them at this time. "We spread out. We must go and find whoever we can," Turgon said. As Turgon and the others of Ikinidor began helping everyone they could, the great wall that had been erected from the powers of Erin descended back down. Thankfully, there were no more aftershocks, and while the injured littered the street, none of those in the immediate area had seemingly been killed. Turgon was helping to make a makeshift shelter. He saw no other than Amhe and his host of guards. "Good king, it seems you came upon my city at a time of crisis," the Sultan said. Turgon smiled. "We can do whatever we can do to help, but it seems at least in this district the people were rather lucky. I do fear these are signs of tribulations to come. There's not been earthquake in Erin in the past 3 generations, not since the great elder storm of my forefathers. But we must be thankful for ingenuity of our city." "I saw it. It was like a shield coming up to block a strike." "I am embarrassed to say that there is even some secrets that I do not know of the city, however that one is meant to protect heart and the most important part of Erin, its people." At about that time, many of the guards of the city were approaching them at the same time. "The healing gardens are overflowing," one of them said. "Then the entire palace shall be used," Aladdin said. "I do not want any out in the weather. There should be more rain, and in the event of another earthquake, I want to assure every person and animal is safe." While the city had been spared the effects of the massive wave that has struck, the violent shaking of the earthquake had destroyed countless buildings. While they had been fortunate over where Turgon and the others were not so fortunate. In the lower districts of the city of Erin, there are many people trapped. While Gurki began that digging by hand with his axes and tried to get to some survivors, Turgon was surprised to see carpets flying high above them in a slow pattern moving through the wreckage. Every few moments, one of the carpet riders would send out a blast of fire from their staff, signifying to rescuers that another person had been found. As the dead began to stack up, Turgon was not sure of the overall numbers, but it seemed that over 300 had died. Night fell over Erin, and still the city searched, while he had worked tirelessly, as had all that had not been injured. It was not until the moon had tracked across the sky and began to descend back down to the horizon that the Sultan's men came and demanded Turgon and the others take refuge in the palace and get rest. Turgon and the others entered the lower part of the palace grounds and saw that camps had been set up all across the lawn. There was no lack of food or fresh water, though the cries of babies was loud and constant. Turgon and the others were given a small room in the palace. Even though it was not a typical room for sleeping, neither Turgon nor the others cared. Guri and Turgon spoke with the Sultan on his back patio as he smoked. "The cries of children are long and loud. I have read of such things, and I do question if you have to, Sultan," Guri asked. "You are Rusis," the Sultan said, "so you no doubt know what my mind has already conceived as a thought." Turgon drew in the smoke from his pipe as Amhi scratched the side of his head. "They say that in the great war between the Rusis and the Dwemhar, that of the messengers that left the far eastern cities to the Kiva Mountains, they spoke of the wailing of children before the Dwemhar city of Iaklo emerged on the horizon. Yes, it is a foreboding of more horrid times to come." To Turgon, the thought of crying children being a foreboding thing was a strange thing in itself. He assumed the children simply needed something. "You must dispose of your dead," Guri said. "We will wish not to attract dread demons." We have significant wards to ward off such things, but of a proper burial, yes, they need it. It would so happen that the bulk of our fleet is not here when such a thing would happen. I've already sent messages to my own sea captain as well as to your city, Turgon, the Sultan said. I was going to ask you of how I could contact them. Turgon said, I assume they are far enough away to feel the effects, but being in the mountains, I'm not sure. I dare say that the gods may be a bit angry. Perhaps they are angry at me that I did not act fast enough to stop the travesties and troubles that are growing. But I do think we continue to all cross each other's paths for a greater purpose. With the coming sunrise, perhaps we will see more of both the destruction and of the path ahead. Turgon puffed his pipe, sleep heavy on his mind. Perhaps, Turgon said. Perhaps. Turgon had slept well, and perhaps too long in his opinion. As he opened his eyes to see an empty room, and yet the smell, the rather strong smell of coffee, was in the air. As he went out, he realized that a makeshift table had been set up in the throne room, and that his companions were eating and drinking their fill. Here, too, he was surprised to see a sea captain, Edanos. "Oh, our good king finally decided to wake up," Silra joked. He offered him out some strange fruit. "Figs, try them, they're delicious," Silra said. Turgon was rather surprised to see of all people Edanos join them for breakfast. "I'd like to tell you, good Sultan, that all that were missing have somehow all been found. I assume it must be the grace of the gods and goddesses that more were not actually killed." At this point, Edanos simply helped himself to a carafe of coffee that was nearby, but did not sit down. Aim, however, was quick to point out the captain's lack of eating. "Insult me by not eating my food? What is the Sultan to do?" Edanos laughed. "You know I don't eat that much, especially at port. But I was curious to know if you had any information from your navy in regards to the strange sightings off the Western Capes." Turgon watches as the rest of his merry group ate and drank as the Sultan and the captain spoke. "I have not met with them specifically yet. I have the Admiral coming to meet with us before midday, however. As I understand it, we have taken the defensive posture. There are strange abnormalities in the oceans, stuff that apparently has to be explained in person to make any sense. I had a fellow spice trader come around the Cape about a month ago, and he said the water was churning, moving in a way that made little sense. I myself made that journey many, many times. There's something disturbing it. Perhaps the new island?" Gurki half-heartedly laughing about it. "There wouldn't be an island," Silra said. "I wouldn't discount anything," Guri said. "There's some understanding to be had of that which we know is there, that which we don't, and that what might still just be hidden." Edanos made a motion to Guri. "I do not believe we have met." "Guri, traveler, and a bit else sometimes." It wasn't too much longer before they were joined by the captain. Aim introduced him. "Admiral Bariuxa is a northern captain responsible for security along the Dashrin coast from the mouth the Riverland region all the way around to Northern Cape." As they sat at the same table previously used for breakfast, a large map of the Dashrin region, including the coast and the western shoreline of the Desert of Lost Sands, was before them. The Admiral himself was rather old, with a thick white beard, and while he had on a turban not too unlike that of the Sultan, he had no other adornments on his body, with the exception of a golden sword, studded with jewels of varying colors. "I took the Sunset Fleet up and around the Cape itself, moving directly beside the shoreline until I reached near Dreen Waters." He pointed to a spot on the map west of the Desert of Lost Sands. Here there were 2 stars. "The Dreen cities here are not approachable by sea. Such an incursion, as you know, Sultan, will break the treatises that we have with the Dreen Navy. I went as far south as the Southern Cape before coming back up, but it was upon returning to Dreen Waters that the winds died. It took nearly a day for the winds to return, and upon their return, they were significantly stronger but blowing us further out west, and not the typical trade winds we're used to." Furthermore, it was with the falling of night that we were finally able to make our way back east, and by our positioning with the stars and every bit of navigation that we could source out, including an active star map, we found ourselves hopelessly off course, at least at first glance. We sailed until what should have been dawn, but dawn did not come. Instead, endless stars, perpetual starlight, until it wasn't. We crossed a position in the sea, and it wasn't like the sun decided to return to us and rise, but instead we emerged from the darkness into the bright sun of approximate midday. "Perpetual starlight?" Idanos asked. "Sea captain of the glacial seas," the Sultan said. "Have you heard of such thing? I know in the glacial seas are many mysteries and wonderment that makes no sense." "No, I do not know anything like that. I cannot say it does not exist in the glacial seas. It is not something I've come upon. Your admiral must have experienced something of a unique kind." "I have been sailing these seas for the greater part of 60 years, and before that, there was not a day that not began or end with me looking upon the oceans, and I have never seen or heard of such a tale. I feel almost foolish to bring it up, for it is difficult for I myself to believe." "And the status of our fleets as of now?" He asked. "We have taken an offensive position in the far eastern portion of the North Cape. We've heard stories of traders that have been told to completely avoid all seas west of Dreen territory. They're forced to travel west with an additional day or two before they are to return, though I can say that none of them reported the area with the perpetual starlight." "I'm going to take a guess and assume that you did not listen to any Dreen Navy's captains, did you?" Silra asked. "Our treatises are very careful. We are respectful of said boundaries," the Admiral said, "but I made a point to simply attempt to get back to my home here in Rin. While I did not break the boundaries of the sea line, or otherwise go against the treatises as they are set, I was not going to sail 2 days west before cutting back. I do believe that most other vessels would fear any invocation of the wrath from the Dreen, but the Dreen know that an open war with our navy would be most likely be one of mutual shared destruction." Turgon took out his pipe and began filling it with tobacco. "Something to say of all this?" Amy asked him. Turgon shrugged. "What are the terms of this treaty with the Dreen? Is there a chance they're hiding something or somehow helping it along, or perhaps even the slavers?" "The treaty was a ceasefire between the Dreen and the peoples of Rin." The Admiral began. "It states that all territory 100 leagues east of the western shoreline is considered Dream shall not be journeyed upon by any without expressed permission and the seal of the lords of the Dreen. Furthermore, we are not to enter within 25 miles of their harbors, cities, or internal trade routes between their ocean cities. But neither are they to do business that draws them within 100 miles of the entire northern coastline, forcing them to take a far western track and route to approach Seir, only from the east or west, never from the south." "And as of the other," the Sultan said, "we cannot know anything for absolute certainty, but as it stands for now, my fleet cannot progress forward. With the unsureness of this starlit realm, and the strange winds, a mistake could lead to an inadvertent war between us and the Dreen." "That's where I come in," Idanos said. "I also ride into the wherever I want to. I've dealt with the Dreen, I can deal with them again." "But isn't that leaving things up to chance?" Selinra asked. "Yes, if it is something as dark and mysterious as everyone seems to think, plus the fact that the book in general from our good friend Silra here, should we not risk the entire fleet to try to get it back and otherwise figure out a way to fix this big issue? Perhaps it's more weather phenomena?" Amhi raised his hand and took a moment before continuing to speak. Everyone fell silent, and instead of discussing things back and forth, him simply looked at him. "I will not take any path that leads to war, but I will also not allow for the destruction to come. I will send my own emissaries to speak with the Dreen leadership. It is my hope that have some type of deal can be struck for better dual relations can begin. But I will also add in it does not matter to me of any treaty or not. The people of Rin, those I rule and live beside, will always stand up to turmoil and evil where we deem fit. but I do say that we cannot wait for a political back and forth. I want you all to go, Turgon. Edenos use whatever means possible. I will not hesitate in sending in the full forces of our Sunset and Sunrise navies to quell any potential darkness upon our world. Truly, I would send all our armies into battle if the stakes were high enough. The greatest shadow, the greatest failure, is to command power but not to use it when needed, to instead bow and cater to threats with coward-like smiles to simply avoid bloodshed. There has not been war in my rule, but if my rule must come down to drawing sword or being placed on my knees to any enemy, be it a dreen or a dark force that I do not understand creeping up on the western oceans, I would like to think that I would die with my sword drawn and my mind forged towards battle. Chapter 3. To the Cape. Turgon stood with Guri on the dock beside the Truest Bliss. While the others had turned to helping the crew, especially Gurki, who was once again at the helm of the ship with the dwarf Rornikor, they spoke. So what you think of the city of Erin? The Rooses looked around at the many ruined buildings and then back to Turgon's glance. It's nice. An unfortunate happening out of nowhere, it seems, but makes me question if that which is going on in the western oceans is having some kind of effect here. Turgon nodded. Something has crossed my mind as well. I know it seems like there hasn't been much said of the slavers or even turning or getting back the book taken from Silra, but I assure you it is on the mind of myself as well as the captain. I have no doubt, but all of this is reminding me of stories before the fall of the Rooses' empire, strange weather, reports of happenings that made almost no sense across the oceans and lands. It makes me think that aside from the Rooses that are enslaved upon Matuk's ship, that there may be more to all this. It is so strange to me that the book that is as sacred as it is to the Rooses to be given away as it was, would come to, of all people, the priests of the race men. Well, Turgon laughed. As for the priest term, you should use it lightly when it comes to speaking of Silra, but I definitely understand. Guri chuckled. It is not so much that he is a not-so-great priestly priest, but more so that it would not come to a Roosis. It's a bit confusing. For what it may be worth to say, Silra isn't the one to go searching for treasure such as a book, though I can say that while he plays up the fact he is not a good priest, he does enjoy those books in general, much more so than myself or any good dwarf might. There was an awkward silence between the two of them, to which Turgon would do his best to break. Except for dwarven archons, or dwarves that study spells like elves. Actual archons like the open casters capable of pulling out elemental beings from other realms? Yes, like actual spell readers, whether to trust some form of magic over a good blade or axe. Goria stared for a few moments before a small smile cracked his face. Why aren't dwarves that great at magic? I know you have the monks or priests or whatever you call them back in Ikinidor that were being trained there by Garivia, but you can smelt and hammer and craft, which takes all manners of intricate workings and knowledge, but you don't ever seem to see many dwarves capable of using magic. There is that dwarven pride, Turgon said, stroking his beard. Dwarves? Prideful? Guri laughed. I never heard of such a thing. Suddenly a voice rose across the of deck, the Truest Bliss, and to everyone's surprise, it was Gorky. We're casting off. Everyone better get on the ship, which means I'm basically talking to the good King Turgon and Guria. Both of them laughed at that, and Turgon patted Guri on the back. Shall we join them? The two of them boarded. They headed up the helm, where Rornikor was seen continually instructing Gorky in the fine arts of being the helmsman of a vessel. You see, you need to be looking at where you want to go, not exactly where you are, adjusting the wheel and feeling the rock of the boat to know how the rudder may move slightly against you. In most cases, and especially at night when you're trying to keep yourself from falling asleep, you just want to give it a nice feel, hold the wheel slightly, and let it kind of move with you. I don't know what you're teaching, Gorky, Selinra said, but I'm not too sure that's the best teaching method. What's this supposed to mean? Silra asked. Just telling him how to sail a ship like someone who is used to being in control. I can say a lot of Gorky, but I don't think he's the type to want to take control. There were a few confused glares mainly between Silra and Selinra, and it seemed that while the men might have been some form of innuendo here, Turgon just stared to see what might happen. I think what she means, Edano said, as I set sail, and you can work out the finer points of this as you go. Selinra shrugged and walked down to the lower helms. Turgon could tell that Silra seemed still a bit disheveled by the conversation. Are you okay? I should never have had children, he said, burying his face in one of his hands. I think I get what she was referencing, but not sure I like it. I should not have had kids. This is not thoughts I want to have. Well, as a priest, your statement's pretty true. You should not have had kids, but here we are on a ship, and your daughter making innuendos, Turgon said. I've no idea where she got it from. Her mother must have been a true pervert. Really? Silra said, staring in disbelief at Turgon. I'm just saying based on what I can tell. You're a most holy priest, he said in a mocking way. I know she cannot learn such ways of fortification inspired by your blood. That's really helpful, he said, shaking his head no at the same time. Please, she definitely helped me more. Hours had passed. Turgon and Silra stood together at the front of the Truest Bliss. The undulating dunes to their left had continued on and on as they made their way towards the northern cape of the Dashran coast. Quite a strange turn of events, don't you say? Silra asked. Strange? I'm starting to feel this is just our normal, Turgon said. It'd be strange if we could just have a simple walk to the market or something. They both laughed at one another. Guri came walking up from below deck with a mug of some type of steaming beverage. A bit of tea? Silra asked. Not actually tea, Guri said, sipping the drink. It's a bit of a root mixture of my own concoction, but it does help me not feel so tired, increase my focus when it comes to casting in general. I've always questioned, Silra said, leaning over looking over the railings before looking back the Rooses, how it works with Arusis's powers. Well, he said, if you imagine the greatest fatigue possible, you have some understanding of how it feels once we have depleted our powers. The act of casting is no different than one who runs for great distances or swims. When Arusis is very young and may only be able to cast one spell or even none. If you see a bolt of lightning or a single small ball of fire, that's one spell. A continuous stream of any of the elements is a repeated casting in most typical cases. An exception would be is if the Rusis is using a staff or some other channeling device. In that case, the weapon itself is augmented. The spell is more than just an internal dialogue, and wish is focused through the staff itself and uses first the staff, gauntlet, or wand's energy. Thus, the importance of gauntlets within Rusis society. Where one culture may carry a sword or other weapon, a gauntlet is seen as a very similar item. Even more so when traveling abroad and into places which do not expect Rusis, for gauntlets are so plentiful, no one ever expects us. Yet there are still so few of you, Turgon said, and I do not say that out of disrespect. I do not take it as disrespect, Guri said. The Rusis progress quite quickly as the race, forgoing the importance of natural things that were the focus of elves, or direct basic smithing finalized and made into an expertise like the dwarves. No. I've always felt that one of the greatest measures of a man or a woman are those that they surround themselves with, and in this is no doubt what led to our downfall as a race. Dwemhar, Turgon asked. Guri nodded slowly, looking out over the oceans. I have to think that the Dwemhar did not want the Rusis to do what they did. Sure, they value us as their ally in wartime, but one thing I've never quite understood is where the need for war came between our races. That is what truly increased our level of technology and brought ruin to the hidden cities and the Kiva Mountains, and ultimately what I believe spawned the city destroyer, Iaclo. I do wonder how life might have been different had it not been for war. I have heard the stories, Silra said, about the Void Gates and the Dwemhar and Rusis who protected them. Surely such an alliance could not easily be broken between brothers and sisters in arms. I do feel it was a betrayal at a higher level, something high within the Templar caste of the Rusis, or perhaps even the Dwemhar. I can never know for sure, but I can say that those that fought beside each other at the Void Gates would never have turned on one another. But as in all things, it's not the soldiers on the battlefield that make the decisions of the war between races and cultures. Guri had been bouncing between looking at them and looking out to the ocean, and while it seemed as though he was going to speak of more, his attention changed to something. He pointed, "Rortho! Off the port side! A vessel!" Turgon and Silra immediately made a point to look where Guri was mentioning. It was small, and not threatening at all, at least at first glance, but it was unexpected. A small fishing vessel, and as Rortho guided the Truest Bliss closer to it, the ship pulled up its sails in submission, though Edanos and his crew were not pirates. Turgon could see the look of terror on the faces of the crew before them. At this point, Gorky as well as Selinra had come to top deck, and as the crew of the Truest Bliss threw lines to the small vessel, a stout man with a round belly and scraggly gray beard professed himself to be captain of the small band of no more than 6 travelers aboard the small vessel. "Make fast our ropes, secure all belongings, and take stock of inventory. Recheck the ballasts and all bolts," Edanos shouted out the crew. "Get the others here a bit of food and drink." At this point, Turgon was not too sure what had been spoken between the captain of the small vessel and himself, but it seemed it was enough to warrant Edanos taking him to the captain's helm. Edanos, of course, beckoned for Turgon to follow, yet the others were to stay outside. As Turgon stood opposite of the man that was even round for dwarven standards, Edanos personally tended to getting the man an ale. The ship lurched in the sea, moving a quite bit more than Turgon had expected, though Adonis's sea legs were quite sturdy, and he barely seemed bothered by it. "How long have you been out to sea?" Edanos asked the captain. "A bit too long, mate. We left Fadabrin about 2 months ago, made our way touching on the little villages on the southern coast, and we are making our way in general to Seir for a resupply. But the currents are all different, you know. Where before we take the western passages and generally shoot directly up the coast, now that wasn't the case. In fact, I would say attempting to take that was the worst thing it wasn't for the fleet." "The fleet?" Adonis asked. "The Dreen?" "Ah, the dream." The captain sipped his ale. "I've been sailing for greater than 20 seasons, and I have dealt with the Dreen on countless occasions. Most of the time it's been simple enough encounters, never been tossed about or otherwise mishandled. It was a small time period around 11 years ago or so where we attempted to set up a small federation of traders to fight for better rights, for sometimes the Dreen can be a bit pushy when it comes to shipping routes, but all that is well behind us. No, we were told to go west, much further west than I felt comfortable with. The first time we dealt with the Dreen, I obliged, but then we hit storms so rough I had to turn back. It was as I came within what would have been sight of the coast, I was swarmed again and forbidden to go any further. There were always loopholes within the rules and laws when it came to storms, and most of those of the seafaring kind are well aware when storms were too severe, but the Dreen insisted. We were forbidden to go the safer way and turned west again. I'd say there's worse in those waters than simply what's beneath them. It was when the crew started saying they were having horrible nightmares, and I thought perhaps our supply had went bad. You know, the typical bit of mold or otherwise tainted wine. But then I had them, the nightmares, if you could call them that. I have to tell you, good captain, that I'm not even sure that they were nightmares that you would expect. All of us have had the dreams that were rather uncomfortable, but these were real, like I was awake and being talked to, except it wasn't talk, it was gibberish, a language that I did not know, and this feeling of inescapable dread. "Any strange symbols or anything?" Turgon asked, thinking of course of his own dreams, but also trying to be useful and have a point to being present. He did not want to simply be a person listening to the conversation, as it seemed that whatever the captain had to offer, that Idanos deemed it important enough for him to be here too. "No," the man said, looking at Turgon. He looked back to Edanos. "Do you know the elder storms? Do you know of the stories of the sea?" Edanos nodded. "It was like I was looking into the face of nothing, especially when I try to recall these dreams and what they are. I try to see the face of that which speaks to me, of the source of the gibberish, of the nothingness surrounded by ocean. He stuttered. I know I sound a bit off, but the nightmares just worsened, and then it was like reef came out of nowhere in the ocean, and our ship suffered damage. I lost at least 60 souls to the depths, and while 3 small fishing vessels that we were transporting managed to stay above the ocean, 2 were far too damaged. I and my few crew members here that you have so graciously taken care of were all to survive. We were just trying to get back to shore when we saw your ship. We knew we couldn't go to the western coast, but we weren't sure if we can ever get to Erin. Is it far? Erin?" Edanos nodded. "It is far, but not impossible. A few days, but I do tell you that we're not headed that way. I offer you what supplies I can spare, and I can tell you that the Sultan would happily take you in if you simply explain what has transpired." The captain finished his drink and stood up, looking around. "Such a cabin as this, you're not a simple trader, fellow captain." Edanos stared, but did not confirm or deny the man's assumption. "After all I have told you, sure you will not be continuing west?" "We will. Our business is to west. We need to sort out what it is that transpires in general, and all your story has done is confirm that importance. Then, good captain, I suggest you send word to whatever port you call home with the number of souls on your ship and the names of any prominent that may be on it, for I do not think no matter how good of a captain you are that you should not return from a westward journey." "So sure of this?" Turgon asked. "I am begging your pardon, dwarf, but while there may be a similarity between delving through tunnels in the mountains and being lost at sea, at least eventually in the mountains you can ascend upwards. The sea's currents and winds make no sense to the west, yet there is a strange trail if one dare follow it. There seem to be ships that are able to do as they wish, but we never saw them close up." "Were these dream vessels?" Edanos asked. "I do not know," the man said. "I can't even say for sure if it was more than one, but it was a great large ship with strange lights upon it. Many times we had cut across a trail of glowing algae, and each time in the twist of clouds and fogs, we could see a vessel off in the distance. It seemed that the vessel could move opposite of what we did, and at great speeds. It more so confirmed the strange rumor that I had heard before even leaving Fadabrin, that islands had appeared to the far west, and though I never came across them, nor did I plan to go far enough to see them, part of my dreams show those trails of algae glowing in the darkness, a contrast to the bright moon and sparkling stars for when the storm broke enough to see them. We had turned and intended to follow the glowing algae as to hopefully find a passage that was more friendly and not so tumultuous in the storms when we struck the reef." Edanos nodded, standing up and pointing the man's mug in a silent offering of more ale. The man refused. "I've given you my warning, and I thank you for your supplies as well as your kindness to my crew. I will trouble you no more, and if you wish, hearing news of your journey to Erin. We did see some time ago several ships of the Sultan's fleet, but they were far off. They were a bit further west than we would expect them given the history between the Dreen and the Sultan. It is good you do not fly a flag, for if you did, the Dreen would be upon you quickly." "I've dealt with the Dreen before. I can deal with them again." "Well, on that, I wish you pleasant sailing." The man stood up abruptly and nodded at Turgon before heading back out, leaving both Edanos and Turgon himself standing there. As the captain shut the door behind him, Turgon looked over to Edanos. "Any second thoughts on going west?" Turgon asked. "I've rarely had clearer direction than that. Let us see this crew on its way, and then we'll continue." Back on the top deck, even before Edanos had given the full order, Rortho had given a small bit of supplies to the crew. Without much more said except for the call for a few more barrels of alcohol, the small 6-man crew was back aboard their tiny fishing vessel and drifting away from the Truest Bliss. "Raise sails," Edanos said. "We've lost time." As Edanos went up to Rortho at the helm to reportedly speak of what had transpired in the captain's quarters, Silra and Selinra motioned for Turgon to come over. Guri and Gurki were there as well. "Anything interesting from their captain?" Silra asked. "Warnings, tales of strange happenings and nightmares." "Those nightmares do not seem to fun," he said. "I'm not a fan of nightmares as it is. Once I had a dream I was wearing nothing but cheese, quite terrifying." "Dwarf, that is not a nightmare but mere inconvenience," Guri said. "I heard what they whispered of the dread, the looking into nothingness. They were hunted by the presence of elder storms." "You've heard of these?" Turgon asked. "I have. I've been spending enough time on the ocean. I have drifted towards many of the great storms. Normally, they take tracks to the far west to stay away from land. But when they do finally come upon them, they're highly destructive. But I'd almost take the direct destruction versus some of the dreams and feelings, particularly worse if you're already in a rough state mentally. Any sadness or even worse, depression, is accented by the presence of the storms. It seems to feed on sadness and fear growing stronger. To further our conversation from earlier when it came to the Void Gates, it is believed the Void Gates are where the nightmares came to fruition, piercing through the veil of simple subconscious and becoming a physical reality. Void demons are but a horror, but elder storms are something else, a tear within the mind that drives one to insanity." "The crew seems sane enough," Selinra said. "I agree," Guri said, "but it's enough to be wary. The earthquake which struck Erin is but another sign of the elder storms. While generally the storms themselves are characterized by bright flashes of lightning and high winds, this connection to earthquakes is a bit more worrisome. The greatest question of any mariner is always what is below the depths of the water. What can't you see? That is a terror unlike any other, the unknown. Well, I do not believe I will be sleeping as well that have been tonight," Gurki said, half-jokingly. Darkness fell over the deck, and as the crew attended to food and drink and many went to lay down, Turgon smoked at the helm with Edanos. The others took their leave or doing things at random, either playing games with the crew using dice and cups or otherwise speaking alone. As night drew on, Edanos drank a bit more rum, but he had insisted to Rortho and the rest of crew that he would guide the ship through the night. As Turgon worked on now his 6th bowl of tobacco, Edanos hummed to himself. Turgon looked over at the captain, whose eyes cut over to him and back out. "Something tells me you did not let anyone else guide this vessel for you, are worried about what we may come across." "Your perception is correct. Reefs are quite a danger to ships. I've always felt myself at a level above most others when it comes to sensing danger upon the ocean, and considering I am continuing this voyage, I will take responsibility." "Do the elder storms worry you?" Edanos seemed to laugh under his breath and to himself. "If I believe my destiny to be anything close to correct, I should likely be sailing the elder storms many times in the future. They do not call Stormborn calm Stormborns." Edanos laughed at himself again, as Turgon had not found the jab at humor to be particularly funny. Edanos shook his head. "All the governments of the world and all the swindling captains to make their gold. Who else remains to explore such places except for those such as me? The ocean is my home, and though powerful and turbulent, it is also a place of peace and calmness. It is when things seek to disrupt that peace that are unnatural in order that I must act, and so I do." Do you trust what that captain said before, considering my own people and your crew speaking much of the nightmares?" Edanos nodded, glancing up at the stars above them. "The power of the nightmares is that without guard they drive you insane, make you see that which isn't there, and speak to the darkness within yourself. I'm not implying that I do not have my own darkness, for it is foolhardy for any man, elf, or dwarf to claim such a thing. But I will not allow some visions in my eyes, head to scare me from that which I am called to do. If indeed we do face the nameless enemy, I feel it is no better use of my ship, my crew, and our purpose here, but yet to sail directly into the opening of oblivion." There was a moment of silence between them. Turgon really had nothing to say, so instead he waited for Edanos, for it seemed the captain was deep in thought. As the winds whipped over the bow and blow of sea foam shook the stillness, Edanos laughed. "Yes, Turgon, if you are looking for a captain to give you a safe and easy journey, then perhaps you should have found a simple sailor." "I am far from a simple sailor, and though I have not been given the gifts of a Stormborn which is prophesied to those such as me, I keep my eye out for chance and happenings that I don't expect. I tell you, if my entire ship was set ablaze, crew members killed, and otherwise thrown into the chaos with a broken center mast, with no sails and nothing of hope, I would still carefully look upon the world and the chance happening that there was reason for it all. That's the true madness, not some contrived image in a dream or some voice speaking in garbled tongues. It would be the mindset that all is lost, that of all the troubles to come upon you, that there is no escape, and that there's no point, and even worse, no way to center yourself. No, I don't believe I will go mad, for it's impossible for me to lose my mind in such a way, I like to think. But if such a thing worries you, have some ale." The lighter note in which Edanos had left things caused Turgon to smile a bit. He puffed his pipe as the captain hummed again, while blue lightning flashed far, far from their position in the ocean. "Powerful lightning," Turgon said. "Yes, in the far distance. There's your elder storm, and now I have a more direct path to guide the Truest Bliss." Edanos turned the bow of the ship to point directly toward the storm. Turgon decided to stay with the captain throughout the night, and it was at this point, as his eyes began to get heavy, and the captain's song, some of which he caught, and others he had not continued, that Edanos seemed suddenly encouraged. Turgon, come here." Truly, there was no sign of weariness or tiredness by the captain. As Turgon stood to his feet, rubbing his face, he looked out across the vast ocean to see a glowing trail of algae. "We happened to come across exactly what that other captain had spoken of," Turgon said. The winds were quite a bit more turbulent right now, and Turgon noticed how much closer they had drifted towards the elder storm. "Yes, and as fate would have it, or curse if you believe in such things, I can see beyond the trail of algae and into the fogs ahead. We go the right way, but I do not know what we go towards." Chapter 4. The Hidden Port. Turgon could not guess how long he had slept. The pure fact that Edanos was fully awake and engaged, and did not seem to even be a little bit tired, stood out to him. While Turgon could tell that the sun was indeed up, the heavy cloud cover and the churning seas veiled exactly what time it was. Turgon assumed it was early. As of now, only a few crew members were on top deck, and none of his own companions were there. As quickly as it had appeared in, and Turgon had gotten a good idea of the structure ahead of them, somewhat appearing as a single black column surrounded by grayer skies, the fog veiled it. Still, there was the glowing algae, the strange bioluminescence on top of the water. About that time, Rortho peered from below deck, bouncing as the ship lurched to and fro. "I'll rouse the crew. Get them in position. Did the storm come upon us suddenly?" Edanos laughed. "You call this a storm? I wouldn't call this a storm, but sure, get them up. I've seen land, and I dare say there should not be an island head." Soon, the deck of the ship was bustling with activity. While Rortho ended up taking over the helm, Edanos had vanished into his cabin after something. "So you actually saw an island?" Silra asked. "It was like a pillar of rock, tall, fleeting," Turgon told him. "I do not know of any island in this direction, especially as you describe," Guri said. As it was now, Gorki was at the helm with Rortho. "And you want to give it a bit of a fight. Don't let the current directly take control of the vessel, but then you need to know when the water's going to shift, and sometimes you let the wheel spin. We're not trying to directly fight the ocean, but instead glide with it." Rortho was continuing to instruct Gorki. About that time, Edanos came from his cabin holding the metal instrument onto a tattered parchment of some kind. He checked the direction they were headed, and then looked up. At this point, Turgon realized that strangely, they could see stars, but even he, not knowing too much of astrological signs, could tell that something was not quite right. "I've seen that look before," Rortho said. "You're not about to tell me we're in some weird place, are you?" Edanos smiled and looked at Turgon and looked back to Rortho. "Depends. Are you going to ask me if we're in a weird place?" Rortho simply shook his head. "What is it?" Selinra asked. "It is as I believed it to be in the glimpses of stars I saw above. We are indeed in a strange place, and I do think it will become stranger." Edanos went past them, going to each of the crew and patting them on the back. "Keep your wits about you, even if you see weird things. You may not have known what you were getting when you came aboard this ship, but indeed, it's always something." Always something, Turgon thought. That's one way to encourage the crew. At this point, Turgon and the others had joined Edanos at the helm. Though Turgon wondered if perhaps Gorki should not be on the wheel itself, Rortho seemed rather confident. "Got a squall line coming in," Rortho said, pointing to the west. "I assume we'll have more of those," Edanos said. "Those rain bands are going to be a bit." He paused. "How do you say it the best? Turbulent?" "Is this really an elder storm?" Silra asked. "This?" Edanos said, looking up at the sky above them. "No, this is before a rain band. When we have a rain band hit us, you could say it's because we're in a hurricane." "And an elder storm?" Selinra asked. "If you have to question if you're in an elder storm," Rortho said, winking, "then you're not in an elder storm." Turgon was unsettled by this back-and-forth banter, as much as he wanted to laugh and make a joke of it too. He simply did not have enough experience to feel so confident as Edanos did. That said, if Edanos and Rortho were laughing, it either meant that everything was going okay, or they were absolutely insane. At this point, Turgon assumed it could be either one. "Squall line inbound! Hold on to something!" Edanos shouted. The wall of water, as it seemed, with the massive amount of rain suddenly showering down upon them, was like thunder striking the side of the ship. Turgon caught sight of Gorki sliding with the wheel, but Rortho was right there, holding fast with the dwarf, keeping the forward momentum as it was. The sails were still up, something that Turgon understood was not a good thing in extremely high winds and the turbulent storm, but again, he didn't know too much about sailing, and he wasn't going to pretend like he did. White lightning flashed above them, and the waves seemed to grow greatly in size, the Truest Bliss cutting up the massive towers of water and then rocking down and sliding down the other side. "Fair day for sailing, Captain," Rortho shouted out, the wind tearing across the deck of the ship. Silra and Selinra were both holding on to the helm, and Guri was down near the center mast, holding as the rest of the crew was as the ship lurched back and forth. "Yes, fair day," Edanos said. "Did we get all those torn spots in the sails taken care of like I wanted to in Erin?" Rortho did an over-exuberant wondering, putting a single finger up to his lips and acting as if he was in deep thought. "I'm not too sure, Captain. I sure hope so. You remember that one time with the storm in the glacial seas? I mean, the center mast did freeze and we did lose like half the crew, but weren't they mostly ghost crew anyway?" Edanos nodded. Ah yes, Ghost Crew. Weird bunch, and they never show up when we need them to, just when they want to be there. Quite rude, to be really honest. The turbulent rain suddenly slowed, and while the winds still cut across, they seemed to be able to move about the ship a bit easier. Turgon no longer had the grip on the railing he had before. Then, with the sudden lessening of the wind, the clouds above them let up. In fact, not only did the dark gray of the clouds fall away, but indeed they were met with starlight high above. "I had thought it was early morning," Selinra said. "It was," Silra said. "The sky is different." Edanos was slowly nodding off the side. "Indeed, and as it is, if you look up, you may see the wondrous expense of the starry nothingness." "I don't recognize any of these stars or the constellations. Where is the great warrior with the great sword in his left hand?" Selinra asked. "Oh, you speak of Kel's Templar. Should be absolutely visible in the western sky. As it is, we are currently traveling west." Turgon was in utter amazement with the vast amount of stars. He had never seen so many. But the words in the back and forth of Silra and Selinra with Edanos did not escape his mind. "Where are we, Captain?" he asked Edanos. Edanos got a slightly cocky smile. "To be honest, good Dwarf King, I do not truly know. But I only see that ahead, even with the turbulent seas I can see the glowing algae. A sad, sad mistake or more of a challenge from our enemy, I cannot tell. At any point in the previous storm, we could have simply turned back, and I doubt there would have been much of a pull against such a thing. My ship is old, and it has been across many of the vast oceans, made harbor in places where no harbor was at one time. While you see much of my crew here that are well paid and well fed, it is only my good friend Rortho that has stood beside me through all the years. How does he say it?" "That you're a crazy Stormborn dreamer," Rortho said, laughing as said it. "Exactly," Edanos said, "but I will not turn away from such a thing, and though the storm blows upon us again soon as we pass through the eye of a lesser hurricane, I will tell you it's still ahead, veiled in the fogs that made no sense in such a turbulent storm. We shall find what we are seeking if we simply continue on." Edanos had said all of that with a strange tune and melody to his words, an oddness and near manacy to things as they were transpiring. And once again, as promised, a new line. "Of turbulent rain is approaching from the west." Turgon looked up, see the starry sky fading away, and soon the ship lurched and was tossed by the massive waves as the Truest Bliss cut across the ocean headed west to a place that none aboard knew where they actually were. Much like before, the Truest Bliss withstood the storm, and upon emerging on the other side, it was Edanos who took to the helm. In the strangest of occurrences, it suddenly like they were on a river. While they were still in the ocean, no doubt, the current was swift and seemed to cut through ever-thickening fogs. It was strange, as looking around it still seemed they were on the ocean, but you would think with the cuts the ship is making, they were avoiding massive rocks. Rortho was holding on the rear railings of the ship, as it seemed now that his mini version of himself in Gurki was following his every move. He seemed to be a bit disturbed. "What? This is the normal for the captain?" Turgon said, curious what Rortho will reply with. "Edanos knows what Edanos knows," Rortho said in a hushed whisper. "If he turned the ship like this, we have to assume he has good reason. Doesn't change the fact it's going to make me sick." It was then that the fog seemed to clear just a bit more, and Turgon realized how close they actually were to the island they had seen, now what seemed hours ago. They were just beside it, a massive monolith veiled in thick fogs. It seemed to be twisting up the center spire. Indeed, they were cutting left and right, but also they seemed to be ascending upwards in some strange play on the physicalities of the world or realm they found themselves in. Soon, it was a harmonious billowing sound that rolled out from the stones all around them. "It's like trumpets, but an undulating play of notes that do not make sense," Silra said. It came a few moments later, but the sudden and distinct sound of the ship running aground upon sand. They were on a beach, yet looking behind them, they could tell they ascended up through the fogs and on some type of elevated platform of water. "My good dwarf and first mate," Edanos said, "get ready to head to shore. It seems we have arrived at our island." Turgon motioned for Silra, Salinra, Gurki, and Guri to follow with him. As it was now, the Truest Bliss was leaned to one side, and it seemed the ship had absolutely ran aground. Turgon and the others made their way off the ship itself, sliding along the wood of the ship and landing in soft sand. "Where in the realms are we?" Silra said. Turgon shook his head. He, of course, had no idea where they were. Salinra was staring up at the stars, pointing and then bringing her finger back. "With all of my star work working with Garivia, I do not know any of these stars." Guri was standing with his hands on his waist, looking about. "We are in a different realm, though I believe it only to be slightly. A space between veils, a realm near the voids." Turgon turned and looked at him. "The voids? You mean like the void gates as we had talked about before?" Guri nodded slowly. "I think. This isn't a void gate, I can say that. But it's something else, something oddly familiar yet not. It is in a place like this I have to wonder if a spirit look as we do, or if perhaps we look as spirits to them." Edanos jumped onto the sand near them and tapped the hilt of his sword. "Correct you are, something like that. But that does not matter. Where we are is where we sought to go, and it is within this place, this tower. I believe it will begin to reveal that which is hidden. I give you some comfort, and you should know this yourself, Rusis," he said matter-of-factly towards Guri. "This place, if active, will have glowing ruins all along the walls. You can see the etchings and what looks like coral in this part of the tower." Turgon noticed that it did like some form of coral in the distant wall ahead. "But why would there be coral on the tower?" Gurki asked. "Now that, good dwarf, is an appropriate question." And that was a question that Turgon didn't need answered for, now he understood. This tower was beneath the depths and was now not. "Any idea on how we went from the ocean level to this point here?" Turgon asked. Edanos looked back at his ship and looked back at Turgon, and then looked back to the ship again. "I am fairly certain we were all on the ship." Edanos stared for a few moments before laughing again. "Oh, I know what you mean, of course. How'd we go from sea level up to here? And the answer is, I'm not entirely sure. It's just that I could see the rock only thinly through the fogs and could feel the shift lifting up. I told you, Truest Bliss has been in some weird places." Turgon wasn't too sure of what a Stormborn was, if this captain was one or anything else, but was happy given the turn of events that the captain was who he was. They began away from the place where they had run aground. Rortho and the others were to stay and work on getting the ship back in the water and no longer on the beach while they took a closer look at where they had found themselves. As some form of luck, or unbeknownst to them, more of a not-known unfortune, the beach opened up to a stone bridgeway that led across a chasm that took them over a great gap in the coral and stone of the tower. They made their way to a walkway some distance from the ship and began to ascend upwards. While the tower itself was a monolithic and massive place, it wasn't very wide. They began to circle up the spire, seeing down below with the many beaches that were suspended in the fogs, high above the oceans that were further beneath them. Soon, they came to what can only be described as a gateway that had been broken ajar. They were approaching a doorway when the Rusis stopped and looked directly at a pillar off to the side. "This is a Rusis temple." "A Rusis temple that was underwater?" Salinra said. "Yes, but," he looked towards Turgon, "this is like where the book was, but it is not underwater. And the time before, in the ancient dwarven city that you went to, you found the dwarf Balinor. In that place, time was stuck, correct?" Yes. Time stopped going as before, but they had set it up that way. I don't think this is the same, Turgon said. But the map you had taken the etching from led you to where you found the book, he said, looking at Silra. It is, or from a time before most was covered with water. So, what have you realized? Edanos said. There's not any Roos's curse gonna jump out and grab us, is there? Turgon laughed. It was pretty obvious that Edanos was making a joke, and at the same time looked at Guri with a bit more seriousness. It's just that this symbol, he said, pointing at the pillar. The triangular one, it's a sign of a trigate. This place isn't active, I agree, Edanos. But I think this is a tower that once housed a trigate. It explains being in different realm, but then it makes me wonder how many more are across the ocean. It also makes me wonder and be very weary of why this slaver, Matuk, would really be seeking such a place. Surely he could not have been using it for too long, Silra said. Besides, you said that this place is inactive even if it did have a trigate. I'm not sure how some slaver would take advantage of such a thing. But this slaver seems to be a bit more into things than just simply gold, Turgon said. We must be particularly careful as we go forward. There wasn't much else for any of them to say, but it was Guri who now took point. Igniting flames in his hand, he began to lead them to the inner portion of this ruin. Passing the gateway and entering into the tower, Turgon covered his mouth and nose at the stink and distinct stench of what was like rotting fish. Strangely, there were carcasses all through the halls, but not of bodies of dwarf or elf or Roosis or that of the race of men, but fish. There, too, were the shells of giant mollusk. It was indeed a strange place that they wandered through, careful not to slip or otherwise not to step on something. The Roosis held his hands higher so as not heat any of the decaying flesh. Silra began to vomit, something that seemed to make everything worse, as now Gurki began to waver in his stance, before falling to his knees and vomiting as well. Turgon felt the need, but was able to fight it back just before Selinra began to vomit now. There was a scurrying sound, followed by that which could best be described as slithering and slapping. Guri ignited his fire, growing it much larger than before, and in a flash, the room shimmered as glowing octopuses slid across the floor, sliding around and swiping with their tentacles. Turgon and his companions were thrown asunder, Selinra, Gurki, and Silra falling back, but still trying to do something to defend themselves. Turgon drew his axes, taking advantage of the fact they were able to see these massive glowing creatures, with the contrast of lightning flying from the Roos's hands and into the one closest to them. His body boiled and exploded, sending blast of goo all over them. One was dead, yet two remained. They slid together, moving towards Edanos and Turgon. Edanos had already drawn out his saber and made several arcing slashes, forcing the one octopus to flail itself backwards, retreating to, then slide around, only to be struck with a volley of ice that froze the creature to the ground. Turgon charged, leaping onto the face and wedging his boot into what he can only describe as the forehead of the beast. He hacked and hacked, followed by ducking just as Edanos slashed at the creature. The octopus seemed to say something in some strange gibberish of language, before falling back with its remaining kin and began doing a dance as the two octopuses spun in a circle, passing in and around each other. They were healing. Now, Selinra and Silra were both up, as was Gurki. Their faces were pale, and they were still covered in vomit. Gurki was still retching. "Stand firm," Guri shouted. Having the ranged weapons of his own innate magic, the Roosis had the advantage over the rest of them. Turgon looked over to Silra and Selinra, who both had their staffs up, but seemed to be only having enough strength to summon weak wards. There was no time to say anything as the creatures barreled down upon them. With arcing bolts of lightning, Guri took down one of the creatures, dragging it away from the other and throwing it against the temple walls over and over, using the lightning as an extension of his own hands as it seared and bubbled its flesh. The remaining one went for them, Turgon and Edanos, but in multiple large slashes they were able to beat it back again. Edanos lunged, his saber piercing through to the top of the creature's head as Turgon cut its tentacles with the axes. The creature fell back again, goo and glowing blue fluid flowing from, as it was the last remaining of the attackers. It seemed to mouth something again, a strange language before its form went dark. Silra and Selinra had collapsed on one another, overtaken with sickness. Gorky remained, but he didn't look too good either. His paleness was stark, but not as bad as theirs. Guri checked on Edanos and Turgon. After confirming they were good, went to Silra and Selinra. They are weakened. Their consumption of alcohol must have something to do with this. Are you telling me I'm sick from these creatures? Silra said, exasperated and out of breath. Because I drink? We all drink. Partially that, but your immune systems, that of your body that protects you generally, most have already been weakened. That is my point with the alcohol. I've seen how much you drink. Probably shouldn't do that. But what about me? Gorky said. I drink a lot. Not as much as them, Turgon said. They should go back to the ship, Gorky. You think you can get them there? Edanos said. I got us into this, Silra said, and I want to make sure you get out of it. Get back to the ship with your daughter and Gorky. We'll go on. Though Turgon could tell that Silra wanted to refuse and argue, he simply did not have the strength. Gorky, take care of them, Turgon said. I've got them, my king. As the others turned towards the ship, Edanos, Guri, and Turgon continued on. That was unfortunate. Let us hope that no more of this fortune comes upon us, Guri said. Turgon didn't like that he had lost his companions, and not just because they went from a total of 6 down to 3, now making their way through this strange ruin on their own. So you have seen this kind of poison before? Turgon asked Guri. Oh yes, but isn't really a poison. Once they tell Rortho what happened, he will likely get it. Guri paused, adjusting one of his gauntlets and taking a quick glance around them. Actually, he will surely get it. He had the same thing happen to him years and years ago now. He looked up to Turgon. It isn't really a poison, and it didn't come from the creatures we were fighting. It's actually a Rusus deterrent. It was likely we set it off when we entered versus just the sea life from before. Its affects are strong, incapacitating most, but in the case of us, it was already weakened. So the story about them drinking too much? Turgon asked. Oh, he laughed. They do drink too much. Perhaps now they will think about what they've done. Turgon knew it was a half-sarcastic comment, and as they continued walking, he felt a bit more at ease about the sudden affliction on their kin. Passing into a series of large chambers, they came to a long walkway took them over what can only be described as subterranean lake far beneath them. They were still in the tower, so this lake of sorts was either part of the tower and its original design, or it was from the fact that the structure had been underwater. They came to yet another doorway, entered, and found themselves in yet another series of chambers. Here, all the doors going from chamber to chamber were sprung open. There were no signs of struggle or destruction from within. The place was clean. Unlike the first few rooms with the many bodies and horrible smells, these did not have that. There was a deep thrumming under their feet, an audible sound, too. I wonder if that is some creature, Edanos asked. Perhaps, perhaps not. It's extremely erratic. At first I thought it had been something that was sleeping, or otherwise maybe even making a low guttural growl, but no. Still, I don't know what it actually is. Turgon could not decipher it either. Whatever sound it was and what it was coming from, they seemed to be drawing closer to it. As they exited the next set of a series of chambers, they came to a stairwell that began to snake downwards. Here, oddly, it didn't require the Ruses to use his magic to light the way like they had in so many other portions of tower. There were torches here, and it seemed quite a bit more other random things. Now, Now we're getting to signs of someone else actually being in this tower outside of us. Do you smell that? Edanos asked. Yes, they can, Guri said. And we are getting closer, but to what I do not know, Edanos said. The stairwell twisted downwards, and while there were lit torches at the top of it, deeper down there was no light. But the Rusis wasn't too quick to light their way as before. He pressed himself against the wall, and Turgan and Edanos did the same. He peeked around, and Turgan wondered what he could see. I see two, Guri said. Just two? Edanos asked. Guri nodded. And I believe that we need a small break, a slight nap. The three of them nodded to one another and emerged from the doorway with haste. There were no weapons, no exuberant battle cries, just a dwarf, Rusus, and the man happening upon two lonesome guards and whatever they were doing here. Turgon had grabbed the one on the left, while Guri held the one on the right, and Edanos struck him in the face. The man squirmed in Turgon's arms for just a few more seconds before Turgon could feel the man's fight give out, and he collapsed. They dragged the two guards to the side of the room. Two down, Edanos said. Now, while Turgon knew there were more than simply two guards in this tower, he also understood that the chances of there being a significant amount of guards in general was low. If this indeed was where Matuk and the others were hiding, they wouldn't expect anyone. These two guards were likely not sentries at all, but instead were simply in this room looking for something, or otherwise perhaps were on a break. But as they came to the next room, they realized that the two guards they had dispatched in the previous room were most likely not going for a rest. No, it seemed that just next to them was the strangest contraption. The large square room had higher ceilings than the other rooms they had come in through before. The floors were a polished stone, and in the center of the room was a glowing tank of fluid. The fluid itself was cloudy. Anything that was possibly in the fluid was veiled to them. There were strange tentacle-like contractions gripping the tank itself, and from the tentacle there was at least 3 small boxes of glowing crystals. What is this? Edanos asked. Guri was staring at the tank. He put his hand on the glass and then looked down at the strange tentacles in the boxes of glowing crystals. I don't know, Guri said. I've seen tanks like this in other ruins, but never intact. Whatever this is, he said, pointing at the strange contraptions on floor. It seems to be giving or taking energy. But energy to what? Edanos asked. Turgon had never seen such a thing, and even thinking back to the dwarven city they had been with some level of technology present there, this was nothing like that. Furthermore, neither Edanos in all his travels or Guri, for much the same reasons, knew of this. We leave it, Guri said. Let's go a bit further and see what we can find. They passed across the room, coming to yet another doorway, but here it did not open up to another long hallway or a series of chambers, but instead to a stone stairwell that led directly down, twisting back and forth many times all the way to a stone pathway far below. Here they could see more of the underground lake, and much to the three of their surprise, a massive ship at moor at a dock. It was Matuk. Turgon knew it. That's the ship, the one with the Rusis, the one where they took the book. I hope to board the ship a bit more traditionally, Edanos said. That's impossible. Guri was staring. He hadn't said anything, and in fact, Turgon realized he wasn't blinking. You see them, don't you? Turgon asked. Guri nodded. I see my kin. Even from here I can see the cages. Let's just take things a bit slow, Edanos said. Both Turgon and Edanos were staring at Guri, and they could see his hands began to twitch. But the Rusis had not survived this long making rash action. Turgon knew he knew as they stood there and waited for his gaze to break. Turgon looked around, seeing many more of the strange tentacles they had seen in the room prior, coming from other places and feeding down to a center pillar just offshore in the lake. To him, It seemed like all these different tentacles were supplying some type of energy to something. Guri at last spoke. It's difficult to see from afar, but I have to assume there to be a few dozen of the slavers down there. Furthermore, I believe they have brought this tower to this place, somehow unlocking it from the ocean and perhaps using the Book of Shri, but I don't know. I look at the tentacles coming out of different parts of the structure, and you notice the biggest difference between the ones that are by us and the ones down there. Neither Turgon or Edanos saw anything that jumped out at them. Guri nodded. It's okay. The ones here are drawing significant amount more energy. They're larger, fuller. I have to imagine that whatever our enemies' tanks have a substantial amount of energy, and that perhaps the one room behind us is in fact one of the largest. Do we go get others from the ship, or something else? Turgon asked, already knowing there was not to be anyone else. Guri would not return after going to get more people. Besides, Turgon had already assumed that they'd be at least a decent match for Matic, and whoever of his ilk were here. I can tell you're trying to do the wise thing, offer the best chances for all of us. But I have to trust that you haven't spent much time with Rusis in your time, right, dwarf? No, and I found plans rarely go as you plan them. Guri nodded. Then listen to me when I tell you this. I intend to put myself in harm's way, get as close as I can, find the book, and blast as many of those bastards that I can. I need you to go back in that room and cut that power once I'm down there. Should be enough distraction, and if it is actually somehow powering this tower, I think something else will happen. Something else, Edanos said. Like what, exactly? Once you're engaged with them, you're going to have difficulty getting all the way back up here, I would assume. Yes and no, Guri said. Invisibility will help quite a bit. But I know there must be a way out, even down there. Worst case, I have to ride on their ship for a bit. Best case, I'm right about the power loss and what will happen. Doesn't seem like the greatest plan, Turgon pointed out. Mine never do, but they work out. It's when I start thinking too much that my plans tend to have issues. The Rusis faded from view, becoming invisible, and Edanos and Turgon looked at one another. Okay, he's headed there. How do you want to time this? Turgon nodded, motioning them for them to go back up to the other room. As the two of them came back to the room with the large vat of water, they noticed that while there are many smaller tentacles coming from this place, there was one central one. That one, Turgon pointed. Think if we mess up that one, then the rest of it will do whatever it's going to do. Edanos nodded, but seemed to make some kind of weird eye movement as he looked around. I'm all for strange plans, but this is a bit stranger than I'm used to. Which part? The fact your ship went up from the ocean following a river and ended up on a beach on tower that the submerged underneath the ocean? Or something else? Edanos smiled. Yes, that. All of it. Edanos drew out his saber and looked at the tentacle. Turgon got his axe and cocked his head, staring at Edanos. Edanos nodded. Good point, he said, resheathing his sword. How long do you think we should wait? Turgon asked. Edanos looked up, put his hand up as if he was marking where the sun was on the horizon, and then just sighed. Yes, looks like we waited long enough. Hit it, cut it, whatever. Turgon kicked at the strange tentacle. It looked just like the arms of the octopus that they had fought earlier, except that the entire structure of it seemed to be vibrating ever so slightly. Turgon put his foot on it and marked with his axe where he planned to strike. He lifted, brought the head down, and severed it in a single chop. The strange arm contracted and spurted out a glowing blue fluid. Bolts of energy arced from it, striking along the walls, and then it went dark. A few moments passed, and the crystal boxes began to steam with heat before crackling and bursting. Then the glass structure with the fluid within began to flicker and then darken. In a continuance of events, the smaller tentacles began to darken little by little, constricting and bursting into blue flame. Turgon could smell burning flesh. Then, the strange hum they had been hearing almost constantly, the thrumming feeling beneath their feet ceased. Suddenly, Turgon and Edanos could hear shouting and clamor from far down below. The echoing screams were constant but erratic. But in some work of fate, before Turgon or Edanos could even get back to the stairwell to head down to see what the clamor was, the Rusis emerged, casting away his invisibility and grasping the Book of Shri. "It's happening! Hurry! Follow me, we must get back to the ship!" They burst from the room, following after the Rusis, and though they went from chamber to chamber, crossing the walkways just as before, the Rusis' expedient pace was quite substantially more than theirs. While Edanos kept out his saber, Turgon had put away his own weapons, just struggling to keep up the Rusis' speed. In truth, it was a surprise that the Rusis could have left the children, but then again, there was no way to get out a bunch of children safely, especially with the way they were having to escape. As they ascended back higher and higher, they neared the room where they had fought the octopus, and not at all to Turgon's surprise did they find at least 4 more of the creatures come. Turgon went to place his hand on his axe to prepare for the combat as Edanos took a stance with his sword up. The Rusis, however, propped open the Book of Shri, the text falling to the ground. The Rusis lifted up of both his hands, and suddenly the book was flying before him. As the forward octopus clambered about, blocking their escape, the Rusis' feet began to rise, and then to form of spinning crystals within crystal, and bolts of blue energy arced off the Rusis, striking each of the octopus in unison. The sizzling and crackling of their flesh was reminiscent of bacon frying in the pan, but the smell was nothing close. The creatures fell dead, and the Rusis' feet touched back to the ground. He reached for the book still floating before him and closed it, looking back at the others. "Let's go." They had made it back to the outside, but they were not greeted by the same starlight they had seen before, but instead to a bright sun and wisping winds cutting every direction around the tower. "To the ship," Rornikor said again, much more forcefully. As Turgon, Edanos, and Guri caught sight of the vessel floating in the water, Turgon was surprised to see that he can no longer look far down and see the ocean, but instead the ocean was just upon them. The tower was no longer in the strange state of floating high above all and wrapped in fogs and strange rivers that flow upwards. No, this was something else. It seemed that this tower had entered their normal realm, and whatever was holding it before had been lost. Was it what we cut? Was it that powering the entire structure and allowing it to be outside our realm, or what? Turgon had no idea, nor did he have the time to sit and worry and wonder. As he got aboard the ship, he saw that Silra and Selinra both seemed to be a bit better. Rortho and Gorki were at the helm, and many of the others amongst the crew seemed nervous. "We saw the sky flash like a dozen or more sunrises and sunsets," Rortho shouted to Edanos. "I don't know what y'all did in there, but it did something." "Prepare to make way for open sea," Edanos commanded. The sails of the Truest Bliss were engorged with wind as Rortho turned away, and they began away from the strange tower. This time, there were no rapid cuts to left and right, more of a straight journey, twisting around a handful of pillars, but nothing as exuberant as they approached. Turgon could see open sea, and while he had never considered himself a man of the open ocean, he felt happy seeing that their escape was so plainly in sight. They were making a rapid pace, clearing the island and the small remnants of fog as they broke for open ocean. But Edanos kept an eye on the island itself, looking back almost constantly. Turgon, as well as Guri, did the same, and before long they saw what each of them expected. Matic and his slaver ship were rapidly approaching. Arcs of fire shot out from the topmast of the ship, followed by bolts of ice. The Rusis' attacks were landing close to them. "Make ready to return fire," Edanos shouted. "Double volley, reload with oil." The Truest Bliss rocked in the ocean as Rortho turned their path slightly. The cranking and snapping of the bliss by bolts preceded both of the weapons turning and aiming directly at Matuk's ship. "Release!" Edanos shouted. The two bolts erupted across the deck, cutting through the wind and arcing directly at the bow of the other vessel. One struck, sending up a splintering of wood, while the other glanced off the side, plunging into the ocean. Turgon watched as now a second volley was being prepared, this time with red ceramic pots of oil. The battle was escalating, that was for sure. Chapter 5. Lost Place. The Russes' concentrated attack had engulfed the mast of Matuk's ship. "Come about!" Edanos shouted. "Arm yourselves! Prepare to board!" They were now on the attack. Turgon watched as the Truest Bliss released another volley, striking across the surface of the deck and taking out multiple of the slaver's crew. Thankfully, the Russes were higher, and though Edanos had been lucky so far, as they drew closer, they did not use the ballistae again. At this point, Silra and Selindra were prepared, their staffs at the ready. "Are you two good enough to fight?" Turgon asked. "You already kicked us out once, we're not doing that again. Besides, it wasn't a poison, it was just like a temporary effect," Silra said. They were drawing close, and Guri was eager. Still, bolts from the Russes' children continued to strike, becoming more and more accurate, requiring use of wards to fend off the blast from their own ship. The fire was growing brighter, and even from afar Turgon could see Matuk at his helm. Suddenly, the wind shifted strongly. Where before there had been clear skies, storm clouds began to roll in from the west. And suddenly, the Truest Bliss was pushed back from the slaver's ship. "Keep our heading!" Edanos shouted. But no matter what the dwarven first mate tried to do with the wheel, they could not keep the ship going towards the slaver, even though they were so close that Turgon could see the eyes of the crew as they began to throw spears at the Truest Bliss. Guri was literally on the rails at the front of the helm of the Truest Bliss, just waiting to get close enough to climb aboard when the ship lurched violently to the left. It was then Turgon saw it first. From the wooden front of the ship, it was a single crystal. Edanos saw it next, turning and shouting to Rortho. "Break off! Break off!" Rortho spun the wheel to the right, the ship changing course and forcing the crew to grab onto what they could as an arcing blast of red electrified energy shot over the bow, just missing their own center mast and striking the water behind them. "Raise sails! Move!" Edanos' orders were short and panicked. The advantage that the Truest Bliss had was that it was actually faster than the slaver ship by quite a bit. They began to move in an almost serpentine way, cutting back and forth as the bolts from the slaver ship struck the water around them. This was no Russus weapon, something else, something Turgon had not seen before. Edanos stomped by, going to the wheel himself and taking it back from the dwarf. "We have to make with all haste to friendlier waters." The tower was fading behind them now, clearly in their realm, and not some strange in-between realm as before, but with the slaver ship still on them, the Truest Bliss struggled to get away. Now, both ballistae had been ready with pot's oil. If they took another strike, there would be no choice but to fire on the slaver ship in an attempt to save themselves. Turgon didn't see any good options at the current moment. With the storm rolling behind them, Turgon was the first to realize there was something else out in the ocean. Though at this point he expected any number of creatures, or perhaps even more random powers to appear, it was not that at all. He could see red sails, at least a dozen of them. They were like glowing red teeth against a dark background of storm clouds. These were moving fast, much faster than the slaver ship. Edanos noticed as well. Dreen fleet! Their enemy had gained friends, and the friends are fastly approaching. Now Matuk and his ship did not have to catch the Truest Bliss. Truly, they weren't trying to sink the ship, for it was no doubt to Turgon or anyone else on board that Matuk wanted his book back. If Matuk had had access to this tower before, Turgon did not know, but it didn't matter. As a slaver, and now the Dreen Navy was coming down upon them, they could only hope for favorable winds. Then, in the clouds high above it, was not the captain of the Truest Bliss that noticed, nor was it Turgon, but instead the bubbly, yet contain an absolute attention to detail. Gorky spotted something approaching. "You see that paper flying really high up? It's like paper. It's not a bird. It's like paper flying through the air." Turgon looked, but he couldn't see in the blue sky what the dwarf could be talking about. "Oh," he said, long and exuberantly, "that's not paper. That's a carpet." Edanos pulled out a viewing scope and looked. "It's a spotter of the Sunrise Navy, and with him is a spotter of the Sunset Navy." Edanos dropped his viewport down to look across the horizon. "Yes! Rin's navy approaches!" Turgon could barely see the white sails contrasted in the light blue sky, but indeed at least 36 of the forces of Rin and the allies were headed directly for them. The Truest Bliss kept its course, making for the protection and the allies ahead as bolts of energy struck all around them. But even as the Dreen Navy and the slaver ship are coming down upon them, launching attacks over and over, sending the water around the Truest Bliss up in great columns, it would not continue. In a concentrated blast, Rin's Sunrise and Sunset Navies unleashed volley after volley of flaming ballistae, arching high into the sky. That was not all Rin had brought this day, for coming out of the clouds, dropped dozens and dozens of carpets, arcing fireballs from their wands, striking at the Dreen, who cast some type of strange ward over their own vessels. A slaver ship broke off, and the Truest Bliss soon was in the comforts of fellow allies. As the Truest Bliss made way, coming around several of the Sunrise Navy's ships, indicative from the markings on their flags being of a red sun, it was aboard one of the vessels of the Sunset, with the orange flags that Turgon noticed the Admiral from before, with Aimhe. Horns sounded and drums thundered in response, and the Rin fleet pushed. Even from this far away, Turgon could see that the Dreen Navy was giving ground, not wishing to engage the combined forces of the Sunrise and the Sunset Navies, as well as the carpet riders flying at random above. As greater arms of the fleet spread out to assure a large area of protected ocean, the Admiral met with Edanos aboard the Truest Bliss. "Horrible storms we had, but then we saw the flashes of light, and I can see in the distance there is but a tower. Shall the Navy secure the tower?" Edanos nodded. It was where the slaver Matuk was hiding for now. If the Dreen are involved, though, we could spark into a larger engagement. The Sultan would have me make safe any place that is important to our trials and tribulations. Do not worry of the Dreen for now. The occurrence of the temple had entered into their around, and became as natural as anything else in the world, stood out Turgon. But it was Silra and Guri, standing together the front of the Truest Bliss, holding open the book True, is a glowing pages flipped before them. Faster and faster as now the ship lurched around the strange monolithic island. Turgon stared up, seeing about halfway the great spire were before the ship and more. He still did not understand everything as it had transpired, but then again, that didn't surprise him. They came around the westernmost point of the monolith, found an opening at sea level. This is obviously where the slaver ship had exited Tech could harbor pursue them. But this was no normal cave entrance or otherwise unadorned place. This is a massive ornate passageway. Here there were 2 large statues, both holding simple rods of some unknown material that glistened in the now sitting sun. Yes, the storms had fled with the Dream Navy and the slaver ships, almost as if controlled or following the others. The book Shri, which I continue to flip page after page, positive simple page, Rortho died the Truest Bliss in. But even as Turgon and the others enter back into the place, they do not worry of another sudden attack, for the fleets of Aritin taken a large wide perimeter. No, he would get close to them for now. Turgon still had an odd feeling about returning the place had been before. It is like a strange waking dream. He knew that this place was not exactly from their world. It wasn't like for when they were underwater and ascended back up to some form of magic work blessing. This tower had been in a different realm, and now. The question how this could have happened, but he figured it best not to question some things. Now, as the Truest Bliss cut across the inner harbor of the spire, became the rest about where the slaver ship had against the stone rock, with multiple large pillars and light torches. Higher up were many openings and waterfalls that Turgon had either not noticed before or not flowing water like they were now. Guri and Silra were the first to text the ship, glancing around and walking directly away as rest of the crew paid off vessel. Here, there were many intact stone buildings, but most seemed to have been washed away at some point by the ocean itself. As Edanos, Rortho, and Gurki followed behind him, and Selinra, not much was said. Guri pointed at several flickering lines coming from somewhere higher above, the same tentacled creations that Turgon had cut before. These tentacles are like some creature, some sickness that infects this place. Can you see how many different ones are bursting into flames at random? They seem to be seeping out some type of blue substance, Selinra asked. It was coming one of those that allowed us a sufficient distraction for Guri to take back the book, but at the same time it seemed to have brought this place into a different realm. Or more so, our realm, Turgon said. The sun was setting as the crew of the Truest Bliss spread out some distance from the ship. Some got a fire going while others began fishing. The fishing went strangely well, with more and more fish swarming the docks as if the creatures themselves were starved for any bit of food they could get from the crew fishing lines. Guri found that the structure just up from the docks themselves, with some type of assembly area with table stone benches. They made a point to take some time for a bit of a reprieve, talking about nothing in particular and recalling the strangeness of their journey so far. But soon, Guri came to them and said they need to cut all of the strange tentacles away. "Do not leave any," he told them. "All of them must go." He was quite a bit more frantic. "You know what it is, Silra?" Turgon asked. "You've both been going through that book of Shri for some time back and forth." Silra shook his head. "Most of it is just gibberish. It doesn't appear as anything to me. He seems to be able to understand more of it. He's mentioned about the Trigates, and he's mentioned about something resting here that was once sleeping." Silra shook his head. "To be honest, I'm not too sure, and he hasn't said anything explaining this place or anything else." About that time, Guri walked by. "The Observatories. I'm looking for something about the Observatories." Neither Turgon or Silra what he was talking about. "And why are we looking for observatories?" "Cosmic winds. They blow upon this place just as they have blown on the western deserts. His wife is again began gathering. They sense it. It's like the same energy of an opening void gate, but not, brings greater." He paused. The water was suddenly moving outward from the harbor, almost leaving the Truest Bliss dangling from the dock. There was then a sudden surge of water flowing back into the harbor, and the ship was ripped from the dock. Where before there had been a red sunset on the horizon now, there were billowing black clouds with purple lightning flashing over and over. "Hurricane!" Gorky shouted. "No," Guri said. "We should have shelter enough here. Let the storm pass. Perhaps we should go higher up into the tower?" Selinra asked. Shadowy forms, like a rolling fog, began to flow into the entrance of the temple as many of the crew that had been sent out to search out the glowing tentacles and cut them poured in at random around the captain and the others. Turgon thought immediately of the creatures they had faced before and how perhaps there was some angry sea monster that had come, some ancient creature given everything he had heard and seen as of recent. Silra and Selinra held their staffs aloft, casting white lights. Guri tossed the book of Shri to Silra and ignited fire in his hands. "You're not welcome here! You cannot come into this place!" the Rusi shouted. The creature, formed from billowing blackness, seemed to retract at the ward extended out to it. A low rumble and a growl as the entity pushed through, shadowy form blotting out all light and tentacles stretching and reaching up to the structure. More glass shattered around them, and Turgon looked about to try to see what it was that had come. Then he saw a single glowing chamber some distance high above. The darkness surged towards it, then retracted. Glass shattered high above in multiple other chambers, and a flow of glowing gold filaments swept in from all different portions of spire, going directly to this remaining glass room, becoming brighter high above. There was a series of flashes, the glass shattered above them, and a form rushed down just before Guri, twisting around the ruses and flashing multiple times. The blackness squealed, flailing backwards as its tentacles that had wrapped itself into the spire gave way. Then there was only silence and a light wind. The fleeting sight of the red sunset gave way to purple and calm waters, licked the harbor rock as all became again as it was before. Now, standing just some distance from the Rusis woman with a soft face, turned to look at them. She smiled, looking over at Turgon and then to Edanos. Then her focus centered on Guri. "You have come home, son." The book in Silra's hands flew towards this woman, who caught it with grace and twisted it, opening the pages and lifting it to Guri. He took the book and began to read, then looked to Silra. "You are the keeper of this book, Silra," he said. Silra looked about for a bit, looking over to Turgon. Turgon couldn't guess why the priest was looking at him. "The shores of Vanku's realm are you looking at me for?" Turgon nodded and motioned for him to hurry up. As he approached Guri and the strange woman, he bowed slightly. "Son of the race of men. Odd you were chosen to carry such a book," she said. "I know it's a bit weird. Probably not the first priest to be chosen for such a great thing, but I was the only priest there, so at least you got a priest with the book?" Silra laughed, although his tone was clearly uncomfortable. "What about you? Do you like the book? What about the book is important to you?" Turgon rubbed his brow, looking down at the ground, and then back up to his foolhardy friend, who he fully expected to be smacked across the face by either this woman or Guri. The woman stared and grinned. "It is my book, in a way. My power remained in this place, and in this place alone, a sanctuary hidden away, and the book fell into other hands and was brought out to extol my power. That creature that came this way, attempting to force its way into a near-open void gate, the true circumstance, as it were, has been pushed back. The cosmic winds shift and blow, and now there are not yet any more Dwemhar or Rusis guardians at the Void Gatsa, but I do feel a strong presence about the world that concerns me. Truly, many of our race, the Rusis, were here." She circled about, looking at each of them before turning just as the sun went beyond the horizon. "I am but an avatar of the one you know as Shri," she said. "I have come to guard this place as it is in this realm and to guide you all. Your next step will be one of haste. I've already spoken of the observatories to you, Guri. I did not expect to be able to escape, as I did to protect you all from the greater one, but I will study the world more, for now he has understanding that he cannot merge through the void gates. But if the cosmic winds are focused, they can bring about greater horror than can be understood. I sense a strong presence of division, a being capable of moving between time and space on their own volition, and perhaps seeking alliance with one of the greater ones. And of the dream I know little of what I sense it on the minds of those that are here. We must seek out the greater triggets of the Rusis people." "How do you suspect we do that?" Silra asked. "We find the observatory and we may know. The Book of Shri shall guide us all once we can gain access to the observatory. From there we can trace the constellations of this realm and locate where they are within the oceans here. If this tower has come here, that means we are in the right location, and I must confirm, the Rusis Empire of old, was it somewhere to the far north of here?" "Yes," Guri said. Shri nodded. "I will tell you that these oceans have many secrets, and we must work quickly to seek out the observatory. There is a place within here that I could use to start our guidance, but I'm going to need to assure that all involved understand the risk." It's like a real quest, Gorky whispered to Turgon. We shall do what is needed, Edanos said. I tell you we seek the observatories, and then we must find the cosmic gateways. For that beast to have gotten so close to claiming this temple means that the opening is almost complete. We must redirect the cosmic winds and snuff out the ethereal fires, growing and casting shadow upon the oceans. I do fear that a great shade comes upon us. Shri looked to Turgon, then turned back away. The dwarf nodded and swallowed the bit of nervous spit growing in his mouth. Well then, he said. Could be worse, Edanos said with a laugh. It could always be worse. Turgon nodded as Silra looked at him. Come now, priest, let's not look worried now. Guri looked to them both. Have faith, friends. Things work out. Turgon looked to Edanos and then back out towards the black sky as the crew of the Truest Bliss began to disperse. He did not know what was to come, but he didn't sense any of it was good. He and his companions had to be ready for anything. They had to be because what was coming, none of them could ever expect. Author's note, December 2022. We close out this year with an ominous hint of things to come. As was said at the end of this book, I've learned there's always the possibility of worse to come, but I do pray and hope that in my own life that has come to stop. But for Turgon? No promises. Happy reading, Jeremy. P.S. If you've not read the Stormborn Saga, which has more of Edanos and the Truest Bliss, among a ton of other stuff, get to reading it. Shadestar, Book 6 of the Fallen Dwarf series. Copyright J.T. Williams 2023. Dedication. All I am is as I know. What I believe is my reality. Though storms brew over vast seas, I look forward to seeing the blue oceans once again. One day, forevermore. To the Lost. Chapter 1. Morning. For the third night in a row, Turgon had woke before sunrise. It had been 8 days since their arrival at the spire, and while initially he had thought that immediately turned around or something, Edanos had turned the spire into a sort of base of operations at this point. The Eikrin fleet had kept a constant patrol in the outer perimeters, while others had come and moored within the spire itself. In total, there were 6 ships, including the Truest Bliss in the inner harbor. That said, Silra and Selinra had been enjoying their time with the strange entity known as Shri. At best, the could can be discovered at this point. She was the Roos's priestess of some kind, a physical embodiment, an avatar of someone from the past. But not even Guri knew who she was, and if he hadn't said. Still, every day had been spent attempting to unlock more mysteries of the spire. The place was indeed old, and while it was indeed from another realm, it still had a quality about it that was a bit odd. They had discovered a sanctum in a deeper level that they did not expect, a holy place where the worship of the sea seemed to be intermingled with the most atrocious of activities. Guri, said the Rooses, would never sacrifice a living being, but it was very obvious from the etchings on stones that the graphic exposition of ripping the life out of another an appeasement to the strange tentacled beings inscribed in the rock was quite evident. Furthermore, these tentacled beings were massive, giants, something that made very little sense to Turgon. But it was the reason for his waking before sunrise that troubled him the most. His nightmares had worsened, now seeing the burning sands of the desert contrast the bleak night sky and the rolling shadows off the ocean. He had seen the Jinn, much like he had seen on his first journey into the desert. They were enraged, seething, and each time he awoke in a cold sweat with feeling the presence about him. To make things worse, there wasn't even dwarven ale in this place. "I've seen you awake for the last few mornings," a voice said. Turgon turned to see Guri standing holding 2 mugs of a steaming beverage. "Stalking the Rooses?" Turgon asked. "No, but I want you to try some of this root tea. It isn't dwarven ale, but perhaps it will help in some form." Guri took the mug and gave Turgon very little choice but to take it. "There you go," he sighed. "Have you heard yet what we found?" Turgon shook his head. I haven't seen anybody this morning. You're the first, but I do know that y'all were up quite late last night. We found the observatory, he said. With it, we start the process of transcribing the information down to a more portable form. We should be able to get back to the ocean today, but we'll have to wait for nightfall. Do you think the others will be back? Rortho and Gorky had left with a host of Aerin's navy to acquire more supplies for their stay here in the spire. As it was, they were due back tomorrow, but he wasn't too sure if there was any chance they would come early. No, if we leave tonight, we will be leaving before they can get back. Turgon's spot he had come to each morning was reminiscent of this place within Ikinidor. He had wandered around the edges of the inner harbor, finding a narrow passage that he could just squeeze through and coming up to a platform of coral and slanted rock with a view of the ocean. If he was to attempt the climb up onto the rock before him, he could get a view of the entire open expanse of the sea. Guri did just this, standing up on the rock and drawing out a small curved pipe of his own. The Rusies packed the pipe and lit it rather conveniently, considering that Turgon would have had to go and find a torch. The smell of tobacco smoke was invigorating, but at the same time Turgon's Sturganok was turned to it. He didn't know if it was purely just the terrible dreams he had, or if it was the place that he was doing the dreaming in. Truly, he couldn't wait to leave this spire. Catch a look at these clouds, Guri said. Turgon climbed out and onto the rock where the Rusies was standing. While the sun had yet to come up, the sky was beginning to show signs of first light. There were wisps of circular clouds spread out across the horizon, going beyond the spire to the eastern side, where the full view of the first bit of the sun would be coming up. Glowing clouds at night? Turgon asked. Don't worry, it's not an ominous sign. But it is rare. In Rusis belief, it is a blessing, a sign of good luck even. The way the clouds are whimsical, curved into one another, makes it look like a Rusis spell. Turgon agreed. He could see why Guri and other Rusies would see this as a favorable sign. He'd never seen clouds do this, and while it was pretty, he was not as enumerated as Guri was. I can't tell you how I felt seeing my kin aboard that ship. We Rusies are rare, and to see so many of us and held as they were, I do believe it one of the most difficult things I've ever done was to leave them. But this, he nodded towards clouds, to many this just might seem nice or good, but this is the hope I need. It is fate that we found the observatory last night, and I know we still have to find still 3 more, but if we can find them, we can blot out this darkness that is coming from the oceans, and I will tell you that this place is not the most settling of places for me either. Shri told me that the Rusies that worshipped here were not of the most astute kind. The deities of salt are not quite of our living realm. She says this is why the great tentacled shadow attempted to come through, but thankfully, it did not yet hold the power in our realm to come. That's the point of the observatories. There we'll see the anchor points for the cosmic winds. As we get to each one, we can slow down the emergence of others, like the one that came here. But it will take all 3 to be sealed to close the way, and I do fear that the Jinn of the deserts will not make it easy. There will be others, too, other spirits. Then, of course, you have the Dreen and the slavers. I'd wondered what the slaver Matt could see in taking the book, but it is not gold the slaver wants at this point, but power. Though I doubt he knows what or how to even think about controlling this power. The sunrise had begun. The red light cut over the top of the rolling oceans, creating a sparkling effect as the Rusis sipped his tea. Turgon was still holding the mug and had yet to taste it. He smelled it, and it reminded him something, like a candy. It was sweet. He took a sip and felt the tinge at the front of his tongue, but then felt suddenly as if like a heavy ale. He took a drink and felt a cooling sensation on the back of his throat rising up through his nose. I was wondering if you were going to take a drink or just keep staring at it, Guri said. How is it? Turgon nodded. It's got a strange taste, but good. Licorice root, one of my favorite things I found in travels. Helps in the cold, cools in the warm. Quite a nice option. A few hours passed, and while Turgon did not go back to sleep, made a point to help Guri and some of the crew of the Truest Bliss to move some fresh supplies aboard the vessel. While they were still waiting on that which Leroy and the others would bring, the navies of Erin were well stocked with their own supplies and were ordered by their admiral to help out the Truest Bliss in any way possible. Now, as Edanos and Rortho had joined and word of their leaving at the coming of evening spread, the crew made quick work to be preparing a large feast of sea creatures. While somewhere within the spire, there was no doubt somewhere to actually cook, a kitchen of sorts. Many of the chambers of the place were either covered in coral and other sea growth, as they call it, or the carcasses of dead and dying sea creatures. Not exactly something one would see in area where they are cooking. Instead, they had taken different stone troughs and pushed them together, finding what kindling they could and using wood stock from some of the Erin ships. Soon, as the sun trekked across the sky and began a downward descent, they had started many fires. Furthermore, one of the sailors was seemingly from the Seer Islands and started to throw together some form of harsh curry. An odd thing to have in such a strange place, with the smells of the warm spices cut away the stench of the spire itself. "Have you seen these weird crabs?" Rortho shouted. "I'm telling you, these crabs, they're weird. Look at them. They've got 3 heads." The vast assortment of crabs and other spiny lobster types, as well as the fish in general that they have fished from the waters within the spire, were odd to say the least. Given what they had fought before with the giant octopuses and that which had tried to come in but was knocked back by Shri, frankly, Turgon expected more tentacles. Turgon had an odd feeling as Silra and Sally emerged with Shri for them all together to gather to eat. It was a sudden stark feeling of dread, of flashes in his own head and thought. He had not had a feeling like this since well before his current adventure had begun, when he and his other dwarven captains were in the valley and laid the trap for the forces of men before the night where so many had fallen. He looked towards the Rusus priestess, the avatar of another, and their eyes locked for a moment. As Turgon and Sally joined the ever-growing gathering of the sailors of the Erin Navy, as well as the crew of the Truest Bliss, she mentioned something in passing to him. "Let not your mind wander in a place such as this. It is not for the faint of heart." She smiled at him, and he forced a half-smile back. Soon the snapping of claws and the breaking of the different spiny lobsters assorted out before them was filled with the merriment of the strangely unalcoholic type. While the Truest Bliss did have a small supply of spirits, it was odd to Turgon that a navy as well stocked as that of Erin did not have anything. Still, merriment spread regardless without the need of an intoxicating beverage. Turgon had tried a bit of everything, moving from the typical red lobster over to the green one, and then the 3-headed crab, which had not only a succulent flavor to the meat, but a copious amount. He finished with the red curry, a blending of sharp spices with a touch of cinnamon. It wasn't as spicy as that he had had in Erin, but the flavor was unmistakably fresh. A surprising finding considering where they were. Evening was coming, and with it would come their departure from the spire, something that brought a lot of joy to Turgon. While Silra and Selinra worked with Edanos for last preparations, Shri beckoned Turgon to her. He had not been around this being that much, and there was a strange presence about her. He had tried to look into her eyes as they began to walk away from the inner harbor and into Spire itself, and while there was nothing about her inherently evil or foreboding, there was a slight glow to her eyes, and her pupils were gray. "You don't have to worry too much of what I look like. This form is old and has been locked away for some time. Indeed, I was in a deep sleep until the slavers did what they did, sending energy into my many fragments of form. A great terror befell me in my old life, and of that I cannot recall. But now, I feel well. I do not think you have anything to fear." "Such a statement doesn't draw much confidence for me, if you're not sure if I have anything to fear." She smiled and grabbed him by the hand, At first he wished to pull away, but he didn't, and instead she began the walk with a slight skip, almost like a small child. It is a friendly thing to have a pleasant conversation, a rare happening as it is for one that you cannot look past and ignore. She was leading him down away from the level of the harbor and back to a place that he had already tried to forget. It was a strange temple with the pictures on the walls. She held his hand tighter as they passed through the curved archway made to look like the whipping tentacles of a creature. I have heard of others of having dreams that were not so wondrous here. I too have had them, but it was not dreams, I think, but memories. But then I see you, she said, turning and staring at Turgon, her gray eyes unblinking as her hair moved about as if wind was blowing, yet there was no wind. Me? He asked. Yes, she nodded, looking away and back towards the room. He was happy. She didn't seem to want to go forward. I have told Guri, but no one else. I think this is where I died. Turgon felt her hand suddenly become cold, but then she smiled, looking back at him, and the warmth returned. Yes, I think this is where they killed me. They then drew out the pieces of my soul, fragmented, and placed it in vats of their own accursed holy water. They then used my purity to move this place into a place that was closer to that which they worshipped. I have a feeling that many of my race, many of the Rusis, came to try to save me. Yet Guri knows of no such story. I feel a deep longing and sadness when I think of it. It makes me sad, for I know I was loved. But now I have returned. Though I do feel that it is for a very specific purpose and not for my own life, for sadly, that life has faded away, and it is no more. I looked upon the sunset this morning from the highest point in this spire, and I felt nothing, as if I'm living in a life that never should have been. But I try not to look at such a negative, for I know the life you wanted was one of conquest and of killing of others, and yet here you are in your own life helping others, and doing not so much of a conquest but more of a personal journey. Turgon knew that Silra would not have told her anything, nor had anyone else. How do you know that? He asked. Nothing is hidden if you have eyes such as mine. She looked at him again, her gray eyes shifting suddenly to that of crystal, and then back to gray. I've not seen or heard of a Rusis with such eyes. It is not Rusis, but it is from where I come from, as I told you. This isn't my place, my realm. Or at least I don't think it is. I think it is a story beyond the pages of your own story here. I like to think that maybe I can go back to where I was. I can't tell you how deep the longing is I feel, and it's not for me, for something I don't know yet, for something else for me. In time? She smiled, waiting for his answer. He nodded. In time. She giggled, almost more like a small child than the woman she was. Guri has insisted I go with you, not stay here as they wish. I think that is what I should do. Edanos has already said that is fine, but what about you? I am not captain of the Truest Bliss, nor am I Rusis, so if the others had said it was fine, I am sure it is. But do I scare you? She asked. This place gives me feelings I don't like, but I do not get anything like that from you. Then good. We should journey together then. Then come with me to another place. This time they did not hold hands, but Turgon followed just behind her. They went back out to near the opening to the harbor of the spire, to then take another smaller stairwell, and they began to climb upwards. Somewhere around the 5th spiral, he figured out they were going to the observatory. They came to a long hallway with many small torches and silver stars inscribed onto the wall. Here's some type of runic strip that the dwarf did not know ran along either side of them. They came, at last, to a great bronze stairwell that ascended upwards. They began up the stairs, and as they ascended up higher and higher, Turgon could hear a strange humming. When at last he saw the source of it, he could see some strange flowing light coming from a center point of curved stone and raw iron. But that wasn't the most stark thing to be found here. No, it was the circular windows that faced in every direction. While they were not at the top of the spire, they were somewhere close to it, and a panoramic view of the ocean and the sunset was a stark liveliness to the otherwise dark and ominous atmosphere of the spire itself. On a center pedestal, the focus point of the strange light and the flashes of electrical bursts, was a stone tablet. Shri went to the tablet, placing her hands on either side of it. The light flowing from the metallic structure ceased. As she lifted the tablet, that which was dark stone began to glow with light, with what appeared to be stars upon a gray field. Truly, it was an odd thing to see, for as she turned with him to show him, the stars seemed to take shape in an outline of a pyramid, 3 points of stars on a field, shifted with the tablet's movement. It shall be as a compass for us, to guide us under starlight, for it is only upon starlight that we may seek the astral observatories. We must seek them, to assure the darkness does not come here. Turgon wasn't quite sure what to say, and so instead of saying anything, they can still sound stupid, he nodded. Okay, you got what you need? I do. She went ahead of him, heading back down the circular bronze stairwell as he took the last look out the circular windows at the ocean. As he turned to follow her, he got a strange sense that he was looking out the windows into an entirely different realm. It was fleeting, passing, and as he began down the stairwell, his eyes went black for a moment, and he saw rolling green fields. He wasn't sure why he was seeing such a thing, for nothing in his journey so far had taken him to such place, but he saw it nonetheless. Shri was walking at a slower pace, as it had taken him a bit longer and was probably expected to come down the stairwell. As they walked down the passage, she looked back at him before looking ahead again. I know what you saw, she said. You do? It is only natural to see that what you don't understand in a place such as this, for it is a place not like others. I told you it is not from your realm in the way you think. That place is not nameless to me. That is the Tower of Visions. If you were gifted with an old view, even if passing, consider yourself blessed. It is a view of the old world, the world now under the oceans. While she began to herself, and was not currently taking any questions, he thought about what she had said. Was this truly a spire that exited the before the coming of the flood that created the glacial seas, or before the floods that made the Vindus Sea? I can't be sure, but perhaps. As Turgon continued to follow Shri, he thought of the luck he had to be able to see that of the old world. He thought to what Shri said, how he was on a different path, and how it was no doubt that the path probably would not have led him here, but quite possibly he would no longer drawing breath. For a moment was all he could spare to think of it. He thought about what might have happened had he never attempted to go on the quest to claim his own dwarf kingdom. While that was no doubt the wrong course of action, his life becomes and became something that much more. Chapter 2. First Observatory. As Turgon and Shri emerged, Guri gave him an odd look. Before Turgon could say anything, Shri proclaimed aloud, I have decreed my guardian, as we are to go upon this quest. Turgon of Ikinidor, king. Silra and Guri both looked at Turgon. Excuse me? He asked her. Yes, I had told the others that I would choose one that is my protector, and the book has already chosen its holder. I cannot choose Erusis, for it is Erusis to which I feel such a drawing and love to that seeks me. So, to not dishonor that I went to the one who has seen as I have seen, who has been haunted by dreams, and who has fought through their own adversity to be in such a better place. Also, you have a nice beard. Now, normally a dwarf will take any compliment on a beard with rather high regard, but the rest of it was quite strangely surprising. Shri said nothing else and went to the Truest Bliss. Edanos quickly whisked her away into his quarters, as it appeared he had some business with her and her tablet. Erusis priestess chooses a dwarf, an interesting combination, Guri said. It should have been you as her protector. I just have axes. You have magic. But what she said is true. She feels the burning desire of another seeking her. She will stay pure to that and faithful. But I'm not with her in any form, Turgon said. That's not what I mean. Ruses have a unique bond between one another, a connection that cannot be easily given to another. As in such physical and chemical sciences, some things are reactive to one another, and some things are not. Once that bond has been started, cannot cease, and as the other fades and dies. The truth is, she feels the pull of that person, even though it was seemingly in a different realm. I'm not sure what to say of it, beyond know that there is no type of romantic involvement between you and her, nor is there a desire for that she's chosen you as her protector, and that is what you are. I am more curious of the truth that whoever she desires is out there and she feels it. It means that there is another Rusi seemingly looking for her. I know how this goes, Silra said, and probably not good. They'd probably meet back up and someone would probably get dropped into a maelstrom or something. But what a way to die, Turgon said. Well, I haven't actually heard of any good love stories. You know, the ones that end with happiness and good feelings. Didn't actually see you as a type that would even know what a love story was, Turgon joked. Well, I'd like to think love exists in some form beyond my drunken stupor in escapades of my own. Besides, I am a priest. I could absolutely marry someone. I didn't know of many priests that would marry, Guri said. No, I mean I could marry two people that love each other whatever, that kind of thing. You're not going to get me tied down to one person. I'm a priest. I can't go marrying. You're correct. At this point, Silra boarded the Truest Bliss, following after a large tray of smoked fish. Turgon was still thinking about how Shri had decreed him her protector. Guri caught on to this. Why do you seem disturbed by such an honor? Not disturbed, just not expected. It wasn't something that came up while we walked. To me, it's more confirmation that we are all exactly as we should be. I have spent most of my life seeking out the secrets of my race and trying to help those of my race. I cannot deny that I've had a good life thus far, and through all of this I can save many of my race. I would count myself successful. All that which we do with Shri's help is important to me. For me, it's the children. No child, no matter their race, deserves to be enslaved and sold as such. The saddest part is, if such a thing was known to the greater and wider world, I do not believe there is any elf, dwarf, or man that would be condoning of such behavior. But if I can gauge anything with the way the world works, and the way that gold has a way of clouding even the purest of souls, I would assume anyone that would point out such a thing would be chastised or worse. Truly a sick individual that would trade in the lives of people and most importantly children. I've heard the story that Edinos has mentioned a few nights ago in regard to the other sea captain. I have to imagine he got close to revealing more of Matt, and perhaps even others that trade in children. I'm sure that anyone that has tried to reveal such a thing was either found dead by seemingly their own hand or never heard from again. This world and all of its actual evil like we face have so much more evil in the hearts of those that are taken by the power of gold. There used to be rumors of such things as dragon sickness in the lands, or vast hoards of gold and jewels that would curse those who found them. This is something else. I think back to stories of the old world and the race of men before, and the darkness that survived in the sunken lands and infiltrated the hearts of others. Yes, if we can save the children from such a fate as they are in, now I will consider this all to be a true success in my life. As most all have gone aboard the Truest Bliss, it was Turgon and Guri who remained. Rortho made a signal with his hand, and they joined the others. Guri turned, offering out his hand to shake Turgon's. My apologies for taking it to such a dark place. There is much I do not like in this world. I'm happy to have a fellow warrior beside me to help in the fight back against that which I deem evil. Turgon nodded, shaking his hand. Of course. Shri emerged with the tablet on yet another book of sorts. As she sat the book down on the deck of the Truest Bliss, it began to glow and float upwards. Then, an infusion of fire and gold, a pillar of form clutching both the book and the stone tablet binding to the Truest Bliss. "We are ready," Shri said. "Cast lines, we'll make for open sea and take a westward and southward heading. We must wait for starfall to correct the heading," Edanos said. "Well, that was weird," Silra said, remarking about the strange pedestal and book and the tablet. "It is technology of the Sea Peoples," Edanos said. "It is a way to integrate magics of different origins together. We actually found that book in a troll cave that was completely iced over. It was a very angry dragon," Edanos said. "An angry dragon?" Turgon asked. "Oh, it had stolen some villagers from an island in the glacial seas. We made quite a bit of gold finding those villagers, only find out that it was a cult that was attempting to use them to sacrifice to the dragon in order to appease a pod of seals from eating all the fish. The strangest of blames was going on in the most remote places. I actually used some of that gold to put down on this ship. That was a long time ago. I was much younger." Night had fallen on the deck of the Truest Bliss. While Shri had already said that they had to wait a bit longer for the stars to shine as bright as they needed, the strange entity that Turgon and the others met at the emergence of the tower had taken to a bottle of rum. Currently, she had left Silra rather amazed at the fact that she had downed already half a bottle. Turgon sat against the railing as Edanos stood at the helm of the Truest Bliss, watch from afar. "I think the good captain has at least 5 more bottles. I thought we would have a few small drinks, but it seems that you really like that," Silra said to Shri. "Such things are rare when you're split into parts and kept in tanks as I was for so long," she said. "I've never seen someone of holy power such as yourself also imbibe in such a way," Selinra said. Shri nodded. "Such things do not affect me as they would others of my race or other races. In truth, I enjoyed the taste. Something like this is old and been through a process and changed from its original form. It reminds me of me in many ways." Turgon continued to watch as Shri now worked down towards the bottom of the bottle in not much longer than it took to finish an ale back in Ikinidor. "If I had drank that much that fast, I'd be unconscious," Silra said. Shri went to stand, and it was very clear her legs were not about herself. She stood, she wobbled, and Selinra and Silra both got up to catch her, but she put out her hands with a flash of golden fire that erupted from her fingertips. She was able to stand as if nothing had transpired before. "Are you okay?" Selinra asked. Shri nodded. "The effects of the poison are gone. I cannot allow myself to be lost in such a way. To feel a bit more again was invigorating." Shri took the bottle she had not let go of and gave it Silra. Silra took it and realized that all the rum she had drank was seemingly restored to the bottle. "How did you do this?" She smiled. "For Rusis, the ability to manipulate matter, as it is called, is not that difficult. With much study, one learns a bit more, and eventually, as in my own case, you become blessed with powers beyond yourself." "Dear priest, you can learn such things too, such as turning mere seawater into rum." "That doesn't make much sense to me," Silra said. Shri smiled as her eyes glanced over to Guri, who'd been sitting crossed-armed some distance away. "Your friends know little of Rusi's culture?" Guri stood up, going to her, taking the bottle of rum from Silra. He took a swig and spat it out. "That was a nice trick, but that is not Rusis." Shri stared at him, raising single brow. "You know so much of Rusis' powers that you question me?" Guri set the bottle back in Silra's open hand. "The Ruses of my world developed much in the way of sciences, developing suits of armor that allowed us to take to the sky and challenge our Dwemhar aggressors. We developed weapons of war that poisoned our lands, but never did we develop something like this and what you have done. You took something that was only partially an ingredient to rum and made it into rum. You need more than water to make rum, And then specifically salt water isn't going to be very helpful unless you can take out the salt, and then there's the matter of sugar. Shri smiled. All of your travels across the land, and no doubt the sights you have seen, and the things you have read, you wonder about this? In my time, this was a skill known by few, but as I've said, as I have shown you, I am more than mere Rusis. But such miracles as some may see them are not to be mistaken, is malevolent. At this point, Turgon stood up. I don't see anything malevolent here anyway, he said. Just a bit odd. I'm not sure how much darker it can get though, and we need to get a heading so we can get to the first of these temples. Turgon could tell there was some form of animosity between Guri and Shri, but Guri was already one that was mysterious, and for him to be questioning one that had literally came out of a tower that was beneath the ocean while making sense also did not make sense. Quite a clear night, Edanos said. Perfect for what we need. Turgon joined the others with Shri at the pedestal as she touched the edge of the pedestal with a single finger. A strange triangular formation appeared upon the pedestal. We must point our way towards the observatories, she said. With the clearing sky we can see but the sign of the great pyramid of sky. As it is the light from the stars that we see upon the bow of this ship will be able to guide and change as necessary. Without prior knowledge, one would not be able to find the old observatories, and considering we do not have such knowledge, we must rely on what I have provided. Turgon looked up to the sky and now could see 3 bright stars shining and shifting, moving with the ship, it seemed. Captain, Shri said, make your headings at the point in top of the pyramid remains at the front of the ship. It shall take us to our first observatory. Adonis looked up, making the necessary adjustments to the left and shifting their path on a southerly direction. Such a trajectory did not surprise Turgon in the least bit. He knew, given everything that had transpired so far, that the Dreen had some knowledge of what they were seeking themselves. But how the Dreen and the slavers were working together, he did not yet know. Now, following a southerly direction with a good wind in their sails, Turgon stood with Edanos at the helm. The others had all laid down, tried to get some amount of sleep. At this point Turgon realized, even more so, that it did not seem that Edanos ever really slept. Not so great having your first mate, is it? Turgon asked. Edanos laughed. Rortho is probably enjoying things as it is. He's going to get back and realize we're gone and be rather upset, but my path is as it is. You're not tired? Edanos laughed. Of course, I am a bit tired, but I considered all preparations for greater deeds. The Stormborn thing? Edanos nodded. They say the Stormborn can stay awake for days upon days on the oceans. I'm just working on my stamina. So you see yourself as Stormborn? I know my people and my bloodline traces back to the ancient seafarers of the north. Not too unlike the Dreen in some ways. I guess I haven't been given full proof that I am the Stormborn, but I'm not going to leave the oceans until I confirm it. I'll do whatever's necessary to earn my right to claim the title. But it's beyond a mere title. It's who I see myself as. It dictates my actions, my course. I may move spices from here or there and take the odd job to get a bit of gold coin. But it's me, who I am within, the person who stands grasping the wheel of this ship and looking out across the ocean. When I see a situation, I try to believe and think of what would the Stormborn do if he were here. I align myself with those values and I hold to them, and I will hold to them until either I claim the title or the sea claims me. It's how one must live their life, believing in something greater than the mere form their soul inhabits. Take a higher path even if you're the only one standing there, for if you don't, you become like the rest, moving about the sea of transgressions, doubt, and inaction. I often wonder where I have been and how it would affect me going forward, but then I realized it didn't matter. All of my workings and hopes and dreams, they were nothing without me taking action. Had I never set sail in the first place, I would never be here, and I don't think the gods even know where I might have ended up otherwise. But you know who it does affect? Do you know whose life I have made a difference in?" Turgon looked at him. "Exactly," Edanos said. "You, others I have not yet met. Indeed, maybe even the real Stormborn if I am not he or she. But it started with me taking the first step in my fate or faith. I will have some direction in the future of our realms." Edanos looked down for a moment. "At least, that's what I believe." He looked back up at Turgon. "You have to have belief. You have to have belief." Turgon was tired himself, but knowing that the captain was staying awake, made feel as if the last thing he needed to do is lay down. He walked several times to the pedestal on the ship, and the strange star map lay out across the deck. For the longest time, the simple triangular constellation high above them continued just to match the pedestal. The open expanse of blackness dotted with white stars continued unchanged in many ways, but then also constantly changing as it cut across the water. But it was when the map on the deck of the ship changed, showing a small island, that he began to look across the expanse of the dark ocean differently. He didn't know how long they had been following the constellation above them, but now he seen that Edanos also saw what he saw. "It's a small island, barely visible yet visible." Edanos checked their heading, glancing up at the stars and realizing that he was off course just a bit. He wheeled to the left, and Turgon glanced up as well, seeing that the stars seemed to shift in brightness. Edanos corrected again, coming along the right side of a pillar and spinning the wheel as quickly as he could. Where did that come from? Now he was going back and forth, ship lurching left and right, and soon others on ship were awake and on the top deck. "We draw near the observatory," Shri said, lifting her hands with golden fire. A few moments passed, and she flung the fire to left and right, catching great torches in before unseen pillars, casting great light upon the Truest Bliss. "Captain, keep your ship between the two pillars of light. As you traverse through each archway, more light will come and take us directly into the observatory." Edanos was doing just that, only able to see the black rocks when they were nearly upon them. Turgon grabbed the railings near the helm as Silra and Selinra came from below deck. But where before they thought were dark pillars with flame atop them, Turgon could now see were actual archways. Though the arches themselves were so much higher than the towers appeared, it was easy to be mistaken what they had saw before for just simple pillars of rock. The Truest Bliss passed through several archways, each one sending out flares of light that struck rocks across the ocean, creating a vast field of rocks upon the dark sea. They were coming to the lone island. It almost seemed as if it was early morning to Turgon now, with the vast amount of light shining across the before dark ocean. They came to a much lower archway that began to glow as they approached. The wind died down, and the ship lurched forward with only the momentum it had before. As it reached the point between two pillars, the golden fire that had been shining brightly atop it extinguished, flying down the pillars themselves and arching across the archway. The ship was enveloped, and for a moment Turgon could see nothing, but then his eyes began to clear again. They were at a stone dock way directly beside a sheer black stairwell rising up into rocks above them. "Did we actually make it?" Selinra asked. "If we didn't, we made it somewhere," Silra said. "We have reached our destination, at least the first one," Shri said. Turgon, Silra, Selinra, and Edanos disembarked. "Keep things ready in case we need to leave in a hurry," the captain told his crew. "Aye, Captain," one of them said. "Does this make me first mate now?" Edanos laughed. "Sure, any of you can claim it. But when we get back to Rortho, you're going to have to fight him for the title. So pick between yourselves who will do that, and claim it." The crew laughed amongst themselves, and Turgon was sure that none of them, not one, would dare challenge Rortho to his position. Turgon unslung his axe and was the first to begin up the stairwell. Silra and Salinra following behind with their staffs and Shri behind them. Adonis kept his saber in its sheath. Guri, however, brought up their rear. "Will we need the book here?" Silra asked. Shri shook her head. "We have no need for the book where I walk. We will soon discover, though, how deep to travesties go. We'll see how dark the world truly is." The stairwell went up for some time before coming to a single archway and a bridge that went on forward. It is quiet. There was no sounds of wind or anything else. In fact, the only sound he could actually hear was that of them breathing. "Who built this place?" Salinra asked. "The observatories were built by the same who built the Trigates, the ancient Rusis of the old world. Surely this place is thousands of years older than even the Rusi settlements in the Keva Mountains. Some amongst those I that called friends claimed that the Rusis were recreation of the great poet that stepped through a portal from one world into another, bringing with them their powers. Though they were no doubt created just the same as the Dwemhar, the elves, the dwarves, and the race of men, we never got to an end point of our studies. One would say that while the elves had woken upon the realm as you see it, that the Dwemhar and Rusis were conceived and grown in another place, another time perhaps like a garden kept away from other places and things, brought as saplings to grow in open grassland. But of such things we cannot be sure now. But this place has the same sacred residence. This should be of particular interest to you, dwarf." "Turgan, what do you mean?" She smiled. "It said that some of the first dwarves of the clan Disi worked with ancient Ruses to harness the power of residency, the ability for sound to move through solid stone. It is of such things in part that the hammer song of the race of dwarves takes so much power. It is a lost art, well lost to the Ruses even before now. But it's the beginning that would be of an interesting tale. Truly, though the dwarves delved and hid in the ancient times, there is much hidden knowledge locked away. Oh, what glory it would be to find such a vault, with the ancient mysteries of Rusis, Dwemhar, dwarves, and elves lay hidden." Shri stopped walking. "I feel like I'm not myself sometimes, not the Ruses I believe myself to be." Turgon noticed that Guri seemed unsettled by this, shifting his fingers and opening his hand as if, almost, he prepared to attack. "The more my mind wanders into that of the ancient world, the more I feel myself fleeing. Like you are trying to see the face of a guy that you've never seen. Like you're peering into the nothingness?" Silra asked. "Yes, by trying to fathom that which isn't there, like trying to see beyond reaching in some type of blackness. I feel in my form now that I can get closer to that like never before in such, I have knowledge it I wouldn't have otherwise, please do not fear me. It's like hearing an echo of a song just before you remember the verses it fades away." "Back when I prayed more," Silra said, "I felt that frequently. I will try to see who I was praying to, and that is what I saw." Turgon watched the strange exchange between Silra and Shri. He didn't know what he felt at this moment or what he should feel. "Then perhaps that is why such has been revealed as it has so far, why you are the one that claimed book, and why I think in time you will claim greater." Silra laughed with a bit of a nervous tone. "Well, let's not expect too much. Don't want to be setting any expectations, you know." "Yes, let us continue." They're walking across a bridgeway, and to Turgon's astonishment, he looked over the edge of the bridge and could see nothing but sheer black stone run alongside them. Wherever it was that this observatory actually sat, he did not know, outside of an island that he had never seen on a map. Now, they came to a large crescent moon doorway. Here, Turgon stood with Silra and Salinra as Guri and Shri went to a series of panels to the right side. "We do not have a key for this," he said to Shri. Not that it surprised anyone that was present. Shri made a motion with her fingers, and the clicks of locks beyond the door preceded the moon door itself, moving upwards into the stone. The other side was dark, and while Silra and Selinra both grasped their staffs, creating bits of mage light, Shri motioned for them to stop. Some dark places are meant to remain dark. They stepped through the doorway and out onto a grand platform with the constellations stretching as far as their eyes could see before them. Turgon walked to the far edge of the platform that they had found themselves on. He could look out across the vast oceans, and turning around, he realized that the small passage they had come up from was the only actual wall, and that from that spot he could see the four corners from atop the tower they were standing on. "This is the observatory, the first. We shall see what shall transpire from here." Shri turned to Silra. "Stand in the center of the stone of this place. Lift your staff and close your eyes. See and feel the oceans around you, and you will see you what you must see, and then you will have activated that which not all can see, but will from this place." Silra looked over to Turgon, and then to Selinra. "Come now, father, we're waiting," Selinra said. Guri stood just next to Turgon with his arms crossed, and Turgon rested both of his hands on the handle of his axe. Silra went to the center of the platform as a great northern breeze blew a cold wind across the top of the observatory. In Turgon's opinion, this wasn't much of an observatory, as it was just the top of a tower. There are no ways to look at the stars in any particular way, or to otherwise study things even. Turgon watched as Silra stood motionless for a few moments before lifting up his staff. The tip of it sparked and began to glow with a golden fire before he brought his right hand towards his left and lifted the staff up before bringing it down just at his feet and then tapping the ground once. With that tap, there was an explosion of light across the floor, shooting around them and then swirling about, and then Turgon looked up and could see the vast movement of what appeared to be billowing silver clouds. But the longer he looked, the more he realized that he was seeing channels of what appeared to be rivers of clouds moving at random all across the sky and between the stars. Then, it was like someone was furling a blanket of blackness as undulating waves moved underneath the stars themselves, and more streams of silver flowed weaving in and out. In a flash, he could no longer see the floor on which he was standing, and it appeared as if he and the others were all standing high above the oceans. 8 observatories have opened, 3 pinnacles close, Silra said with a monotone voice. Blackness approaches, it binds with the evils of deserts. 3, marking 3. They seemed to rise even higher, higher than the stars if such was possible. But they were standing on a silvery film, much like they were standing on a beach, seeing waves caress their legs. But it was not waves of water or other such substance, but stars. "In the stars the cosmic winds bend around us," Shri said. "Mark, 3 marked, 1 where we are," Silra continued, speaking still in a monotone voice. "Mark 2. He made a notation, seemingly scribing with an unseen pen, the image binding into their minds, and even Turgon could see himself on the Truest Bliss and see the constellations of stars above, the very clear marking as it was that Silra was doing. "Mark 3, final, enough to suffice closing the cosmic window. Such will mean the cosmic winds had been diverted. Powers over the western oceans will dissolve." Turgon felt his stomach rise up into his throat as they were dropped back down towards the ground with a hastening pace, before finally he woke to find them all on their backs. Silra was the only one standing, his staff trembling in his hand. "Did it work?" Silra asked, looking around. Turgon sat up as Shri looked towards him and back to Silra. "You marked 2 places," Turgon said. "Does that sound right?" Turgon asked. "Yes," Silra said. "I could see many observatories, many hidden places out upon the ocean, and of all of them I picked the 2 with the most power. The one closest to us, though, has an unnatural amount of energy there. The next one, a bit further out, is much more desolate, but it seemed to be in a position to do what we need." "And what is that?" Guri asked. "The entire point is to close the way. I have closed this one, though I do not know how. I saw it as simple as latches and locks in my mind. I shut the way, and I could feel the energy subside here. You've connected with the cosmic winds, priest. Your power grows as it was for me at one time. You were led to the next two places that are where we must go, and it has been marked in all of our minds. Now, we will sail across the ocean to find the next ones. The captain will lead us, she said, nodding to Adonis. But you will close the other two observatories and thus shut down the cosmic winds that are gathering power and opening up the voids. Such is as should be, she said. Turgon looked around, realizing that nothing had changed from his point of view. The place was still dark, and the only light was coming from the stars themselves. However, he realized that there was now a shimmering veil of some kind above the observatory. The stars that were so clear before and bright were somehow subdued. They journeyed back towards the Truest Bliss. Silra and Turgon walked beside one another. "What did you see?" Silra asked. "Like we were high above the ocean, then somehow above the stars. It looked like there were streams of silver, and it was like we were standing almost in the ocean." "And you saw where I marked? The places?" "Heard you speaking in a strange voice, saying what you were doing, essentially what Shri said once it was over." They were walking across the bridge now, heading back towards the stairwell. "I was hearing a voice speak to me, something from beyond, but comforting. I didn't feel anything fearful from it, but it told me what to do, and then when I saw the locks, it just made sense. I really can't explain it." Turgon shrugged. "Perhaps it is nothing that can be explained, my friend. There's a lot of energy, the cosmic winds, as I guess they're called, flow directly from the deserts siphoning into the oceans. Well, you did say that the next area has an extreme level of power, something perhaps malevolent or something like what attacked the tower before?" Silra shook his head. "It's more than that. It's more than just that particular instance. At the next place we go, we're going to have to be on guard in particular. I feel there is something of focus there that our has enemy laid for us. Perhaps I could sense the slaver ship or something else. I don't know. But no, the energy was flowing to the location of the third observatory. More energy than I felt it. It seemed unaware of me, like a sleeping entity that simply did not care, or perhaps I was beneath it. It was a desolate region, much more desolate than any of the other observatories, but it seemed to be important, so I marked it. It's west, much further west than any of the other observatories. In fact, I could see no land around it. As far as I could see clearly, not veiled by the stars or the silver streams that you mentioned, but clearly. It was a desolate region in the ocean, and while I feared it, I also embraced it." Turgon wasn't quite sure what to make of Silra's revelations and what he had seen, but he patted him on the back nonetheless. "We'll sort this out together, okay?" Silra nodded. Chapter 3. Sacrificed. They reached the Truest Bliss and boarded immediately. Adonis didn't spend any time waiting, and quickly they were moving away from the dock. As they sailed towards an archway with blackness beyond, the lights returned from before, streaking down the stone and forming and developing light that engulfed the ship. They emerged on open ocean with the night sky above. "Set your new course, Captain," Shri said. Now, looking at the pedestal on the Truest Bliss, Turgon felt as if he could see beyond the simple map before them, while before he saw just a sea of stars and noted constellations forming the triangle to direct them in the path they should go, and now he could see beyond, and he waited simply for the captain to direct the ship. Truthfully, it seemed that Edenos had their heading had the ship pointed towards it before even the constellations forming the triangle and the pyramid had shown it to them. "Quite a good guess there, Captain," one of the crew said. "What happened?" Edanos laughed. "I can't quite explain it, but I just turned the ship in the direction that felt right. It made sense." Turgon nearly heard the crew speaking the word Stormborn, and others claiming that they knew it, or they knew signs would show. Turgon still wasn't sure what it meant fully to be a Stormborn captain, But he was starting to believe a bit more that Edanos was this. With their heading set, the pedestal began to glow, rolling out a deep white fog as the sun began to crest the horizon. It seemed that their course, though set with starlight, remained with the coming of the rising sun. As the sun began to streak rays of light directly over the horizon, the stars began to fall away. Edanos's path remained illuminated. While Turgon and Edanos had not slept at all, they both took a moment to rest. Sitting in the captain's quarters, Turgon was just about sleep when Edanos stirred sitting up, breathing heavily. Turgon sat up as well, trying to see what was wrong with the captain. Edanos continued to hyperventilate, sweating profusely, and looking over, noticing that Turgon was staring. "Are you okay?" Turgon asked. Edanos stood, catching his feet as the ship lurched a bit, and going to his desk. Took out a map from deep within one of the doors and rolled it out. "I get these dreams from time to time. I see the icy waters. I see light growing in the pale blue polar night. Have you been up north, good king?" Edanos asked. "Not really into the glacial seas, no. It would make sense to avoid such a place. It isn't for the faint of heart or mind. But even amongst some lands still south of the glacial seas, you see the expanse of the polar night, but nothing like further north. No, there you will have months of darkness. And then, at some times of the year, the sun will never quite set. The lights of Wura will spread across the sky blue, green, sometimes red. But as of that I dream, and that's why I continue to return to the glacial seas. I will see marks in the ocean, places that we are to go. Maps of the glacial seas are extremely hard to come by for. In truth, it is difficult to map such a region as it constantly changes and shifts. Glaciers move upon ancient rock, and ancient rock hides crystal caves, and beyond that, the ruins of an old world. The Dwemhar lands, far beneath the ocean, get their secrets locked away. Though it is rumored that far enough north you can find the island of the dead, the god of death's personification waits and plays an organ of bone and winds within a menacing tower. I have dreamed of such place, but the way is cloudy to me. Still, I see islands upon islands, and I have no doubt that once my time in the Vindus Sea is over, I believe we should return. There is reason, good king, that we came this way, crossed paths with you. No offense, I do not feel it was actually you or any of your companions. It was something else, and I can say that as I set our course upon this next observatory, I felt it stronger, a deep and burning draw towards the path I should take. But it is not so simply to say that this is my path to Stormborn, but to know that somehow it's related, that somehow movements and choices we are making now will affect the greater story of our world. But the nightmares, I get the nightmares a lot. At this point, Turgon was sitting on the edge of his bed. They indeed had slept some amount of time, and it just seemed that Dwarf did not realize it. Out the ship's portholes he could see that the sun was setting. Above deck, he could hear the crew joined into a joyous song, and it seemed that even Silra and Selinra had joined into the verse. No doubt, some amount of rum was most likely to blame. "But surely you don't want to hear of this captain's nightmares. They are my own troubles," Edanos said. "No, you've had them near me, and we both deal with things we do not know, and nightmares from time to time." "Nightmares?" Turgon nodded. "I've seen symbols of fire and light. I fear the future of my own people as I went about to make a kingdom of my own. It was thrown down by many. I don't doubt the error of my actions, and much like you, had I not made to those certain choices, I would not be in the position I am in now to arguably do more for the world than I could have done before. I know that the Jinn in the deserts of Lost Sands have some key to my future and actions I'm to take, but I've only had these nightmares for a little while, and in truth, only once recently. Before I began my conquest that led to all this," he said, motioning to the ship and their current situation. "I used to see the mountains southwest Taria. Everything was on fire. I believed that the race of men had come and betrayed us. But then I meet those like yourself and Amhe of Erin, and I don't believe the evil is as I see. I'm still trying to sort it out." Edanos went and dug out a bottle from his desk, took out 2 small stone glasses and set them on the table. "This isn't rum, but it is something worth drinking. I and Rortho were gifted this from an island in the far south. It's some type of strange fruit and nut blend. Supposedly helps with longevity or something. Tastes horrible, but I might as well share it, especially since I don't expect either of us to be getting any more sleep." Edanos handed Turgon the stone glass with a strangely thick black liquid. Turgon sniffed it. It smelled nutty. "To our health?" Edanos said with a slight smile as he lifted the glass. Turgon did the same and took a drink. It was sour, the aroma suddenly pungent. But as Turgon swallowed it down and forced himself not to gag in an effort not to be disrespectful, he blinked several times and felt a clarity rush over him. Any tiredness he had before fled. Edanos coughed a bit, laughed and sighed. "The reoccurring nightmare I've had is of a place I have never seen. It always starts the same with a great fog upon bow of the Truest Bliss. Then I'm suddenly on a river passing between green trees onto a great lake. Beyond that, I hear Rortho say something, and I never quite understand what he says. Then I see a great flash, and then feel pain all over myself. But it's those trees I always see that don't look like anything I've seen before. I traveled all across the oceans and have never seen the trees or mountains there. I've never came upon a river such as that one. I do think that when I finally do see that my faith as Stormborn will be sealed." Turgon nodded, not sure what to offer to Edanos at this point, but to be a listening ear. "What is the fate of the Stormborn? To die?" Edanos shook his head slowly, looking at Turgon. "That's not part of things that I do know. No, I don't think it is the fate of the Stormborn to simply die. But that doesn't mean that choices can be made that leads to the Stormborn's death. Besides," he laughed, "it wouldn't be quite as exciting if Stormborn couldn't die." They both shared a laugh with one another and headed above deck. The sun was setting in the west, and their path kept the sun to their right. Going further south, and with it, it did not surprise any aboard that they began to see the archways further out. This time, however, the crew was not asleep. They had made good time, and Turgon couldn't help but think that it's some form of cosmic wind was now driving their sails and propelling them towards the next observatory. "Should be on guard," Silra said to Turgon and Selinra nearby. "I don't think this one will be so simple." Just as before, Edanos made his way around the tower, and Shri herself cast fire. The golden light bounced from stone to stone, spreading out across the ocean just as before, while darkness covered the skies. As they came up to the final archway, the light enveloped the ship, but upon emerging through the other side, they were thrown asunder. The Truest Bliss arced up and fell to its side. Turgon slid across the deck, grabbing at what he could, and grabbing Selinra's hand as the entire ship leaned and listed to the far right. "Oars to the rock! Get us off this!" Edanos shouted. They had emerged through the archway, and on what Turgon could only guess was a massive jut rock. Why the portal through the archway would take them to such a chaotic place he did not understand. But as they began to find their bearings and cling to the side of the ship, he saw that it was not stone that pushed them up and over to such a precarious position, but wood. Then a ring of fire struck the deck of the ship. "Take over!" a crew member shouted. Fires were upon the deck, and Turgon peered out in the distance to see another ship sitting in the water in the distance. He climbed as the ship began to lean back to the right way, towards a ballista, as the other crew members worked to load it. Guri summoned wards, Silra and Selinra following suit to join him as more fireballs struck the deck. "Release ballista!" Edanos shouted. The thumps of the ballista sending shrieking bolts in response to the fireballs came one after another as part of the crew worked to put out the fires and the other work to clear the Truest Bliss from the wreckage it was in. Shri simply stood with her hands together, looking out across the waters. So good for riddles, but basically worthless for fighting. Understandable. To say Turgon was annoyed in this moment of trouble, that Shri was essentially worthless, was an understatement to say the least. The bolts that they were sending towards the slaver ship were deflected one after the other, and more fireballs continued to strike upon their combined wards. "Guri!" Edanos shouted. "Guria, can you burn away this blockage? It seems our friends have set a trap to keep us here." Guri nodded, turning his attention from the ward he was casting before to blasting away the pieces of the ship that was holding them steady. Still, Silra and Selindra kept up their wards, trying to deflect back the fiery barrages from the Rusi slaves on the other side. Guri was sending streams of fire directly into the wood, burning it away, and in truth should have been doing so from the beginning. But then again, with fireballs coming down, Turgon was rather happy that the Rusis chose to defend them versus just to simply freeing the ship. Now, the Truest Bliss fell back to its right position in the water, and Edanos spun the wheel, angling them directly towards the slaver ship. "We're free! Get us towards that ship! If we can free my brethren, we can end this now!" The Ruses had an obvious point, and Turgon agreed. But as they drew closer to the side of the slaver's ship, something seemed strange. While the wood from afar looked like the side of the slaver's ship itself, it seemed to be something else. Still, it appeared that there were small figures casting as they approached, the fireballs lessening the closer that they got in with each passing moment, and as the eager crew of the Truest Bliss prepared to board, they realized it wasn't a ship that attacked them as they had thought before, even though it looked as clear as one from afar. Something else. Still, it did not stop Guri or Silra from leaping from the deck of the Truest Bliss onto the wooden ramparts built into the stone. Turgon and Selindra, as well as Edanos, and many of the crew jumped and hurried to attack their enemy. But there was no obvious enemy. As Turgon went to strike a strange black figure standing with a ball of fire in their hand, he did not hesitate, for he did not see a Rusis or anyone else. It was some form of summoned entity, a wraith. As his axe passed through its form, nothing. All along the side of the rock and wood palisades constructed were the dead. Guri and Silra had ascended to the topmost point, and while Turgon had already assumed that their enemy was nothing but phantoms somehow casting real fire, it seemed that the priest and Rusis had discovered the truth. Blasts of energy came from above, and those others that were present scurried to join the others. As Turgon crested top of the rocky hill, he found more dead, more slaves that had been killed. Then, locked in combat, he saw Guri and Silra fighting with a woman with flowing blonde hair. Her eyes were black with waves of red energy emanating from them. Twisting around her fingertips and arms was what looked like flowing blood, and more dead and bleeding corpses were all that Turgon could see upon the ground. Now, Shri floated directly behind them, an emanating light blotting out all shadows and focusing all of their attention on whatever this blonde-haired woman was. "You should have just died!" the woman shrieked. Guri said the curling bolt of lightning, grabbing hold of woman and ripping her hand down just as she lifted her other hand, and from the stone around them, dozens more shadowy figures appeared. They cast fire, striking many of the crew, ripping burning chunking into their skin. Selindra retreated, casting a ward and dragging many of the burn crew back down the hill into cover. Edanos tried to get close, but Silra sent a blast of energy with his own staff, knocking the captain back. Turgon began to grab the crew from the Truest Bliss, many of them burned across their entire bodies at different stages. More blasts of fire came from shadowy forms up in the rock, and Silra and Guri continued in their duel. "Did you kill them? Did you murder these children?" Guri screamed. "I need the blood to serve my gods. Their energy was great, and the more they were fearful, the more energy I drew. Yes, for less slaves means less food. My captain has what he needs, as I have been a slave of his for so long I cannot remember. But now I can taste true power. My people will dominate the ocean, the Dreen grow, our crystal cities shall spread out across the deserts, and all of those of your wretched race will be destroyed as the Dreen take back our position, as it never should have been lost. Cataclysm comes in with the Dreen shall rise. Silra had taken a moment while the priestess, or whatever she was, had been speaking to moved to her far flank. She was of the blood, something Silra knew some of, but not much. He didn't know much in the form of shadow magic, but he knew a single spell that perhaps, he assumed, would be enough. He flipped open his robe and made an etch in his arm, bleeding suddenly. Taking the blood, he placed it on his staff. "Shadows," he said, aloud and strong. The mere spell was nothing but a flash of smoke, enough to perhaps throw off the priestess. She jerked, turning her attention to him and summoning her red tendrils of fiery blood around hurt form. "But you are not of the shadow cults?" she hissed. That distraction given enough for the Rooses to attack. He was upon her back. Using his gauntlets, he formed an arc around her throat, and in an explosion of energy, her head vanished, and her body collapsed, blood pumping out of her neck as her form quivered, and all of the shadowy shades that had been casting fire before faded away. It was a blood priestess. Good work with the shadow magic. It was enough to distract her, Guri said. Turgon and the others rushed up to find the priestess dead. "What was that?" Turgon asked. "A blood priestess. They are the religious power of the Dreen people," Guri said. "She's killed most of slaves. It was a trap, meant to destroy us, but it means that the slaver himself, Matt, is not here. I hope." The Rooses gripped his hands, sending a bolt of lightning into a bare wall beside them. The rock shattered and fell. "I've not toiled my entire life to save my people only for them to be butchered like this," he said. Turgon looked around at the many bodies. They were all children. It seemed that Matt had made the ultimate choice to lose many of his prized possessions to perhaps kill the only people capable or of knowledge that could stop him. They had failed. Many of the crew of the Truest Bliss had been injured, but thankfully between Silra and Selinra, as well as Shri, who seemed to have some degree of healing ability, they were able to be soothed of their wounds. Guri had directed the Rooses' children to be buried at sea, and thus a considerable amount of time and manpower was used to gather up every single body that lay upon the wood and stone of the hill and within the inner chamber. "What of the body of the priestess?" Turgon asked. "I shall tear it apart myself. I will place the pieces under different rocks and shall curse this ground of her form," he said. Go without me for now. I will meet you back on the ship." Silra and Turgon, as well as Selinra and Shri, continued on into the observatory itself. The stairwell and the bridgeway leading to the observatory deck were much the same as the previous one. Unlike last time, however, Turgon and the others did not get the same view as they had. Silra blocked down the observatory, shunting the cosmic winds from feeding into the greater form of whatever was coming and further weakening it. As the thin veil extended above, showing they had cleared 2 of 3 observatories, shunted the winds fully as much as they could at this point, Shri and Silra went on as Turgon and Selinra remained. "Watch after your father," Turgon said. "He gains a lot of power quickly, and it seems that even the stalwart Rooses is struggling. Not that I blame either of them. My father never wanted any more power. He was confident with what he did know and could do. Shri is mysterious, only helpful at times, and then Guri is, undoubtedly, understandably angry. I do not know much of Rooses or Rooses lore, but I do worry what is ahead if that priestess is anything close to the true power of our enemy." Selinra laughed. "Don't worry, Turgon. I'll take care of you and my father." They were back out on the open ocean. The pure and strange bliss that had been the first observatory had well passed with the events of the second. As Turgon stood with his back on the back railing of the Truest Bliss, he was amazed at what he didn't think about. The pure fact that Shri was able to use some type of power to unlock a sealed door in the first tower, something that seemingly would have needed some form of key that she just simply saw herself through. Then seeing the vast expanse of stars and feeling as if the stars themselves were nothing but ocean beneath his feet, and the strange sensation of cosmic winds, as well as the combined knowledge flowing into each of them as to the locations of the next two observatories. No, that wasn't what he was thinking. Still more of what Silra had said, and even the nightmares that Edanos had shared with him. No, his thoughts were on Gurye. While he had known that the Rusis was suffering, that he was deeply troubled at finding so many of his kin butchered, there was a seething anger about him. They had sailed for some time in the darkness, and seemingly for Gurye's sake. The bodies of the many butchered were wrapped in different tarps of what could be spared of the ship's supplies, in such a way that the deck had stacks of them. Edanos had told him that they were going as far away from the island as reasonable, so as they were not inside of the burial spot. "Cast anchors and lower sails," Edanos said. Guri took off his robes and began assisting the crew in lifting the bodies and tossing them into the ocean one after the other, not allowing any other except 2 to 3 crew members to help him. In most cases, he only said something under his breath as he dropped them off the side of the deck. When he lifted the last one, he broke down, falling to his knees. Silra was first to go towards him, but the Rusis slapped his hand backwards and Silra stopped. Shri then attempted to comfort him as he still held the body of his kin, but he ignored her. Edanos stood just off to his side as the Rusis looked up with heavy eyes and tears streaming from his face. "You believe yourself to be Stormborn," Guri said. Edanos stared but did not nod or shake his head. "Swear to me on the body of this young child." He ripped the covering off from her face. Turgon looked at her closed eyes, and the tissues of her throat sliced open in sacrifice to engorge the blood priestess sometime before their arrival. Her body was blotched white, and Guri's hands clenched into her skin, the tissue tearing as she was already beginning to bloat. "Swear to her, if a single Rusis child is still on that slaver ship, that you, as whatever Stormborn or captain you claimed yourself to be, that you will save them. You won't fall back. You will be some part of some other quest to save yourself or this ship. Do something for the children, no matter what you better." "I swear it," Edanos said. For a few moments they stared at one another, and Guri stood there, breathing fast. "She and her kin will be at peace within the ocean, where Meridas will take them into his care. They will not hurt. They will not be in pain. They will be in paradise forever now." With Edanos' words, Guri dropped the final child to the water. Turgon watched as he vanished into the depths. Edanos went to Guri. "Guri, why don't you go to my study, rest?" Edanos said. Guri nodded and went to the captain's quarters. The moment Guri was gone, Edanos looked at the crew. "Get those anchors up, host sails. We got the final observatory to get to." They were underway again. Cutting across the ocean, they were now headed directly west. The final markings upon the pedestal map, but the Great Pyramid in the skies above illuminating the direction they were headed there, was but one thought on everyone's mind. What was coming next? "I believe Matt and the slavers must have some way of accessing the knowledge we have," Silra said. "The fact that so many observatories have been unlocked means they must have some device. That said, they do have Rusis, but we have to imagine they still have at least one," Silra said, careful not to say Rusis too loud in case Guri had come back out. As of now, the Rusis had remained in Edanos' quarters. "Whatever they have, do you think it's actually important?" Selinra asked. "No, I don't. They work with the Dreen, and the Blood Priestess was powerful, but I can't imagine there's many more of her or with her level of power. She was using blood magic, and from what she said, she was using something else. The children. She said that they were fearful, and their blood gave her power. That is something I have not heard of." Turgon had no knowledge of magic from the most part, especially magic involving blood. "So if there is another priest, what do we do?" Selinra's question was appropriate, considering it had taken quite a large amount of power between Silra and Guri to take the last one down. Distracted and hit it from behind, but I don't think there will be. That was a trap meant to stop us and to kill us. Otherwise, it would not have sacrificed so many. If I was Matt, be rather angry at the fact that I had just sacrificed so many of my slaves for a failed attempt. No, I suspect if Matt has anything else, it's nothing we can't deal with. But if the Dreen is heavily involved, as I believe they are, even though that priestess was supposedly a slave of Matt's, I have to imagine things are going to get quite a bit more interesting. We have to be ready for anything. Chapter 4. Blackness. Turgon stood next to Edanos as they saw the lone island appear ahead. The bright stars above dimmed as Shri began her typical actions of lighting their paths forward through the towering rocks. But with each flash of golden fire came something else, bolts of lighting in distant black clouds. First, nothing seemed too off, but as Edanos guided the Truest Bliss around pillar after pillar, the waves rolled against them. "The ocean is angry," Edanos said. "Something stirs it beyond mere storms." "What do you mean?" Turgon asked. Edanos shook his head. "Something. I can feel the disruption moving through the water and up to the very wheel in my hand. And look," he pointed off the ship. Turgon could see splashes of different sea creatures swimming away from the direction they were coming. He didn't know what to make of it. Is there something pushing them from these waters? Chasing them, maybe? Edanos tightened his grip on the wheel. "It is said that the creatures of the sea will flee when cataclysm approaches, when evil is upon them. Most sea creatures are pure of soul and heart, and those capable of courage may show it if it deemed needed. Those such as sharks, narwhals, and the like. But these storms in the line of clouds, they are stagnant. The squall line remains stationary, almost waiting for a signal to slam against us. Matuk cannot have such power. What magic would that be? I do not believe Matuk is our greatest enemy, and..." He looked up as thin clouds streaked over them, blotting out the stars. "I do hope we are not too late already." They were approaching the portal archway and expecting something like before. Many of the crew held weapons at the ready. The ballista was loaded, and both Silra and Selinra had their staffs in hand. Guri had come from the captain's quarters and walked toward Shri. He looked back once at Turgon, then set his stare to Edanos before the white light came over the helm of the ship. They emerged to the other side with the waters tossing within an inner rocky harbor near the edge of the carved rock of the observatory. From even far beneath the top of the tower, they could see the starlight. But the water swirled about, making Edanos' navigation difficult. They came to the stone dock, but did so backwards to the way they approached it. The ship struck the rock, splintering somewhat and causing Edanos to jump. "Check for leaks. Let's not tie down." He turned to Turgon. "Take your companions in, shut this one down. I'll keep the ship at the ready." Turgon whistled. "Silra, Selinra, Guri." He motioned for them to follow. Shri, of course, went too. "Don't have too much fun," Turgon said, just as the ship lurched and struck the dock again. The water seemed to rush around the rocks around the side of the dock, and Edanos' eyes grew. "Not quite like the other ones," he said. "Stay on guard in there." Turgon jumped from the ship just as another wave threw it against the dock. As Edanos wheeled hard to the side, the Truest Bliss rocked in the waves. He glanced around and noticed that the entire base of this tower was open to the ocean. Being higher than the deck of the ship, he could see dark clouds rolling over this realm where the tower stood. We won't be seeing stars in the observatory, that's for sure. He could not help but to feel a sudden sense of impending doom. A knowing beyond knowing, and that sensation did nothing to comfort the coldness rolling over his skin from the wind gusting from outside. The profuse stench of dead fish filled his nose. "Good king, it is time to go," Shri said. He had spaced out. Turgon looked to them, the ethereal way Shri looked at him, her hair flowing about her head and the long gaze in her near-glowing pupils. Silra's concern, Selinra's eager but confident watchfulness, and then Guri's determination and annoyance with the wasted time, at least as Turgon assumed he saw it. "Yes, let's get it done," he said. They began up a massive twisting stairwell of black rock. Unlike the last two, this one did not lead up to an elevated room and walkway, but seemed to snake all the way to the top of the tower itself. The air was thinner the higher they went, and though they came to several landings, there were always more steps. His legs were burning, and he started to think how nice it would have been to be back in Ikinidor and to have a large ale. Above, Turgon could see a break in the rock, and as the others reached that level, they all stopped. He could see flashes upon them, a clear sign something was happening. "What? What is it?" Silra backed away as Turgon reached their level. From here, Turgon saw the ocean and hundreds of vessels with red sails. They were not there yet. They appeared fuzzy. From the front of their bows, he saw strange crystalline weaponry glowing before sending out blasts of energy. But they weren't engaging the Truest Bliss, not yet at least. He could see Edenos circling far below them. "The Dreen, hundreds of them," Guri said. "Come," Shri said. "We see the break in the realms and the beyond lands blend with the other. The opening of the way comes. We must hurry." With renewed vigor, they hurried up the stairwell at last, coming to the moon door as Turgon saw them now. This one, however, was broken. Guri ignited spells in his hands, crawling through, followed by Silra. Suddenly, Turgon felt faint. He saw fire and churning water. When his vision cleared, Shri was there. Her hand was on the side of his face. "Keep focused, Dwarf King." He nodded, feeling queasy as he squeezed through the broken doorway. Silra was in position, lifting his staff. The winds howled outside as the entire tower rumbled. "Something approaches!" Guri shouted. The howls became melodic. The wind shifted from cold to warm, and sand blew across the circular observatory floor. A shadowy form appeared on the edge. Guri shouted, releasing a volley of fire. "Prepare to defend yourselves!" he shouted. Another 3 shadows appeared, and a great form blocked out the starlight above. Selinra lifted her staff, summoning a ward around them and stepping towards her father. Guri spun about, flinging fire and lightning as Shri closed her hands in prayer. The Rusis was keeping back the shadow beings. Turgon drew his axe and took position near Silra. "No," Silra said softly. Turgon turned towards him. His eyes were filled with stars and seemed to shift, showing dark green and black flowing over his pupils. "No, no," he said again, monotoned. "What is it?" Turgon asked. "Dwarf King!" A shrill voice thundered over them. Turgon jerked to look just as Guri summoned a ward of blistering flame. A shadow, larger than the others, hung just on the side of the tower. Its silver claws visible on the edge of the rocks as its mouth, agape, shined with a bright white light. "The Jinn have not forgotten you yet. You have tried to forget us. Why do you climb so high, little Dwarf King?" Turgon lifted his axe just as the entire tower shuddered again. "Get back!" Guri shouted, drawing in his ward before exploding it out, knocking the Jinn back in a tumultuous flash of fire and smoke. Turgon turned just as Silra collapsed. Selinra caught him as Shri ran to them. The roof of the observatory shattered and twisting clouds shrouded their view of the stars. "I did it, but the winds, the cosmic winds, they were too much for too long," Silra shouted. "It is coming! It is coming!" "What is coming?" Turgon asked. Blasts of energy began striking the tower. Turgon looked out at the ocean, and the Dreen Navy unleashed their attack upon the tower. "Down! Get down to the ocean!" Turgon said. It is coming, Silra said over and over. "It is coming!" Turgon lifted him up, throwing the priest over his shoulder. "He has seen the one from beyond," Shri said. "We may have been too slow. The delay at the last observatory was too great." They hurried as fast as they could to the lower level as more blasts shook the outside of the tower. They had returned to their realm, or the Dreen had come to theirs. Turgon wasn't sure. There were several large explosions outside, and dust filled the air. Turgon slipped, falling and rolling, seeing flashes of a golden ward, but hearing nothing but shattering stones and screams. He came to atop a large rock with the sea foam from the churning ocean blowing upon him. Opening his eyes, he saw the black forms of Jinn floating above them. Turgon felt for his axe, finding it just next to him. The first came, and he swung upwards, cracking into its face. Another came, dragging him across the tossed rock of the tower as lightning flashes around him. It was Guri, summoning his power around them both. The tower had collapsed. By some power of Shri or the Rusus, or perhaps even Selinra, they had survived, but now he and his companions were on a pile of broken rocks surrounded by the ocean. In the distance, the red sail ships of the Dreen Navy were rapidly approaching. The Truest Bliss was coming their way, but the winds blowing from the east, hot and sandy, were almost as if the desert of lost sands themselves were coming against them. The Jinn from before, the massive clawed entity, appeared on an archway some distance from the rubble island. "Dwarf King, you are alone. You sought to destroy us. You have failed. We feed on the power of void energies. We are many. We are legion. You are nothing." Turgon rolled about, swinging his axe at their shadow-formed, clutching claws. They grabbed him by his feet, dragging him down. The air crackled around him, and he felt a hand pull him up. "Get up, King," Guri said. Wind swept around them, flowing around the Rusus. "I can feel the endless void. It flows into me. I have never felt so alive." Turgon spun his axe in hand, but the Rusus' power were beyond even dwarven smithwork. Guri pulled energy from the air, sending snapping bolts of lightning into multiple forms at once. "Get to the others. They are down near the ocean," he told him. Turgon nodded, hurrying to the edge of the rubble to see Silra and Selinra down below. Shri stood above them in prayer. "What is she doing?" Turgon asked Selinra. "I guess praying. I have no idea," she said. "Hey, don't fall asleep," she slapped Silra. "Has he said anything else?" "No," she said. "Nothing. What do we do?" A rush of seawater surged around the rubble, and the sky seemed to clear just above them. The deep fog towards the east cleared, and Turgon swore he heard drums in rhythmic beats sounding from beyond. He ran back up to where Guri was, seeing the Rusis was single-handedly defeating the Jinn, and that the Truest Bliss was closer, but of all things the slaver ship of Matuk was just behind him. Turgon knew that Edenos wouldn't leave them there. But the water shifted around the island, clear water mixing with dark-hued green. The storms to the west were blowing towards, and a deep and near-echoing howl was all around them. "What is that?" He didn't know, but as he looked back behind him, he realized that Dreen ships were coming closer, and 3 of them had pushed closer to them than even the Truest Bliss. Bolts of energy zapped from the crystals on their decks, striking the top of the island. It seemed the Jinn had fled. Turgon and Guri hurried to the others, sliding down into cover as Shri stared out across the oceans. Selinra lifted her staff, creating a ward as Silra turned, suddenly staring at Turgon. Dreen bolts struck around them. "Turgon, I tried to stop it. The winds were too much, and the way opened slowly. All are here. Matuk, I saw him. He walks between realms. He has a key, a way to come and go as he wishes. He is an anchor point, Turgon leaned in. "What?" "He must die, fast." More bolts rained down upon them as Turgon looked up to see Edanos and the Truest Bliss overwhelmed by the massive form of Matic's flagship. Dreen vessels were upon him too. "We're too late," Selinra said. The Dreen vessels began to focus their attack, striking her ward over and over. Turgon breathed deep, looking to Guri, and then he felt Shri touch his hand. His vision became white, and he saw himself standing above the fire and smoke of his army back near the Riverlands. He saw Shri's eyes staring at him, surrounded by fire. "All actions have purpose. All paths lead to roads meant for one to stand upon. Time means nothing. The heart knows. See now the fruit of said love." Turgon could see again. Selinra's ward was absorbing a concentrated blast of constant Dreen energy when a sudden explosion of fire erupted up. Then another and another. Flashes of blue followed, and Selinra lowered her ward. The Dreen vessels closest to them were aflame, and the bright sunrise glowed. Shadowed in the rising sun were the great fleets of Ehrin in the far distance, and in a unified volley, they released their weapons at the Dreen fleet. But there was something else, fast-moving and sleek. It was a vessel unlike the rest, white wood with a dark flag flying above white sails. At the front of the vessel was a stone line construct with glowing blue orbs. It was sailing for them. 2 more Dreen vessels cut around the edge of the island, but its weapons were set on this other vessel. They had to protect the slaver vessel. But before they could engage their crystalline weapons, flashes of blue fire struck across both, sending up splinters of wood, fire, and pieces of the crew in bloody explosions. Then the ship shattered through the wreckage, and Turgon could not believe what he saw. Dwarves, dozens of them. The front of this vessel had a construct, like what Balinor had made. In fact, as he stared, he saw that Balinor himself was there. Then he saw Gurki and Rortho at the helm. Selinra sent up a spark of fire, and Gurki turned the wheel heading their way as the construct on the front of the ship released a volley of energy, striking the slaver ship over and over. "For Ikinidor!" came shouts from the ship, and with it, horn calls. Matuk and his slaver ship fled as the Truest Bliss turned, sending a flaming bolt at the fleeing vessel. As Turgon was sure Adanos was trying to figure out who or what had come to all of their aid, the new sailing ship of Ikinidor came alongside the beach. "King!" Gurki shouted. "A gift from the Sultan of Erin!" The ship was crewed by mostly dwarves, with a handful of sailors from the Erin Navy. They brought the ship up near to the coastline, and though the water was tumultuous, Turgon and the others clamored to get to the side, climbing up overthrown ropes. "Where did this come from?" Turgon asked. "Orders came directly from the Sultan," Gurki said. "Balinor added his own touch. Rortho, too, surprise. But she is a beauty and ready to serve Ikinidor. Christened her with a fine name, Hammer of Ikinidor. That's right. She'll smash just about anything in the face, just like us dwarves." With 2 mainsails, polished railings, and white polished top deck, it was beautiful. On the side of the vessel was a dwarven-styled hammer, and the rune 4-eye with a mountain. The vessel was about the size of the Truest Bliss, but its weaponry was a step above the ballista. Balinor came over, bowing. "King, the best of weapons for our kingdom. Untested in these situations, but so far." He motioned towards the wreckage of the Dreen vessels nearby. Turgon embraced Guri and Balinor before bowing to Rortho. "Good timing," he said. "Well, we did try to get back as fast as we could, but tides, another battle. Then of course I stopped to admire the fishes a bit. But what have you fools been up to with all of this?" The Dreen Navy was sailing directly for the Sunset and Sunrise navies of Erin. The slaver ship had retreated for now. Gurki maneuvered the Hammer of Ikinidor away from the island, moving closer to the Truest Bliss. "What in the glacial seas is this?" Idanos shouted to them. "It's a boat. What's it look like?" Gurki said. As the 2 ships came close to one another, Rortho prepared to go to the other side. Admiral says he'll hold the fleet here, Rortho said. What's the plan? That bastard slaver got away again. We have limited time, Silra said at last. The void opens. Suddenly, light erupted from the ocean, piercing the clouds some distance away between the two dueling navies. A tower rose up from the ocean with a spiraled form. The cosmic winds bring forth the way, the anchor, and with it comes that which cannot be cast aside, Shri said. And we will fight it, Guri said, cutting him off. We take down the slaver, then we knock back their navy. Whatever comes for us next, we'll take it down. Inaction is our only enemy. Agreed, Edano said. We will deal with what we see right now, the Dreen and Matuk. It's bad luck to sink your ship on its first voyage, Edano said. Seems like that'd be bad luck in any voyage, Turgon laughed. Gorky is learning, Rortho announced. Quite a decent helmsman and a natural. Remember, keep your distance with that weaponry. Those dwarven cannons are something else. What of that new tower? Edanos asked. It will summon that which is beyond, Shri said. The ocean will be its home, Silra said. I have seen the madness. It is overwhelming, but it comes no matter what now. We'll follow you in, Turgon said. Edanos nodded. Target vessels around Matuk, and then we'll go alongside. He still has Rusis, but not as many. It doesn't mean he doesn't have other weapons. Quite a few flaming arrows for one, and at least some Dreen weaponry. Those crystals are no laughing matter. The navies were upon one another, and the slavers seemed to be sailing directly for the new tower. Turgon had no idea what the tower was outside of Shri, calling it an anchor. The hammer of Ikinidor and Truest Bliss raised sails and took off across the ocean. We cannot beat what comes, Silra whispered to Turgon. Are you sure? Silra nodded. We slowed it, reduced its power, but it still found a way. While the way to the void has been closed, it is here. It is... He paused. A terror unlike what I can explain. The Elder Storm comes, and with it, that thing. Turgon looked out, seeking the flashes of purple lightning and the storm moving east. Crosswinds shook the entire structure of their vessel. Turgon watched as Balinor pointed towards distant Dreen ships. The massive stone construct whirred as it turned its glowing arms slightly. Give him a volley, Gorky shouted. Confirmation. Target 400 marks out. Charging. Turgon could hear the construct from the helm. The arms grew brighter and brighter before Guri lifted his arm up. Engage! The weapon erupted, sending a long-range blast of energy arcing up through the clouds, and a few moments later, a Dreen ship exploded in the distance. Realign! Do it again! They've messed with the hammer! Gorky shouted. Give him the full weight! Turgon noticed Balinor and several other dwarves were feeding a stone substance into an inner chamber beneath the deck. What is that? He asked. Gives energy to our friend here. Rornikor consulted with me on an idea he had to put our friend here on the ship. It took some work and definitely helps that Arin already makes a fine ship. They repurposed a ship meant for the Sultan for this. It's quite nice. Needs some fine carpet in the captain quarters, Gorky shouted. I'll take care of it, my king. Got to deal with these issues first. Come now, Whitefire. Hammer needs to hammer. Whitefire? Turgon asked. His name for the construct, Balinor said with a laugh. Never thought he'd find a role like this after his annoyance with the colors of pots in Ikinidor, but he seems perfectly happy. The cannon sung again, sending a blast of energy at another Dreen vessel. It exploded, sending chunks of wood and fire into the sky. But now the Dreen navy had turned to engage, sending volleys their way. Energy struck in the water near them. Don't scratch it, you milk-sucking, jeweled-headed, crystal-crushing miscreants! Gorky shouted. Turgon's eyes widened, looking to Gorky and back to Balinor. Yes, he nearly lost his mind when a merchant vessel in Erin nearly ran into us. I almost feel bad for our enemy. Almost. The red sails of the Dreen Navy were blocking out any sight of their allies across the waters. Now, Rortho at the helm of the Truest Bliss cut right, slowing their pace. "Gorky!" he shouted. "Arc like we did at the Battle of the Point. Light them all. Gives us a path." "Battle of the Point?" Selindra asked. "How many battles have you been in?" "This makes 3, Gorky said. "I'm going to get fine carpets to commemorate each one." Turgon smirked. Bolts of Dreen energy weapons struck near them, casting water over the deck. Guri wheeled left as Balinor made adjustments to white fire. "Ready, Captain," Balinor said. "Captain?" Turgon asked. "I didn't want that job. I'll take care of the construct," Balinor winked. "Rapid release, white fire," Guri said. Confirmation, target, 250 marks. Charging for rapid discharge. The construct voiced. The construct whirred about, balls of electrified energy building around its arms before snaps of air and blasts of light filled the air. Turgon watched as ship after ship caught fire in the distance. But more of the Dreen were coming from the west, and the ocean was churning up. The hammer of Ikinidor and Truest Bliss were tossed up and down. While their weaponry was better than their enemy, they were still only one of 2 close vessels, and now Matic and his vessel had turned and were converging on them. Dreen vessels crisscrossed, moving into a flanking position from the west and now south. Bolts of energy rained down, and Selindra and Silra worked to shield the ship. Guri cast back, his spells falling short as they were moving faster than the Dreen, but they could not outrun their weaponry. "Any other tricks on this ship?" Selindra asked. "We've got great attack, but defense is a bit dependent on crew." Several blasts struck on the deck, and the crew worked to put out the fires. Guri assisted, casting ice and stopping the burning. "Guri is now part of my crew. Sorry, Rusus," Gorky teased. "Keep up the attack, my friend," Guri said. "We've got innocents on that slaver ship. Get us close." The cannons released their attack again, setting more Dreen ships ablaze. The slaver ship was on approach. The Truest Bliss was off their port side. They were going to take Matuk's vessel between them. But Turgon felt the winds shift, the hot burning air mixed with sand and sea spray. He looked east, and though the sun rose, blots of blackness obscured it. "Jinn! Jinn are upon us!" he shouted. The clawed black beasts struck both decks, and Turgon leapt to action beside Silra. "Purify!" Selindra shouted, summoning a white blasts before knocking back 3 Jinn at once. Shri grabbed hands with Guri. "The cosmic winds are the lifeblood of our people. Let's us protect this crew and the other for the glory of the old kingdom." The 2 Rusis bowed their heads, drawing up an encircling wave of undulating energy that spread out from them, covering both vessels and knocking back the Jinn. Then bolts of lightning leaped out, striking them from the slaver ship. Matuk was bearing down on them. While the Truest Bliss and Hammer of Ikinidor were impressive vessels, the slaver ship was many times more massive. The Rusis slaves aboard it attacked, but so did the Dreen weaponry. Blasts of fire erupted all over the deck. "Now is the time," Shri said. Turgon heard her and went to respond, but she was not talking to him but to Guri. "If any were to be recorded in halls of the Keva Sanctum, in the great city of Rinagares, it would be you, I have no doubt. Go forth, son of the Templar caste. Save our people." The cosmic winds engorged Guri's powers, the energy flowing around him. He jumped, clearing the distance from the deck of the Hammer of Ikinidor, and engaged the crew of Matuk topside their own ship. "Board! Board!" Balinor shouted. The crew tossed grappling hooks, making their attack as Guri engaged the Hammer of Ikinidor's weaponry, shattering the wood at near water level. With the ship so large, the attack was a critical one, but it'd take a lot more to take down the ship. Turgon followed after other dwarves of his kingdom. He did not have magic. He was not chosen by Shri like Silra. He had no vessel that he captained like Edenos or Gorki, but he was good at something else. He'd find Matuk, that was his goal. Chapter 5. Dwarf King and the Slaver. Turgon was atop the slaver ship. This time, however, he was not a prisoner. He gripped his axe, moving along the far edge as Ikinidor dwarves and sailors of Rin engaged center deck with a mix of slavers and Dreen sailors. Above, the Roos's slaves did as they were told. They defended the ship. But Guri had already reached 3 of them near the front of the ship. Turgon could see he had the children at his side, and as slavers went to stop him, he engulfed them in fire, their forms melting with the engorged spells, the cosmic winds empowering him beyond normal. 2 slavers came for Turgon. He ducked, both their swords passing over his head, and brought his axe to bear. He cracked into the chest of the first before taking a weak slash to his gauntlet. He slapped the second one before smashing him with his fist and disorienting him. Next came his axe. With a crunching swing, he took down his attacker. He shook the bloody teeth off his gauntlet and looked up to the helm. Matuk stood arms crossed, shaking his head. The captain pointed, and 2 priestesses with red hair floated forward. Turgon looked back to see Edanos and Rortho having boarded from the other side. Guri charged as the priestesses descended. He summoned encircling lightning crackling across the deck and immediately took down one of the 2 priestesses. As he cast continually, her body flailed and smoldered on the deck. The second, however, landed nearby and engaged in a back-and-forth casting duel with him. Silra and Selinra had taken the bow region. Turgon saw that the Dreen navy was converging on them, but still, the Rin forces had punched through the outer battle line and were attempting to get to them. "Turgon, you have come here to die?" Matuk laughed. "I've come here to kill you," he said. "You have already caused the deaths of countless others. I have learned much in my study of you, the deaths of your comrades in a failed rebellion, then what you forced me to do to my own slaves, and still you pursued me. Time falters for you. We have done what we sought, now we wait. My priestesses are worth more than those Roosis, and I have a way out you do not. I have done as desired, opened the way of the void and the alliance of the old powers of the deserts of lost sands, and the Dreen Empire shall bring about something that would send you hiding in your dwarf hole." Turgon ran for the helm when a blast of ice struck him center mass. A Roosis girl stepped out from beside Matic. She had a chain around her neck, and he held the other end. "My pet doesn't like you. Be careful." Turgon felt at the spot where he had been struck. There was a block of ice. His beard had caught much of it, but his chest was aching. "Many Roosis have little true power, but my personal servant has much power. She will protect us. She is protected by the priestesses themselves. Even now, they rise with the power of the blood. Your position is folly." Turgon looked back to see Silra and Guri both engaging the priestesses. Then, out of nowhere, one of the enslaved Roosis were dragged down to one of the priestesses. Guri shouted, sending a flurry of spells, but the child was butchered, the crew hacking at her. A red mist filled the air, and the priestesses, both of them, were empowered, pushing back at the boarding crews. "I had spoke to you once, but again, we must speak, but not here." Turgon went for his axe as Matuk came towards him. He was just about to have his hand on the handle when Matuk grabbed him. The slaver touched his gauntlet, and a spinning portal of green fire appeared. Matic tossed him in and followed after. Turgon set up, finding himself surrounded by limestone and sand. The portal, wreathed in green fire, was still active. Matuk stepped through. "Now, a bit quieter. Turgon, king of dwarves, you have bounced from one fate to the next. But what do you want? Power? I can give you that. My coffers are deep. Comfort? I have all that one could desire, to go to a place like no other. He tapped his gauntlet. This has allowed me to awaken that which slept eternally, drawing it here. But it is of the old world, a forgotten world. You have nothing I desire, Turgon said. Do you know where we are, dwarf? The desert, he said. We are in Solarian Sands, a place known to be the sleeping home of ancient gods. A place just beneath the desert of lost sands, but the way has been lost. The tower that appeared upon the ocean, the spiraled spire. It is a gateway to a world hidden from all except me. You stand upon one of many temples. The Solarians held many secrets from the world. It was a unification of the seers, the divine inspired, those who knew all. They rest in the deserts. They created the Jinn. They are the controllers of all that has happened. They control the flow towards Valku, the god of dead. Truly, the dead have a power like none other here, but death is just a state, not a permanence. You come from a broken line, Dwarf King. Your father killed by orcs in the Great War. Your mother drowned. Would you not want them back? Turgon pushed himself up. His body ached. His chest was raw from the Rusis attack. You know nothing of me? Then tell me of your mother and father. How did they die? Turgon knew that Matic was right somehow. See? You do know I am right. I've been given much in my quest for continual power, and I can give you such. We just need a bit more time. My ship is the guiding point. My power gives direction to the one from beyond. Once we have laid waste to the rest, I shall take control, and even the Dreen will be beneath me. Turgon sprinted towards Matuk. The slaver jumped out of the way, dragging his chained Rusis up. The girl cast a bolt of lightning directly at him. It struck the sand nearby, crystallizing. Then a second blast came. This one struck him in the knee. He tumbled forward, striking the sand. Your companions know you have joined me. They saw you leave the portal. They are alone, abandoned, as their enemy surrounds them. Just like the valley where your dwarven armies faltered, you have lost again. You just couldn't stop, and you weren't fast enough to close the cosmic portals. He went to stand when another blast of Rusis energy struck him. He forced himself back up. Matic embraced him. Friend, you have a star forge. I need it. Give it to me, and we can make a deal beyond deals. I will give you what you need to protect your people. I know where the gold flows amongst my race, what they build. You will not survive the rise of men, but I can assure you a place now. What do you even mean? Many have seen the rise of man and the fall of magic. You see fire, you see death. I can be a path beyond it, but the Dwarves of Ikinidor must serve me. A simple act. We will destroy all that come against us. The Dwarves of Haradar and Mikranok will never fall to one such as you. Then we will destroy them. You will be king of all. You wanted that, right? We will burn the dwarves that come against you, and you will rule all. Simply because I desire it? Turgon asked. Matuk smiled. See? Yes. You understand. So rest, and it will be done. Turgon embraced him. Okay. Now he was closer to Matuk. The chain leading to his Rusis slave from the circle on his wrist brushed against Turgon. The dwarf knew Matuk had some form of magic to know what he knew. Turgon also was enticed by what he heard until a certain point. There was a spell in Matuk's speech, something that had served the gold-hoarding slaver, no doubt. But nothing given in such a way by a madman such as this could ever be good or honorable. Turgon would not fall for that, but he had to get close. He grabbed Matuk's hand, squeezing as hard as he could before smashing his wrist, shattering it. He then grabbed the circlet, ripping it from Matuk's mangled hand. Rusis! Go! Get help! The girl fell back. She blinked over and over. It was like a spell ceased in her mind. Go! He shouted again. The girl turned, running for the portal. You are mine! Matic shouted. Turgon struck him in the face. The slaver drew a dagger, attempting to stab him. Turgon caught the jab, punching again and again, blood pouring down Matuk's face. Matuk dropped the dagger, grabbing Turgon by the throat and forcing him down into the sand. Turgon couldn't breathe. His vision narrowed and he saw through the clouds above him. He saw many-faced giants, massive forms that he could not describe in any meaningful way. "We watch. We awoke. You should not be in this place." The giants looked down upon the dwarf and slaver. Matuk continued to choke him. "You and others have forgotten as so many have, as so many still will. Paths converge and break, and the world is not set. We bring order soon." Turgon began to see black when suddenly he could breathe. Matuk was gone. Silra was there. "Turgon, we have to go!" Silra and now Edanos were now above him. Matuk had been blasted to the ground, but was getting up. They pulled him up, dragging him across the sands and into the portal. Seawater struck him. The slaver ship was aflame. Then, as his vision cleared more, he saw the Truest Bliss and Hammer of Ikinidor engaged with dozens of Dreen vessels encircling them. An Ikinidor dwarf brought Turgon an axe as flames raged atop the vessel. Another dwarf, one of the monks Garivia trained, healed him. "Better, King?" Turgon nodded. "Help the others." One priestess was dead, and Guri was covered in blood flowing from his upper arm and shoulders. Dozens of dead from both sides littered the deck of the ship. Thunder rolled, and lightning flashed high above, as now the Elder Storm was upon them. "Jinn!" someone shouted. "Kill them all!" Matuk shouted. "Kill them all!" At an instant, all of the remaining Rusi slaves fell to the deck. The Blood Priestess lifted her hands, seemingly to cast some mass spell to kill thee at once as ordered. But then a chain and circlet struck her in the back. She turned, seeing the Rusis girl that had wielded it. It was the personal slave of Matuk. The priestess flew towards her as Guri ran, intercepting the priestess. Matuk stomped towards the Rusis, but it was Edanos who lunged, thrusting his saber into his leg. Matuk turned to smite him when the entire vessel lurched to the right. Turgon looked over the side to see a massive spinning maelstrom swirled in the water beside them. A bright light flashed, and from the deck of the Hammer of Ikinidor, Shri glowed gold. "It comes!" Silra shouted. Tentacles shot up from the portal, gripping the masts of ships from both sides. "Sacrifices! Sacrifices for the Elder Ones!" Matuk shouted. "Do not let our distractions bring dishonor to them." Those loyal to Matuk went for the Rusi's children. Guri was atop the Blood Priestess, slamming her head over and over on the deck. Upon hearing Matuk's order, he grabbed hold of what children he could even as their enemy came upon them. Others, not so lucky, were hacked and butchered. The red mist flowed into the maelstrom. As tentacles stretched out around the slaver ship, Edanos shouted, "Abandon ship! Back off! Back off! Everyone, off! Now!" Rortho had grabbed 4 Rusi's children himself. Others had been taken off while Turgon was gone. Selinra had followed other dwarves in returning to the Hammer of Ikinidor. But those lines were breaking as the dwarven ship tried to pull away from the maelstrom while still staying close to support the attack. The navies of both sides were fleeing as the slaver ship, the Truest Bliss, and the Hammer of Ikinidor tumbled about in the hellish waters. Shri floated high above them now. Turgon and Silra were lifted off the deck and brought towards the ship. But though Silra made it, Turgon did not. Shri collapsed suddenly. Turgon caught himself on the edge of the railings, still trapped on the slaver ship. Silra hurried to Shri. She was unconscious. He pulled out her book. He lifted his staff, the pages of the book flipping about. "I have to try to pacify it. That's all I can do. Try to get to Turgon," he shouted. "Cut all lines! Cut all lines!" Gorky shouted. "I'll ram the ship! Grab Turgon!" The maelstrom was growing larger, and though many had been sacrificed for the tentacle monstrosity beneath them, It had only slowed its destruction of the slaver ship. Something was coming. A strange, resounding scream with a guttural roar filled the air. White fire was charging. A tentacle slapped the side of the ship. "Release!" Gorky shouted. The construct did as commanded. A barrage of energy exploded out, knocking back the tentacle. Turgon pulled himself back up. He felt the entire ship now moving into the maelstrom. Guri was holding the priestess down with his powers, bolts of lightning curling over her form as Matuk claimed a sword. "Idiot Rusis!" he shouted. Guri released a fireball, missing before using both hands to continue to keep the priestess down. Turgon lifted a spear, throwing at Matuk, who ducked just in time. The dwarf ran, leaping at his foe as the ship leaned again to the left, beginning its descent. "You and your fools seem to want to wreck all I have worked for!" Matuk shouted. Turgon had nothing to say. He chopped at his foe, getting parried but following through with his fist. He struck Matuk in the jaw. The ship toppled again, and the four of them rolled about. Guri grabbed onto the center mast, keeping from getting thrown off as the priestess and Matuk barely stayed on. "I've got to keep us steady!" Matuk shouted. "Deal with them!" Turgon and Guria prepared to face the priestess as Matuk ran for the helm. Guria threw a series of icy shards as the priestess rose up. The hammer of Ikinidor unleashed a volley of energy, pulverizing the helm of the ship. Turgon turned to see it following just behind them. At that moment, the child that Turgon had freed revealed herself still on the vessel. She summoned flames in her hands, clearly aiming at Matuk. The priestess grabbed hold of her, squeezing her throat. Her eyes were bulging, and blood ran from her nose. She wanted to use her for her blood, her power. The priestess needed her. But Guri was there a moment later. The girl squirmed as the priestess lifted her up. Guri grabbed hold of the priestess. She dropped the girl, and Guri headbutted her. "Fool!" she cried. "Do you not know the ethereal race is but the greatest of treats for blood magic?" He kicked her square in her crotch, then struck her in the jaw. She grabbed hold of him, gripping his head. "You must see that one such as me is better than all that comes before. With my beauty I shall—" He bit into her face, shredding her cheek. He spat her flesh out before summoning a shard of ice. "Stop!" He smacked her in the face, slamming her body into the deck. Using, over and over, he jabbed the ice in her forehead. "My people!" Guri cracked her skull, still striking her over and over. The icy shard he struck her with was thick blood and tissue from her eye and head. He dropped the shard, pulling the Rusi's girl to him. "You are safe," he said. Matuk had turned the vessel, directing them back out of the maelstrom. He set a spear to the wheel, locking it in position. Matuk turned his attention to them now. Turgon closed distance with his axe. He swung high, slashing Matuk's arm before the slaver drew a sword. The two of them sliding past one another as a tentacle grabbed hold of the ship, rolling it. Turgon suddenly was in the water, kicking to stay at the surface as the slaver ship went further down. In the distance, he could see Gorky directing the dwarven vessel to him. Silra and Selinra were on the edge, throwing him a rope. He grabbed hold of it and was pulled up. "Follow them. Guri is still—" He coughed over and over, the seawater in his throat. Tentacles rose up around them, and though the construct attacked as an automaton, the twisting winds had slowed them. "Gorky! Follow them!" Silra said, completing Turgon's order. But though Gorky tried, the ship would not turn into the maelstrom. Turgon looked across the maelstrom, seeing fire erupt across the deck as Guri summoned energy around himself. He then saw flashes from the other Rusis, the one he was protecting. The two of them were still fighting Matuk. Some of those aboard their ship aimed bows. "No," Turgon said. "You could hit the Guri or the child." He looked aboard his own vessel and saw at least half a dozen children, all Russes, saved from the slaver. But Guri needed help. Turgon ran to the helm, working with Gorky to turn the ship. "The current won't let us," Gorky said. "I just can't get down there." As the slaver ship came back closer, Turgon looked down to see Guri holding Matic back with both his hands, gripping his foe's sword as the Rusi's girl was beneath him. Silra attempted to cast bolts of energy, both missed. Matuk threw Guria, went for the girl, and Guri threw himself in front of her. He caught the blade with his arms and wrestled to take the slaver's weapon. In a sudden hacking motion, Guri was cut down. Matuk hacked his body over and over. Above them, appearing at a different approach, the Truest Bliss breached the top of the maelstrom coming out of the water as it passed overhead. Crossing over the mouth of the beast beneath them, Edanos jumped from his vessel with a rope and swung for the slaver's ship. Sea water rained down on them as they watched the bravery of the sea captain. He had made it to the deck of the slaver's ship even as fire overtook the vessel. Turgon then saw the flash of Edanos' saber and the gleam as he parried Matuk's attack. In a feint, he landed a mortal slash. Matuk's scream was loud and deep, audible even as the rushing water of the maelstrom should have shrouded it out, but it did not. A single flash of fire and lightning came next. As Edanos ran with the Rus's girl in his arms, Matuk had reared back a spear. He wanted the sacrifice. He wished to appease the tentacled beast, or perhaps the entity to come from the void. Perhaps it was some last effort to save himself, or something else. Turgon didn't know, but with then came a last flash of elemental power. Guri, still clinging to life, struck Matuk, holding him as Edanos cut lines and swung away to the Truest Bliss. With that, the slaver vessel overturned. Then, the many tentacles of the behemoth beneath the waves took hold of it and crushed what remained. Guri was lost to the sea. Gorky stopped fighting. Turning hard right, they erupted over the side of the maelstrom and saw the many dozens of flags of the sunrise and sunset navies of Rin. The Dreen fleet had broken and fled. A few moments later, the Truest Bliss emerged from the other side, and it seemed they had survived what had seemed truly impossible before then. Chapter 6. And new roads lead on. Shri set up aboard the vessel. Turgon was still in a strange state of shock as to the loss of their friend. "Okay now," Selinra said. "We're going to go into the captain's quarters," she said to the Rus's children. Some of the crew went with her, the monks tending to small injuries and offering whatever comfort they could. The skies were still blackening and rolling clouds preceded the flashes of purple lightning. Though their enemy in this realm had fled or been consumed by the maelstrom, more was still upon them. The waters, turbulent and shifting, had only somewhat calmed. The Truest Bliss came within shouting distance. "This isn't letting up!" Edanos shouted. "We have to signal the fleets to back off." "What do we do?" Turgon said. Edanos put his arms up. Silra was sitting beside Shri. The two of them were holding hands. It was beyond odd to the Dwarf King, especially since the last time he looked, she had been unconscious. But then he saw what he hadn't before. He was not sitting with her. She was still unconscious or something else. Her body lay on the ship, but her form was with Silra. A gust of wind tore across the deck, and Shri's physical body faded away. Then, the book Silra had found beneath the waves floated up above the priest. He stood as the book shredded over him. The pages spun around him over and over as he opened his eyes, gazing upwards. A blackening bolt of energy shot up from the maelstrom, and the dark clouds above it became white, and then as burning fire. "Shal Tokra Ulin!" a voice roared. "Shal Tokra Ulin Maklun!" Turgon had never heard a language such as that. It spoke again, and tentacles rose up from the waves, glowing bright red. It spoke again, the same words. Turgon's vision clouded, and he fell to his knees. He could only see the image of a pale face with many eyes. The red tentacles felt as if they were gripping within his skull. He no longer felt his own person, his own soul. He could feel a drawing up of his own form. He felt as if he was becoming something else, and his body felt cold. Yet, he felt warm by the communal feeling of others. He felt connected with all. The life around the maelstrom and the eruption in from the void was both terrifying and beautiful, but Turgon could not differentiate what was what. He then felt a seething hate, a loathing like none other, and a bright flash fell upon his back. He could taste salty wood and opened his eyes to being face down upon the deck of the Hammer of Ikinidor. He looked up to see Silra floating just above the deck. The priest was engulfed in white light, a shimmering crystal prism around his body. The pages of the Book of Shri had become as simple parchment again, blowing off the deck of the ship as Silra lifted up his hands in golden fire. "Go back to the void!" he shouted aloud. "Shall Tokra Ulin!" a voice thundered back. Turgon looked out across the water and saw the terrible abomination as he had seen in his vision before. The many-eyed, towering beast with thousands of tentacles spreading out and enraged by the elder storm were convulsing in the sight of the light Silra was creating. "The cosmic winds have faltered. You are beaten. You enter not through a void gate. You have not the power or desire needed to remain. Back into the void," Silra commanded. The entity roared as dead fish and green water blew over in waves coming from the waters near the maelstrom. "What do you need?" Turgon said. "King, just keep our heading," Silra shouted. "I've got it," Gorky said. "You must conform to that which has been decreed. Go back to the void." Silra glowed brighter now, lifting his staff. The entity roared again, and then sunk into the depths, even as the elder storm flashed brighter and brighter. Then came a massive gust of wind from the north. The oceans quaked. The spiral tower that had appeared before became dust, and in a tornado of shards, the clouds joined with the water, and winds began to blow erratically in all directions. "Drop sails! Drop sails!" The crew worked to do so as the ship was tossed about. Turgon clung to the railings as then the sun and moon rose and set over and over. The sky flashed between dawn and dusk and night repeatedly. And then, as a resounding roar of winds hit a pinnacle, all became still and quiet. The sky was black. There were no stars. Then came a single sliver of moonrise and a calm southern wind. Silra stood in the center of the deck. He stared at Turgon. "It is done," he said. "What happened?" Turgon asked. "Where is Shri?" "She is gone. Her power was spent saving me so that I could inherit her powers to save all of us. She is within me. Her words are in my mind. I can say I can see the words from the book as easy as I see you now. They are there, imprinted in my memory. I see that which I've never seen before. I don't know. Memories? But I summoned her powers, and I have closed the way." "So it is truly done? The cosmic winds, the strange thing?" "The void has been closed," he smiled. "I can't say of Matuk of where he found what he used or anything else, but I do feel like the deserts have many more secrets. Most has been lost forever, I assume. But there are those that still guard the realms beyond this one, and they know to watch still. It has been days now since the battle. We have been lost." Turgon realized that the only ship around them was the Truest Bliss. Suddenly the sun was coming up, and it was like the stars were all alight again. Turgon looked around, and then seemingly appearing from nothing, there were a few ships of Erin. They immediately came towards them. "We are back within our own realm, fully," Silra said. They set sail for Erin. The small escort of vessels had been left when seemingly the Truest Bliss and the Hammer of Ikinidor had faded from view in the coming storm. Though Turgon didn't know it at the time, the fleets had a bout of absolute madness, and when they came to, they saw nothing but clear seas, and did not know what had happened. The few ships with them were told to keep watch. Turgon had gone into the captain's quarters to sleep. Here, the many children saved from the slaver gave him a glimpse at what difference they had all made, but he still did not feel at peace for some reason. Sleeping without a dream, he woke up to the sounds of the harbor and that of ringing bells. The children were gone. As he sat up, he realized he had been covered with a fine quilt. "Sleeping much?" he heard a voice ask. It was Gurki. The dwarf was sitting at a rather ornate desk, and in fact, there were many items that were not in the captain's quarters that now were. "Where did all this stuff come from?" "Been in port 2 days. You really slept," he laughed. "But it's fine. We moved things around you. Many of the crews of our ship and the Truest Bliss have been a bit erratic. According to Amhi, similar stuff happened to all the sailors that were present." "Where is everyone now? The children, too. Where are they?" Gorky clapped. "Well, some of the crew headed off to get ale. We left so quick upon our maiden voyage that no rum or ale could be taken, but others are enjoying the city as it is. The children, taken intoAmi's care for now. Silra went with Ami to speak with the Red Priests," he laughed. "I guess seeing the void has its perks. I am to tell you to meet them at Erin. You are expected." Turgon noticed Gorky was making a list on a scroll. "And you, what are you doing?" "Oh, good king, just noticing a few items I want to add. Need to make sure the ship is ready if needed, and assure the future ones are just as good." "Future ones? We live in the desert, Gorky. We barely need this one." He winked. "Well, we have it, and we will have a few more. You could always use a ship, even if they don't all have the Whitefire constructs." Turgon shook his head and slid on his boots. As Gorky continued with his likely growing list of random things that weren't really needed on a sailing vessel, Turgon went onto the deck. The air smelled fresh and warm. Seagulls cried high above. The blue skies and wisps of white clouds gave him some form of comfort. Things felt more normal than they had before, though he could not shake the feeling of the loss of Guri. He had not known the Rusis for long, but then he thought of the amazing sight of an entire sailing ship flying over top them and Adano swinging down to try to help while saving the Rus's child. Well, if he isn't that Stormborn thing he talks about, he's still something of a rare type, that's for sure. Turgon headed towards the palace, and not a bit to his surprise, he found Gorky's dwarven crew and that of the Truest Bliss going back and forth at the tavern near the harbor. At least they are good. He thought about Gorky, a captain. Odd, but okay. Not sure I know anyone else, and definitely none that have his experience now. He laughed to himself. Life continues to not make much sense, but I'll take it as that it is as it should be. He continued on, making his way to the palace grounds and looking about at the city. It still showed signs of destruction, but the people were good. As he began to sweat, the winds of the desert became a harsh reminder that the ocean breeze he had been accustomed to the last few weeks were not his normal. He entered the palace grounds, and much to his surprise, he found Ami near the front near a large flowering bush. He was holding a small orange flower and smiled as he noticed Turgon. Come, my friend." Turgon followed the white stone path from the road over to a rotunda of bushes and a small fountain. Here, Amy handed him the flower. "Smell this. It reminds me of being a child in the springtime." Turgon smelled it. "It's like oranges. We used to go near the Riverlands, meet with the King of Werek and his family. Quite a time." "Thank you," Turgon said. "For the ship and everything, really." Amhi bowed. "Well, as I heard it reported, that ship did quite well. I'll be making myself a new one, but it is good it was of use. I have already taken care of the many orphans. They will have homes here and guaranteed places of study and worship as they seem fit. I was saddened by the loss of your Rusis, Guri. I can say that sacrifice such as that does not go unnoticed by the gods of our realm." "Well," Turgon sighed, "little good it does him." Amy tossed the flower into the pond, and a turtle snapped it, eating the petals. "Yes, but one sacrifice can grow to become more. These Rusies will live in safety. I already have received word from the Dreen that a ceasefire between our nations is necessary and desired. Peace spreads. Some of the children rescued said they know of others, and in such, I do believe I will search out these places. Perhaps even a good sea captain or two will head that way. Maybe Gurki, I believe." "Yes, captain of the Hammer of Ikinidor," Turgon laughed. "Life keeps surprising me." Amhi nodded. "It does that. Smile and enjoy it." About that time, Silra and Selinra came walking up. "Turgon, you're awake! Holy sleep, you slept a while," Selinra teased. "Guess what? Father actually got to meet real priests, you know, good priests." Turgon embraced Silra. "My apologies. I didn't realize I'd sleep so long." "It's okay, you haven't missed much. The effect hit a lot of the crew too, but I figured you heard that." "I did. So, priests? The ones here, kind of strange. Told them about what I saw, Shri and the like. They told me to not drink so much." "That's it?" Turgon asked. "Mostly," he smiled. "Not much else I can say." The two of them nodded, and Turgon knew there was more to it, but he also caught the drift that there was no more Silra could actually say. "I went ahead and prepared for our journey back home," Silra said. "Well, before you're off to home and to dwarven deeds, I wish for you and those of the Truest Bliss to join me for a small dinner. Tonight, I guess." "We'll be there," Turgon said. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The simplest of pleasures is in the fellowship of friends, and while much could be discussed and wondered about, Turgon and his companions, as well as Edanos and the crew of the Truest Bliss, spent time simply enjoying their time together. But at some point after dinner, as many of them smoked and many more drank their fill of wine, Edanos left alone for the healing rooms of Erin. Rortho was going to go, but Edanos insisted he go alone. As Silra and Selinra had already drank themselves to a place where Turgon knew they weren't leaving tonight, Turgon sat on the balcony overlooking the deserts as the Sultan played a tune on his flute. Turgon didn't know it, but as he sat there, he looked out at the stars and felt at peace. "Turgon," he heard Edanos say. The dwarf turned to look over, seeing both Edanos and Rortho standing there. With them, the young Rusi's girl that had helped him against Matuk, the same one who Guri had fallen defending, and Edanos has pulled from the sinking slaver ship. "Meet the newest member of the crew. She may only be 7 winters old, but she insisted and had not stopped talking about joining us. She is so eager to get back to the ship, I had to tell her you were here to get her to come this way." "And that was even with the promise of food." Rortho laughed. Turgon stood up, going to the young girl. He knelt down, bowing. "You were rather brave to fight like you did, and I thank you for what you did. You saved me and others." "You too," she said. I don't remember everything, but once I saw you and Captain Edanos, somehow, I knew I and my kin might be okay. Guri, the one who fought and protected us, protected me. I was so weak and my old master tried to kill me. He caught the sword in his hands. He said it over and over. My king won't leave us like this, and the captain will come for you." Turgon looked up at Edanos, who wiped a tear from his own face before putting his hands on her shoulders. "She'll join us. She'll be a part of the crew. I think Guri would have wanted that." Turgon nodded. "Yes, I think so." "All right, Bry," he said to her. "We'll go to the ship," Rortho said. "Good. I need to pick out my spot to sleep," Bry said. "Are we leaving tomorrow?" Edanos laughed. "Maybe, but we have to go to the far north glacial seas." "Yay! I've always wanted to see the lights of Wura." As Rortho and Bry left, Edanos embraced Turgon. And the Dwarves of Ikinidor? Back home, he said. Back home. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Night passed and morning came. While still sleepy-eyed, Turgon, Silra, and Selinra left with a host of dwarves for Ikinidor, leaving Gurki and Balinor to continue to work on both their new vessel and the upcoming ones. Turgon didn't expect to have a fleet of ships at any point in his life, but now it was becoming a thing. The Ikinidor fleet. He'd have to work on that name. They reached Ikinidor by dusk, and Garivia greeted them. "And now the dwarves return on the grounds of triumph," she said to him. The host was tired, and as all of them entered the mountain, Garivia and Turgon made their way together towards the valley, leading towards the oasis. "I wanted to tell you that I have studied the signs and symbols you had dreamed of before," she said. "It is a prequel to Chaos and Darkness. Signs of cataclysm. It is rumored that the race of men fleeing the flooding of their lands and the emergence of the sunken lands in ancient times was dreamed of seeing such symbols as you saw, though perhaps it was to foretell what has happened the last few weeks." He recalled to her all events as they had transpired, and after many moments of silence she spoke. "I know Guri did not expect to not return, but as you've told me, it seems he found the path most suitable for himself and lived it. We can all only hope to be so fortunate and not waste our time. Still, a life lost too soon." "Yes," she said, looking up to the stars, "but the spirit of those that have passed remain with us, even if just in memory." Turgon nodded. "And of them and their lives, we must never forget. I won't forget." They stood for a few more minutes until Garivia brought up a particular bit from Turgon's recollection. "I am most curious, though, of the Solarians and the place you were taken. There has been mention of seers hidden deep within the deserts, but it was always in more of a whisper. But you said Matuk was able to go to a desert of a different realm at will with the device?" "It was as real as you and I standing here," Turgon said. "Perhaps it is a secret we will explore more in time. The Jinn still haunt many places, I'm sure. I do believe you saw something far beyond either dwarf or priest, a realm beyond realms. I just continue to try to sort out what this and all that works within our lives is pushing us toward." "Whatever it is, we will be ready," Turgon said. Epilogue. The two of them continued to stand in silence for a while afterward. The cool winds blew off the desert. Turgon felt a shift in the air around him, and it was then that several flashes went up on the lower perimeter. "What in the gods?" Garivia asked. Turgon, the priestess, and a host of guards hurried down the road to see a shrouded character clutching something in his arms. Something shrieked, and Turgon looked up. "Jinn! Perimeter breach! Sound horns! Sound horns!" Turgon shouted. Garivia cast light upwards, and then in a series of other flashes, other dwarven monks illuminated the pass. Horn calls sounded, and across Ikinidor, Rornikor's guards sprung to action. The Jinn fled. Turgon realized the figure before them was holding another. "Master Dwarf, please," the figure said. "We need help. We seek the fallen king. We were waylaid outside of the oasis. These shadow beasts were chasing us." The figure was bleeding from the head and looked in terror at Turgon. "You have found him, and you are safe. What is it?" Turgon said, kneeling down. "I am a ranger of the north. We seek asylum. The elves hunt us, and we may have angered a forest spirit, but we have nowhere else to go. My boy is ill. They cursed him." Turgon looked down to see a young boy in the garb of his father. A ranger apprentice, or so it seemed. He clutched a green jewel in his hand. "Will you help us, King?" Author's note, January 2023. Greetings. I thoroughly enjoyed getting to bring Adanos into the Fallen Dwarf series, and now you know a bit more about his crew. If you haven't read it yet, the Stormborn Saga features a lot more of the seafaring stuff, Adanos and his crew, and continues some of the stories started here. But what else is starting? A ranger of the north in Ikinidor? What could that mean? Well, you'll see. The Black Moon Wars/Ranger books will have a surprise for you Fallen Dwarf readers. A big one. Happy reading, Jeremy.